upsetting against FPX, and TEC looking really strong this kickoff run, and we are in middle brackets, so these teams do have some wins behind them, so some tape and some winning forms coming into this, so very exciting game, and I think it bodes well for the future.
Yeah, like you say, both of these teams, they're in this middle bracket. They're not kind of on the last leg, right? If they lose, they've still got that lower bracket to go through if they feel like they need it. But across their history, these two orgs are 3-3 against each other, so they are dead even. So I think coming into this, what are you expecting? Are you expecting either of these two teams to kind of have the edge?
If I'm a betting man, I'm probably going to hedge towards TYL just because of the form they've come into. I think TYL's a team that people are looking at, who were looking down at for a while until that FPX series, and now you still have that a bit of underdog edge coming into this. But Titan Esports is still a pretty veteran team in their own right. So I think if I were to give the edge to anyone, I would probably give it to TYL. Just off of that upset in the previous form going into this, and the confidence in their map pool just looks a lot stronger as well.
Yeah, like we were talking a little bit about their map pool beforehand. I mean, like their Haven looks incredibly strong, both attack and defense, and their Pearl looks really good as well. So I think this veto really leans into their favor. It's gonna be very interesting to see where we do land for these teams, but specifically, I want to go to Abyss because I want to see more of this veto pick, despite the fact it's not a good map for Tyler.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think what I saw from TYL is I think they were picking a lot more Corrode recently because it used to be one of their permas, and they have picked it up in the off season. So we're going to see a lot more of it. I have mentioned before that the region of CN loves their KO, so we're going to be seeing a lot of denial-based gameplay looking into it. But like you said, that Abyss veto is. Firstly, veto as a map. The veto as a map is actually a really strong map. It's become really a litmus test for how strong your team is in general. And veto as an agent is also something that has come into it and potentially looking to disrupt the current meta. But on the side, we have some pretty standard comps. We have the double initiator on the side of Titan Esports Club, and for TYL we have this is what you're seeing more often than not, the double duelist, the Yoru as the flash initiator with some kind of dive for the side of TYL.
Yeah, I think the interesting pick for me here is the fact that we've gone for the Neon and not the Waylay, right? There's a lot of different offerings these duelists can give. They've got that kind of duelist triangle going on right now anyway between these three. How do you think you kind of weigh up the Neon against the Waylay in this double duelist composition?
It's all about when it comes to the single Waylay versus the Neon conversation, it's more about who's more independent. Who's given a lot more freedom versus resources. With Waylay, you can just sort of post Waylay A main and have Waylay who can test all of A on their own. But with Neon, you can't really do that. You need the Yoru to be somewhat in close proximity, whether it regards to TP or whether it regards to just body. So in terms of the matchup, I think it's just a playstyle differential. I don't think it's going to be too much of a difference in terms of the execution rather, because they're getting more or less the same amount of resources. But the Waylay, I think, is coming into its own as a single duelist, no? Because last meta, it was just a lot of that double meta. You kind of wanted Waylay with the Yoru because people thought they were a lot weaker than they actually were. And as they come into relevance, as the series have gone on, people become more competent. They've realized Waylay's quite independent on their own. We have that's some neat B-roll of the new 2026 classics.
I mean, some of these 2026 classics are looking very nice as well. But as we head into the pistol round, TEC a stronger start overall. The knife spotting slowly. I'm not going to be able to TP out. It's just a couple of spams of the bandit. Sorry, backs off through the wall as we've seen TEC take a lot of this B main control. But the execute comes on through. The Waylay dash into sight, spotted out by the Haunt. No kills coming through yet though. As Sword just sending this Prowler, try and find a little bit of information, but the spike's still not through the sight.
Yeah, got stuck in main for whatever reason. Oh, it's because of the Viper smoke. So the Viper wall dissuaded the side of Titan Esports Club from actually walking on. So Waylay left all alone, Dynamite, on a no man's land and immediately gets traded up by Splash after finding kill onto Scales.
Yeah, the rotate's coming over through to the A site now for both of these teams. Tyler, they're going to be there in time, but Lucas, gonna have the slight edge over towards the site itself, taking this first duel against Splash, but Splash a couple of whiffs, and eventually Sword9 does take down Lucas. Site not really secured, but at the very least, they've got Coco over there towards it, slowly. Oh, taking down Abu, that's gonna leave Haodong all alone. Slowly jumps, that's been heard by the KO player, but slowly doesn't peek around the angle. And now B site is open. Do they go A? Do they go B? They're not sure.
Time's very, very low here. As Coco's going to find one, Splash trades out Coco almost immediately as shots go awry, 10 seconds of the clock ticking down, shots go awry, and Irv with jumping right click found Haodong. And first round for the side of TYL.
Yeah, I mean, that was a bit of a messy round there, right? There was a lot of back and forth, a couple of kills going all over the place, but pistol round is secured. Couple of times there, it looked like we just weren't clearing the angles we probably should, but TYL, they're happy with the first. And no force up from TEC, allowing this to kind of go on through. I'm a bit concerned, though, if they keep leaving Dynamite over towards the B site all alone. You know, he was just on an island by himself, got one, but immediately got traded. Now, B site, again, the first port of focus for TEC.
And you mentioned that they couldn't quite make or string a couple of good decisions here onto this. Yeah, I think to just get spiked down, and you'd see, I think there's a lot of it, and they're going to be their death knell there. Is they're married to their shift key, married to that default a bit too much, not being as proactive as they need to be, especially into this double initiator comp. If they don't show presence, they don't drain this util. And looks like they're contacting towards a mid to A split here. Slowly with the Marshal, holding it down in mid, looking to find a shot ship potentially. Oh, looks the wrong way, but finds one.
Yeah, nice flip back onto Haodong. No utility used there, so it's just this spam out, this fight over towards A main as mid is under control of TYL. Irv still alive. Got this Sheriff, got the Stinger in hand as well. Shock Dart finds a little bit of damage, but the peek through the smoke, potentially going to be the death of TEC, but wait, the Silver on the other side. Oh, Irv turns, gets it perfect. A 3k to clean it up. TYL with that round 2 on the board. 4 guns saved as well.
Yeah, that's as close as you can get. That flick and come back from slowly is absolutely really, really good on these eco rounds, especially if you want to be funneling an early econ here. As a side of TYL, this isn't one of their preferred picks. This is a pick that they've been going to, but not necessarily a pick that they like to go to. They are a team that prefers to play the more standard complement like Pearl and Haven. So for them to be playing Corrode, one of the, I would argue, their 5th prio of maps, and looking this well in the first 2 rounds is very encouraging if you're a TYL fan.
Yes, it is, but now we've got the shotgun around the corner. No Marshal for slowly. Just the shotgun going to be spotted out by this knife. So is Scales though, so they're not sure if it's something up close. But the Waylay dashes through. The flash is perfect, but they don't clear slowly. 1 kill, 2 kills. The shotgun reigning supreme in the close range corners. Oh, and you can see Dynamite has to back off, too scared. And now TEC on the round that should have been theirs, down to 3 players.
Oh, that's a massive kill there. That's a massive kill for the side of TYL to actually couch that mid-rotator, and Spikes dropped in a very precarious situation. In a very precarious spot as well in mid-bottom, and Coco has a lot of work to do and a lot of distance to cover. Finds the first kill into Irv, it's a good effort. Still has a lot of time, a lot of effort that needs doing, but 30 seconds on the clock, might get beaten by the clock here before it gets beaten by a gun. It's Coco contacting up.
Yeah, nice first kill, yeah. Great. Coco though. Sword9, who's going to win out on this fight? No util really. The snakebite potentially able to be used, but looking at the wrong way. Sword9 peeks around the corner, but Coco actually cleans it up. The clutch coming on through.
Absolutely impeccable clutch from the side of Coco. I think so. That's 3 1v1s that he was given in the span of what, 40 seconds. After this blistering start from slowly, Coco, slow and steady, finds a way to actually. It feels like mind control, no? Just 3 isolated 1v1v1. They didn't have that full control of Spike, and somehow punch his ticket all the way through there in Titan Esports Club. First round on the board and potentially a sign of life and activity from this side.
And now TEC, despite the fact they won out that round, a very low buy. Coco, that hero rifle, gonna have to be doing a lot of work. Holding out towards the A side to start with as the Altor was picked up. Building up towards the first true ultimate cycle as Splash peeking around the corner. About to get challenged, but backs off. Here's maybe something, maybe the sixth sense. Spidey senses tingling. Viper pops and immediately A main being taken by TEC. But Tyler, they've got 3 here for the defense.
As the first shot rings out. Very loud effort here. It's a pretty explosive hit here. They stuck behind the smoke, still have to name main, and Splash finds 2 here. Finds a third, looking for the 4th one. He absolutely mulches them, eats them up alive, discards them like expired candy wrappers. As Abo, all alone in elbow, spikes in quite possibly a worse spot than it was last round, and control of it is a lot better this round.
Yeah, and now Abu wanting to at least stop the flawless coming out from TYL and does so. A nice little shot onto Splash, but slowly just around the corner at the right time. And I mean, this is already starting to look a little bit rough for TEC. Nice kills there from Splash. Straight transfer was beautiful and slide out the smoke as well. You can see the mechanics are on fire already. Neither of these teams, they want to drop down to that lowest bracket. So we've already got the timeout coming on through from the side of TEC. Wanting to put a stop to the momentum that TYL have created.
I think you saw firsthand there how the Neon is facilitated by that Yoru. I think when those flashes are present, you don't really want to be swinging for smokes because you're trapped in such hectic flash zones, and the side of TYL actually manipulated that and played into the smokes, fought behind that line, and found 3 kills, 2 in the smoke and 1 outside of the smoke in the main staging area. So very, very good effort from the side of TYL actually, just knowing their win con, playing to their strengths and actually pushing things towards and forcing a TEC timeout. What do you think the coach is saying in these moments to try and stabilize what he's seen?
I mean, it's got to be at this point just I think it's mental. Like when you're going into round 5 and you've already called a timeout, especially when, you know, it's one of them's the pistol, the next is the follow-up, and then you've got a round where you had no guns. That feels like a mental timeout to me, right? It's all about kind of building up the confidence and getting the players ready for the next round, not necessarily strategical decisions. Because I do think TEC, the way they're taking B main and then rotating back towards mid or A is good. They're getting control of the old torbs. Their macro is pretty solid, but they just need to keep on pushing that a little bit further forward, slowly keeping this outlaw as TYL, they're just taking control of mid. So much aggression over towards that line. Altorb again onto Abu, so they're going for a set play here with from the shadows, I think.
Yeah, do you have the Fade ulti online? Not quite yet. They potentially might actually go for it still. Yeah, there's the ultis and TPs into top mid. Coco's gonna find 2 kills as Lucas finding the 3rd, 5v2 in the blink of an eye. Is TEC now set up for a pretty formulaic end to it as Dynamite takes a couple of shots to saturate, doesn't quite land. Howdong takes a couple of shots, Scales finds the first one, Dynamite falls. Abo, creeping in the corner and a knife in the back, finds Scales, and TEC edging their way back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, like, they cleaned that up very nicely. I was interested when Abu went for that Altorb as the Omen, right? You typically don't see you kind of scale up towards the Omen ult. You want, you know, the Sova, you want the Waylay, things like that. The conversion path's so good, but from the shadows there, up towards mid, I don't think they got many kills off of the back of Abu's ult, but they at least caused chaos, and that allowed Coco to just start swinging. Viper's Pit now online, Null Command 2 away, Hunter's Fury very close as well, same with the convergent paths. TEC, after that timeout, it looks like it's stabilized them, and they're now able to move forward and splash overdrive, yes, but only a stinger, a push out of A. This could be a bloodbath in A main.
Yeah, as the A main, all of A main's been completely sort of acquired by the side of TYL. They're gonna back off though. Okay, they saw enough. They just jump spotted, found enough info, and recognized that it's not an A main rush. There's no real pressure of A main beyond just a body that's holding passively. As the side of TEC falling back into that defaulty style of play that we alluded to in the beginning of the game. How do they develop this towards this A main side is pretty interesting because their KO, a lot of their flashes and utility are all the way across the map. So potentially looking to sell some kind of fake. So then eyes on Haodong as he is backing off, and I think it's just gonna, the story's gonna completely unravel towards his A side of the map.
Yeah, but like I said, they don't have that KO, they don't have the flashes, so Dynamite stashes in completely solo, cleans up Sword9 nice and quick, the fade gone, still 2 over towards side, the overdrive popped, but Splash is just immediately taken of a nice peek around the corner and gets 2 off the back of it, but Dynamite's just on fire. Explosive, Spike looking to go down slowly, not able to play spoiler, because Haodong holding the line, the knife broken just in time in the clone. Sell a little bit of pressure, a little bit, but Dynamite is taken out slowly. Dimensional drift now, but it's only the Yoru alive. In their own dimension, they come out, they tap the spike. They swing round the corner, but Haodong perfectly peeked off with the jump peek there. Beautiful fundamentals just to secure that post plant.
Yeah, that's a great piece of micro there to have the jump spot followed by the immediate swing. It unraveled quite quickly. I think Herb found those 2 kills, but couldn't find that third one. And just based off that, the prevalence of that first pick, it made things a bit untenable if you're the side of TYL. As TEC with really good fundamentals, like you mentioned, towards the latter half of their round. I think a thing to keep an eye on is those slow defaults. So that's probably what the coach is calling out. How slow Titan Esports likes to play their early rounds. I think their executes are happening towards like the 3rd, 4th phases of every single round. They're re-clearing into the execute opposed to just executing and then re-clearing. So yeah, the side of TYL has some information to go off of within this tied Valorant game of 3-3. So what are you expecting to see coming out of this timeout? I think a rush is in order from the side of Titan Esports just to clear out some of the space, because they have been playing into this very passive TYL side.
Yeah, a pace switch up here could be really impactful, because like you said, we've been going so late in the time most of these rounds so far. A big switch up in pace I think would be a very, very nice kind of thing to pull out the toolkit, but TYL, they're on a very low buy on their defensive side, so you know, they've got Guardian on Irv, because, you know, Irv did get those couple of kills in the last. Other than that, it's Sheriffs and a Bucky. No Viper's Pit either to really try and secure a site. So TEC, they've got the massive gun advantage, and you can see that they're not really changing up their pace. They're using the drone earlier just to clear out B main, try and spot where the stack could be. I think they only spotted the Viper there, though, so they're going to creep up towards A, and that's where Irv is. Oh, not anymore.
Oh, massive kill. Yeah, that's a massive kill to open that round.
He's like surely going to be taking the Lucas. Oh, he does turn onto Splash. A little bit aggressive. And the Neon looking to try and pull something crazy out of the bag, but no such luck. Spike going to go down over on the A site. Haodong's null command online if they want it. Probably don't need to use it against the Thrifty. You never know his scales. Not even going to push, just going to hold this ratty little angle in case they go a little bit too aggressive in the post plant. Rest of TYL. I mean, this is going to be impossible to get back into.
Yeah, it's near impossible to play into this. You don't even have the guns to challenge a lot of the space, so it is resolutely and through arms and armaments alone impossible to play into, like you mentioned. So this is going to opt to die to Spike here. Yeah, you can see Sword9 backing up, trying to join with slowly. Just to die to Spike, not give ult orbs, but Avo finds one, so does Dynamite. That's 2 extra ult orbs in pocket, and every ounce counts, especially on the side of TEC, where they are about just over halfway to getting that Waylay convergent parts going.
Yeah, and like the convergent part is such a powerful tool. As we see here, a nice early kill from Dynamite. Of the only person with the gun there able to really do anything big, and You see this quite often, right? Teams failing to die to spike, going a little bit too aggressive, peeking where they don't really need to peek, a little bit too early, but slowly now has the operator online as TYL. They've got their buy back, wanting to even this out. I mean, slowly Zop all the way down mid as well. Dynamite peeking through, could get spotted. Now, makes it safe, nice and easy. An A split started, but Splash shuts it down, because now it's just an A main take. Howdong's nade is good. A site. They might be able to get the spike down here.
Well, it should be a relatively easy spike. Plant, because there's no real contest. Howdong plants the spike, and the Viper Spit going to be committed by Coco. And it's very, very precarious. One of the side effects of having that double duel is you don't have the recon util to clear out all of this. So all eyes on Sword9. How can he help piece up this Viper Spit?
Really good to try and get one kill. If they can take down Abu, able to get the Nightfall online, it could be so big. As Abu does hear a couple of people walking around, but Howdong, first kill on the Splash is absolutely huge, and the spam's going a little bit wide. TYL, they're managing to somehow find their way back into this, and the Viper goes down. It's just Abu left, one kill, 1 versus 1. Slowly peeks off of the spike, and a beautiful little shot swung round the corner. Defuse not on time though. The time was wasted perfectly, just enough for TEC to get their 5th.
No, massive effort. I think the Viper's Pit did so much work at just delaying the attackers, because normally when you go for those retakes, you want to be flooding with this double duel, and when that Viper's Pit is in action, you have to wait for the recon utility, and they waited, and they waited 2.5 seconds too long, and couldn't quite get the defuse going, even with that kill from Slowly. Couldn't quite get the round they wanted. That's an interesting Viper Orb. You normally don't see that one. You see the one towards the corner here, directly to the left of Slow's crosshair. To try and cut up that angle a lot deeper away from you, so to see him put it up there means he's anticipating some kind of way they dash directly, or some kind of dash directly over him, and behind, as side of Titans don't know they're walking into a stack here.
A stack with 2 Buckies and a Stinger.
Yeah, 2 Buckies, a Stinger, and a lot of delay util here.
Yeah, a lot of the delay. Nice little flash just to clear that corner. They've known that Slowly likes to hide around that with shotguns before. But again, Alt Orb built towards this convergent paths. And they back off. This is the same TEC default we've been seeing for the last couple of rounds. Coco prodding and poking a little bit. Base to allow the team to rotate back in, because it has taken them a lot of time before to re-clear of the 5. So Coco building up that a little bit quicker. Sword9 has a nice little tucked angle. Pinged on the map already though. Howdong aware. Spamming it. Holding it down as Abu. Hits the shoulder, but Sword9 a nice little swing. Dynamite trades. Spike is going down though. Lucas looking to play like a little rat towards mid. Sees the leg of Scales. Can't find the head yet, but the body shots do it fine. And now the retake is on 3. Coming from main. 2 Buckies.
And it's a 4v3 here, and it's kind of precarious, but you do have a couple of things in your favor. You do have a lot of util ready to deal with these problems. Saturate pops and misses, and Splash the Bucky rings out, finds one. Overdrive gets committed slowly on the spike, ticking slightly faster, gets the defuse off the spike, but gets back on it quite quickly. But the shock dart is massive, and Titan Esports Club finds a way. 4 kills for Lucas to secure this round.
And you can see that little smile on his face, very much enjoying that. The shock into the spam, very good. That looked more than precarious for a while. A few little kills there from TYL were beautiful work, and it came down to this. The overdrive from Splash was so nice, but Lucas just steady, patient, not stressing, not overthinking. And what are you doing? I love it. We love to see this kind of energy.
Yeah, just fully giving it to him, and you deserved, honestly. That's 4 kills that I think on paper anyone who with worse mechanics than him doesn't get that done. And him with the good mechanics tries to get 2 kills without his Fury, finds 1 ping, onto Irv as the Nightfall gets committed onto Elbow. They were expecting a faster rush. Yeah, you see the Paranoia. That was a protocol they've been working through. Saturate lands onto Irv. Convergent Path gets popped as well, but no one is absolutely immediately dead. However, things might change in the near future. Lucas finds the first one, added by Abo and Splash, and trades out Lucas. Gets another kill, 2 kills on the board, and Sight is all shades of red. Titan Esports Club have claimed this Dominion as Slowly finds a kill, and Dynamite trades it out immediately. 3v1, and Scales is the lone survivor, opting immediately to just go for the savior.
Yeah, got a tuck tail, turn and run. Like, there's no point trying to fight into this. You could potentially look for something. If you die, you get your Viper's Pit online. If you get a kill, you get a Viper's Pit. It's not the end of the world if you don't have a rifle when you've got that ult, but it's only 2 and 6, so I think the confidence feeling a little bit low compared to the rest of his team. And TEC confirmed their 7th round, and after how back and forth, how close the start of this map was, this is a kind of quite a shocking turn of events for TEC to be this far ahead, securing themselves a lead in the half. And you've got to think it's TEC, they've done a really good job of switching up the pace. We talked about it coming out of the timeout, that we were expecting a switch up, and they've continued that pace switch up now, where they are kind of executing that first layer, the intermediate space over towards Yard, taking that, then the ultimates and the Paranoia used in return, that little protocol that we saw from TYL. But TEC, they just waited for that to happen and then executed. It reminds me a lot of Fnatic in 2024 when they were playing against Loud. Very much kind of like wait for a response, then counter that response back again. Really, really nice. When Eco, rifle for Scales, and a little bit early there with the orb. We've all done that.
Yeah, you didn't see that. Virtual Eyes. He had an orb in his hand. He was just juggling it. He was just playing catch, making sure his dexterity's up. Yeah, nothing to see here. As a very slow round once again from the side of TEC. These are both a boon and a debuff here. As the side of TEC gives this double duelist side of TYL a lot of time to actually build a cleaner picture, right? They can spend all that time aiming and know that there's no pressure there, which means that it's not a fake or an actual hit. They can listen to the util a lot more intently and start piecing together a picture the longer these rounds take. As there's the pop, and TYL is gonna find 2 kills almost immediately. Titan Esports dies almost instantly. Haodong gets traded. Sword finds one, but Haodong trades another one onto Sword 9. 2v3 here, and it's Coco and Haodong. Titanic efforts required here if you want to age this to 8-3 TEC.
The better guns though still. The Stingers look really good for TYL when they're anchoring sight, but oh, I like that clone. A little bit late pop just to make it sound like there's 2 people coming in. Haodong now thinks maybe it was just a clone. Not sure, the Omen's still there, and oh, the peak. Haodong still gets the kill, and TEC, they're going to secure the site slowly. 1 tap onto Haodong kills him, but Coco's still a headshot required. Holding around this corner, no such luck. TEC, the better guns, the lower numbers, they win it out, despite the fact they were down in a 3 versus 5 at the start of that round.
That's insane micros that you pointed out. Using that clone to get around the corner is it's crazy work. You can see that this is a drilled team. They have a lot of protocols and responses and thoughts about how they want this game to play. And TEC, Titan Esports Club, is just shooting so much better. And I think their game plan is a lot simpler. The levels of depth are comparable, just in different ways, right? So their game plan on a baseline is a lot more complicated, but on an execution level is a lot easier to function. On the side of TYL, their game plan is a lot simpler, but on the micro, on the mechanical side of things, there's a lot more depth and a lot more attention to detail there. So two different teams offering 2 different mechanics or 2 different styles and views of the game being showcased here.
Yeah, but a brawl in mid, a fight over this space. Full guns for both sides. The drone spots out Splash. Splash swings around the corner. Haodong does trade it out and slowly spammed out. Has to TP back to safety. As the round essentially resets. One of the duelists gone for TYL on their defense, but Lucas, who's been so solid with the shots and the util. Dimensional Drift is going to spot absolutely nothing towards A main. The Viper at least is spotted. but they know that Coco just likes to lurk here. The paranoia is perfect off of the back of the dimensional drift, and the kill comes through with no problem of, can you find it? No, but slowly does. Dynamite falls, and just Haodong and Abu left. Abu from the shadows over towards Elbow. Keeping himself nice and safe, going aggressive. Swings actually, takes down slowly, but his opposing number trades him out, and it's just Haodong, a 1 versus 3. Utility all but expended. And Scales being watched for, spots the body, swings back round, and goes to fight. The fundamentals are good. The jump peak didn't distract for long enough, but Sword9 holds the line down. And TYL, they finally managed it. They finally managed another retake after what I think was 8 rounds in a row.
Yeah, 8 rounds on truck doesn't sound incorrect because they were up. They won pistol, they won second round. I think they lost their bonus and then won the rifle afterwards. But yeah, TYL's was struggling a bit on the attack side, and at least the energy is high. Yeah, they still want this. That's very good to see. Yeah, TYL struggled a lot on the attack side, and I think it came down to just how slowly side of Tyson Esports Club was playing through that. You know, like you have so many things and protocols that you want to enact, and you saw in the one round with the Nightfall into Elbow and the instant paranoia that they wanted the game to go a specific way, didn't quite go the way they wanted. So yeah, very relieved to have this go over as a bit of entertainment, a bit of basketball. Yeah, you know, do you play basketball? Are you a known hooper?
Absolutely not. I'd love to commentate it though. I think it's a great sport to be able to commentate. You see, oh, the first goes in. Oh, wait a minute. I think the referee's helping with the basket there, moving it in. I think that's cheating, no?
I don't see anything if you didn't see anything.
Hey, look, if I see that in like NBA games where someone's moving the hoop to actually catch the ball, I'm calling foul on that for sure. And I don't know basketball very well.
Yeah, I feel like the officials shouldn't be helping at any regards, but hey, maybe this guy just has the sauce, you know. He's just how did the kids say? He has aura. Maybe that's one of those things. Yeah. Yeah, maybe the rest just one of the players, you know, just in a different uniform.
But now, as we switch sides, right, we're now looking at the double duelist going from the defensive side onto the offense, onto the attack, where they're able to control the tempo more. They're able to kind of force the issue that they weren't able to on the defense so much more. What do you think is going to be the big difference here as we switch to the double duelist on attack?
For sure, it's just going to be the comp differential, right? So the double duelist is really, really good at what I like to say heads up fighting. They just like fighting into like neutral space constantly and pressuring you as a defender. This is a really high pistol win rate, by the way, 62 to 63. So these teams are teams that have a really high proficiency when it comes to these pistol rounds. And yeah, you want to see simplicity from the double duel side, and from the double initiator side, you want to be seeing denial. A lot of denial. Deny them from getting out into frontside A main, for example. Deny them from holding B main. Just holding him at that transitory space, because once the double duel has it, they can snowball a lot of those small wins into a lot bigger wins come the actual execute.
We see B main here getting taken by TEC. They see absolutely nothing over here, so the rotation towards mid a little bit too late, is like you said. The intermediary space taken, the execute towards site happening. As Lucas and Coco, they've got to fight for their lives, fight for the site as they rotate back towards Yard, and Herb is here with the spike. Herb does get the first, but now the spike is out in the open. Coco keeps on cleaning up. The splash takes it down, gets the spike back into their hands, but there's only 2 of them alive now, and they swing round. Misplay one by one. The hinder is huge as Splash swings right into Abo. Cannot wait, they're both reloading in each other's faces. Splash, you've got to try and find something. There we go, 22 HP. Haodong still on 100, Sheriff in hand. As a 1 tap to the leg will still win it out, and they can hear Splash running through mid. The spike will surely go down. The Neon just quick enough to allow that to happen as Haodong can't spam through that wall there. And Splash wanting to take this 1v1. Gotta hit the head, and he does! Ooh. 22 HP, 1 tap and a 4K to win out on the pistol. I mean, Was that a 1v3?
1v4, I think, because he got the first. Yeah, I think he got the first opener. So he got that kill into Coco, the full kill while saturated, the CT fights kill, and then the final one as well. So 1v4. That kill on the saturate was filthy. As TYL brings this lead from double to just under 4 rounds now. And they have guns in hand. Oh, they're adopting the sort of FPX buy, you see, like the many rifles and one dropped buy. So then if you find a kill or someone dies in a bad spot, then you can just pick up that gun, cycle it over to the person who doesn't have a gun and reap the benefits. This is a ridiculous totem, but this outlaw has overpin. Will they spot it? As the shot goes first, but Taodong shot lands true.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened. That is an absurd kill for Howdong to pick up, and now that outlaw actually out in the open. Scales and Irv only half shields as well. TEC not choosing to go for the fight, not choosing to go for that gun, but instead look at this quick flank from Lucas. This timing is immaculate. As the rotations are already here, the spike probably going to go down the smokes, but Irv, awareness on point. He's essentially got X-ray with how good his game sense is. A splash clearing out elbow, but that's allowed the rest of TEC to start to push towards the site. The smoke re-upped as well. The waylay dashing in, the stun is good. Should be able to take down Howdong, but still there's 2 more left. Abu dies, and Dynamite just died through the middle of the smoke. Lucky shot, skilled shot, whatever you want to call it. But the round is secured, despite the fact that they did lose their Euro very early.
Yeah, you mentioned Irv has just the awareness so good that it might as well be game senses. Oh, that's how it happened. There was just an angle disadvantage fight there. The side of TYL getting some momentum here. I think they struggle a bit on defense because they didn't really have the utility to force out issues, re-clear into space. So then that slow playstyle paid to their detriment. And now that the swap side, they're in a lot more control of the game, a lot more pacey rounds you're seeing from this TYL side.
And you'd expect it with the Euro Neon. That little bit more tempo control, that little bit more aggression when they want to use it. For now though, they've managed to get a good buy. Like you mentioned, the FPX buy working wonders for them. A really, really nice bonus round. They should still be able to buy into the next as well. As TEC, they're patient, steady, not overstepping. But that means that mid is open and TYL can take so much space. They can prod and poke, fake towards B, take it back towards A if they want to. Scales is spotted by the drone. And a nice flash there allows Koga to swing on out, but actually somehow with the Spectre. Gets the first, doesn't get the second though. Dynamite good for 1, and Howdong's good for at least 2. Swinging into Irv as well. Clean, patient, steady with the aim. As it Scales, a Vandal. Not been too hot with the kill so far either, and he's got a lot of TEC to get through.
Yeah, a lot is the correct descriptor of this is brilliant, sparks of brilliance, literally flashes of brilliance from the side of TEC here to bring this round within 1 to 4, as there's no time. You know, there's absolutely no time. He is playing for that very like heavy lurk idea, anticipating that his team doesn't quite implode when the site pop happens, and unfortunately the site pop did happen, the team did implode, the scraps are all over the place, and he's the survivor who's going to have to live to tell the tale. Is that save comes through, and yeah, we need to see some of those shots. How many of those? This sword kill was good, this dynamite trade was great, the anticipation for to read the mid split is impeccable from Howdong. He finds 3 kills for his troubles, and yeah, just too far from this, too quick, and not enough successes on that round cost TYL that round.
You could see the issue with Neon, right? Can so far off and just be untradeable by how quick she is compared to her team. Howdong 1 away from the null command thanks to his anchoring of sight there, and he's looking to try and build that up. He's looking to take this fight towards B main again. The flash was brilliant last time around to allow that swing. And the knife is good. Spots out slowly. Spots out Sword 9 as well. But the spike still leaning over towards A in the TP. It looks like that's where we're looking to end if we're TYL. There's only 2 on the defense. Abu and Lucas. Potentially an ace split.
It looks like it. I think you have all of that main control. They're just waiting for the Viper smokes to go up so they can actually contest some of that space. The wall's gone up, and that's how that contact's fulfilled. Aware of the mid split is TEC. High dot to see if they can scatter you in front yard, but no pings. He is aware of noise, but how's Lucas going to navigate this? Lots of bodies to try and mulch through.
Yeah, swing, splash, just TYL executing towards the site. This is looking so much better than their B take. As Haodong here early, alone. Oh, 2 kills is eventually traded, but that puts his team into a good position for this retake. There's Dynamite and Coco. A little bit of utility left between the 2 of them as well. They've got the recalls on the dashes if they want to use them. Spot out all of TYL. They're not towards the site, but I love this move from Splash, taking corridors, keeping it under his hand. The C's great. Coco caught. Splash though, that peak was beautiful. The swing and the 4K. What a play from the Neon to go up towards elbow. Great work. Another great round secured. Now that the double duelist is on the attack.
Yeah, they're finding a lot more successes here, and like I mentioned, those small wins compound to big ones with the double duel. They started off in mid with no space, contest through mid. That's the first win. Contest through A-Link, second win. Contest through ramps, third, and then fourth, fifth, sixth happens in quick succession afterwards. And we spoke about pacey, and that's what we mean. It starts ramping up. It starts off slow, faster, fastest, and you can't deal with all of that aggression.
Again, aggression. Taking B main, getting this ult orb. Both teams really good at taking this, but the flash is so good. Dynamite does fall after taking down the Yoru, but that is the dimensional drift. Not able to be secured for this round. And the double duelist, if they don't have scales over towards the A site, they're going to have to use some of their limited resources to retake space. The drone herd towards mid as well. So TYL, they've got to make a decision. Yeah, they're going to smoke off mid Lucas. Ooh, potentially had a good angle, but lives to fight another day. Doesn't want to take this one too early, fall too soon. But we've still got Abu on such a nice early line here. He spots no one, so I think TEC, they're going to know that TYL's going back towards B.
Yeah, no other way, and there's a big kill. Scales finds onto Lucas and splits the map in half, breaks the chain a bit. Looking for the next kill onto Abu, yeah.
What a null command.
Yeah, the null command is huge. The splash manages to get onto side. Null command's still popping though, Haodong. In elbow contesting it, but the chain has been shattered and Scales finds Abu. Haodong in a 1v3. We've seen one before. But it was an enemy Viper named Coco who did it the last time. Can Haodong repeat those heroics, or is he going to opt for the save here? Potentially trying to upgrade his gun and salvage this round a bit.
Yeah, he's only got a Guardian. The flash just to prevent anyone from pushing into him. Maybe scared that the Omen's TP towards heaven. Looking for Scales, can't find it. And every second he wastes. A nice headshot there onto Earth, but he's just going to back off. Happy with the kill. The null command used there was pretty good to try and slow down the execute, but a little bit too late as his teammates were falling. Spike's going to go, and TYL, they bring themselves ever closer to tying this game up, which did not seem possible a few rounds ago.
Yeah, not at all, but they've won. They're within one? The half was 8-4 in favor of Titan Esports Club, and they've salvaged it too. They've got one round in the last 5, I think. So they are struggling quite a bit against this double duel comp. But that's one of the side effects of picking side and the way the vetoes work. You know, you start off really, really hot because you're on your favorite side, and then the minute the half swaps, now the enemy team is on their favorite side, and the veto giveth and the veto taketh away. And this is one of those situations in terms of how these rounds are developing. And the pacey nature of this is just too insurmountable. Is Lucas swinging through the smoke, but slowly, well aware of it, and opening salvo goes in favor of TYL, but Coco potentially found himself an upgrade here. Gives it to Dynamite.
Yeah, guns could be picked up, but This 3 versus 4, still weaker weaponry. Howdon with the Guardian yet again. Had a nice kill before. Maybe looking to to get his revenge for this. Splash probably going to take first contact. Bait for the Omen. As you can see, this leg spotted, the shoulder spotted. Oh, and the stun just to stop this from coming on in. And TEC, they're dancing around mid. They're waiting. They're uncertain of what's going on. So I think Dynamite just popped the Phantom over towards Coco to look for some exit kills. Save it into the next if you can't do anything else, as Dynamite's taken out. Howdon goes to save the Guardian for the second round in a row. It's Coco. Can you find anything? The first one, yes. The second as well. Great control. 4K for the Viper. One away. Oh, sorry. Viper's Pit is now online as well, actually. Great tool for the defense going into the next couple of rounds. But we are now dead even between these teams.
Yeah, almost the conciliatory ace there is the side of TYL, Titan Esports Corp, sorry, was kind of stunned there. I think a lot of those kills they're pretty standard kills. Those people have been dying in similar spots the entire game, but the timing of those kills was staggered in such a way that it kind of made that A-hold insurmountable and nigh impossible because of the space that was taken and lost. So Dimensional Drift comes in as Dynamite's going to find the first kill here. Operator in hand. Overdrive committed and shut down immediately. Lucas finds a kill onto Slowly and Splash. That's both Duelist gone. Now the controller, falls. Scales in a 1v5. Oh, pray for this man, for there's nothing but darkness as Coco finds him. And they're flawless for the sound of TEC to bounce back here a bit.
Yeah, bounce back is the perfect term. You could see they were stumbling, they were faltering in the previous rounds, unable to stop the aggression of the double duelist, to stop it from snowballing towards the sights, towards victory. But oh, what a beautiful recon to allow Dynamite to get the first, and then Lucas, good utility, better kills coming through as well. Really nice defensive round. Now this op is online. Now this op is surviving into the next round. You've got a feel for TYL. They've got to make sure that they can utilize this fade to try and push the op off the line. Because at the moment, it's just Scales contacting towards a main. If you're contacting into an op, well, there's only a few players that can consistently win that duel out. The Viper Orb has landed though, so Dynamite will get forced back if that orb is popped. As we're looking towards an A split. If TYL keep pushing over towards Zenk. Ooh, nice spam there onto Slowly actually.
Yeah, I think what, 140, he has 21 HP left, so 190 or 120 is, I don't do math, but the big thing to note is the A main split is what that kill or almost spam dissuaded is Slowly in a really precarious spot here. Walked all the way through mid, basically into spawn. Slowly is looking to play spoiler, a huge splinter inside of the TEC defense. As he showed Lucas. Lucas stomping through and Lucas falls Slowly. Those couple of bullets that didn't kill have now become a bit of a pain point for the side of TEC.
Yeah, it's the Titans. They're trying to stop this defense. The Sword9 just does not clear the angle, does not clear the line, and Slowly drops out of the smoke to his demise. The knife. Don't think it's spotted Irv out, but Irv's only got a stinger. Hard to execute, especially this late in the round with that gun. You'll probably want to either die or pick up a veto because you do not want to be wasting your recon to save that gun into the next round. But he's not going for anything. He's not. He's choosing to save it. This is... Oh, this is not great. Not great from Irv whatsoever, but the spam doesn't find him. He survives. And now TYL. They feel like they've been stopped, right? TEC with this op online, because of the double duelist, because of the lack of the like entry by proxy, the ways of finding the operator, they just die to it because you have to contact him. Double duelist, you're contacting a lot anyway, right? You want to save the burst of your utility for your execs, but when you have to fade over towards a main for half of the round, and you have people contacting other parts of the map with no utility, it's going to put your team in such danger, such risk of dying to that op.
So then I ask, do you feel like Fade being A main is good? Because in this situation where they struggles, they were finding that their contact was meeting an operator. So then if you move Fade towards a side where you predict the operator, doesn't that mean you're still contacting onto the B side of the map? How does that, if you're someone who's like less knowledgeable, how does that interaction work out?
At the end of the day, you've only got one kind of like full info initiator on your team, right? Most of the time, you rarely see that Sova Fade anymore. You did see it at the beginning of Corrode, admittedly. You will almost always have contacting some angles, but you've still got flashes, you've still got smokes, you've still got paranoias, and you've got the wall from the neon as well, right? The fast lane. You've got a lot of different ways of dissuading the operator, pushing it back off of these lines. So you really want to be doing that to push it off the most common angles. And I'm not seeing Dynamite take unusual angles most of the time, right? He's kind of quite steady on his kind of typical op lines. So you really want to see TYL finding a way to push him off of them as Lucas now with the Odin in hand. Mini Brawl because the TP and the slide onto site. The recon is perfect and Splash. A kill with the Bucky. The Bandit working out for Sword 9 and the exec actually works. The spike's going down. The Viper's Pit comes up and TEC, despite the fact they're on 11, they've got to push in to a Viper's Pit. Good guns and they've got an operator on the retake, which is not the gun you want.
Yeah, very immobile weaponry in this operator is. Dynamite just has to hold this, has to hold absolutely everything. Saturate goes, Saturate lands, and Howdong sits down Splash. 3v3 still. Odin in hand, a Sword 9. Trying to see if he can pen through this wall, but he just needs a target. He just needs a direction here. As Irv steps out of the smoke, takes a bit of a sidestep and finds one. Abo and Dynamite find kills to complement it as well, but Sword 9 with the Odin in hand versus Dynamite here. Tap on the spike, operator in hand, classic pulled out, but Sword 9 brings this game to double digits, brings both sides to double digits. It's round 22 on the offense.
Yeah, great work from TYL. Getting the spike down in that first instance was really, really nice. The Fade Horn as well was perfection to spot out where you had that operator. Splash, the Bucky.
That's how that kill happened.
Gun. That's how you play Neon, right? That is just Neon in this game. You have the Bucky, you swing on in, and you can see the excitement. They don't want to allow TEC to have the momentum in their favor, because we saw what that did in the first half. If TEC get the momentum, they rarely lose it. Is now mid, aggressively taken, a lot of tools used, but they've got aggressive positions. TEC, they can't really fight back into this, so they're just trying to control the space they have. But now there's going to be a lot of question marks on the map. This Viper wall is brilliant to allow TYL to suggest that slowly is going into spawn again, even if he's not.
How do you navigate this? This is a bit tricky. I think one of the benefits of double duel is you can be playing from one win to another win to another win. Now you're set up in the situation where you've gotten that first big win, right? You have all of mid control. You have everything but basically defend the space. How do you work? How do you navigate this? Oh, they're playing for inserts. Okay, so what is happening is they're looking to play for any kind of insert towards mid with one of the duelists. They've chosen slowly is going to be their sacrificial lamb that they send down mid, and they're going to be executing onto A. The idea is, with this execute onto A, slowly can cut off rotates from the side of TYL, but he's going to actually just give it all up. He's actually going to go into A link, contest everything a lot more safely, as Dynamite's going to find a kill onto Sword. Operator still in hand, still ringing loud, as it's a 4v5 in favor of TEC.
Yeah, and I love that TEC secured, held down, locked down this line, because it allows Dynamite to really play around. The saturate just misses, but the op was pretty good. Splash trying to bring it back, and he does. A nice little shot there, takes down the op, takes down Dynamite, and Howdong sees the shoulders. Coco runs round, and actually Splash loses that fight. A rare occurrence for TEC. They're bringing themselves back in. It's just Scales left. No Viper's Pit. There's the spike. Oh, it's being defused. There's nothing Scales can do as he falls, and TEC, they bring themselves up to map point. A really nice attempt at a hold. Locking down corridor was a brilliant way of forcing the double duelists to push just into yard, corralling them into this one location where then when you're retaking, you've got this three-pronged approach. A nice opening pick as well, but now TYL, you've got to find a way to bring this back, and they've not got any timeouts left.
Oh, that's a bit of a neat macro. I don't know whose Viper's Orb that was. I think that was or the attacker side of Viper spawns. But to put the snake bites in the pit there is very, very intelligent, actually, just to dissuade any fast floods and swings on that admittedly very open plants. But B side, match points on the line, and TEC looking to hold the fort one more time.
Yeah, but they've given up sight. TYL, they get the spike down with relative ease. No duels happened yet, but the flash is beautiful, and slowly with the stinger finds two. TEC already shot out of this round. Lucas going aggressive, alone on site, trying to find a kill. Immediately does spot slowly and plays safe, but he's not safe enough as Irv spots his shoulder. The paranoia is good. The dash, the splash over site, and Abu finds Splash himself. But it comes down to these low numbers, this low time situation, and Dynamite, you're good, but finding much more here is going to be so difficult. Try and get the op, try and get out of the round if you can, but the time's running almost too low. No more dashes, and Irv,
there's the operator.
Switch to the classic, but he gets it.
That the operator drops as well. Does the money survive enough to buy another one? Is the real question, because this operator has been the saving grace for Titan Esports' defense. What a pacey rush into elbow. That is immaculate.
I love the switch to the classic there, just to confirm it. Oh, and some annoyance coming out from the coaches. A timeout coming? Yeah. Yeah.
That coach looks stunned. He looks stunned at what he's just witnessed, but I would be as well. I think you were in control of this for most of the game, playing to brace for a lot of these very aggro hits, and you've been doing a good job to get it to 12, and things just sort of fell apart. Things weren't supposed to be as, well, they didn't seem ready for it. They seemed very flat-footed for stuff like those small protocols that you need to be anticipating. Those pop flashes out of that smoke, which is something that they've been doing the entire game. You just need to be ready for it, embrace for it, and they just weren't. And they just lose their Viper off rip, they lose their KO off rip, and the entire site hit, before Spike's even down, it's a 3v5, so the frustration is justified, very, very justified, because it is something you should just be prepared for and anticipating.
I mean, anyone that sat in a coach slot knows what that feels like, right? We've all watched the teams that we coach lose some rounds they probably shouldn't. But now, both teams with a pretty good buy. Howdong has a Bulldog and Abu with the Guardian. So close to full, but not all the way there, as the Dimensional Drift is now online for the attacking side. So if this Viper's Pit does come out from Coco, they've got a good way of navigating it, but instead they use it towards mid early. They find a lot of space, looking for a B split, but the Viper's Pit's going to slow them down.
Yeah, just ticking off the members, slowly finds two. Howdong and Lucas in his sight. Flash pops, clone pops as well, and slowly finds the kill onto Lucas. And then there's Quiet as Dynamite finds one. Sword locked out of the game, having to watch from the spectator seats as Howdong finds Irv, trying to get a bit angsty with the Omen teleport. Omen ultimate gets popped. Dynamite finds another kill here. There's 3 kills in favor of TEC back to back to back.
I mean, it's surely over now, Tyler. They might be able to get the spike down, but it's only this 2 versus 4. There's Scales. He's going for a different fight than Splash. He's fighting alone. He does get the pick though. And the Snakebite trying to slow down any follow-up as the KNF shuts down any more utility. Scales and Splash, they're fighting together. This is better. They're fighting. Howdong pushing him back. But then they hear the dash towards side. The spike is planted for them, but they weren't ready for Coco around the corner of the corridor. And Coco shuts them down and secures TEC that map win. I mean, that was back and forth a lot longer than it probably should have been. But Rigger, we've got the first map done. How are we feeling with that one?
Good. I think good, definitely for the side of TEC. You feel a lot better going into this. I think TEC had a really rough first game against JDG. So having a win like this on the board, that is very confident, very competent. You played on your weak side, you won on your weak side. You played on your strong side, and you had a really good showing on your strong side. You feel good. You feel good going into this if you're a TEC fan. A bit squeaky at times, a bit on the edge of your seats, but the side of TEC managed to pull away here. TYL, I think a good rally at the end there. They started 8-4 half the game, ended 11-13. So great rally. Just moments, little pieces of the game got away from them, and unfortunately TEC took those in both hands.
Yeah, I mean that is TYL's first loss on Corrode. They beat Nova on it pretty significantly, 13-4 I think it was against Nova. So they're feeling a little bit rough losing this out. As we see Coco, I mean, one of the stars of this map for sure. So many kills on the lurks, but was so good anchoring sites as well. Not just lurking, finding timings, but anchoring, awareness of those micro timings. Some cool little set plays all across the entirety for both of these teams, right? They've got a lot of these little kind of micro plays to try and find those little advantages over the others. But I absolutely love the KO on this map. If you don't have like a Yoru specialist, if you've got someone that's good at KO instead, having that null command, having that knife to shut down, you know, waylays dashing in off, like after they recall back, to stop them coming back in, to stop the team from following up, it can work so well. And I think we saw some really good work from that KO from Howdong so much. The kill's great as well, as we've come to expect from someone like him, because he is so good. I mean, okay, so some of the kills, like, you know, Odin spamming with a bandit through a smoke, sure. Maybe not all of them are good from Sword 9, but Sword 9, although died quite a lot, as we're seeing there against Dynamite, I think has really come into his own as this info player.
我感觉他们堵了。
我回了。
中路连子都没开啊！这样子你们等我先进 A 包点好吧？走，收回来了。我可以上中路了。我回大。就在中路吧。你可以交，卡斯想 B 通压。听我说，这分我们不去 L 不可以吗？我跑起来了。踩到这。我给包点烟了，你们叫做好补枪，251管就行。方里有人吗 ？L 包有一个的，有一个飞的。右手。我低包了。A 那给那个。A 那个人多吗？小心 L 还有。你们能去跟着 A 那个？我跟。OK， 准备 cover A link 去。哎，左手。 可以收回了，我们可以收 Y 包，行吗？顶家有一个，我要反摸 L 包，现在我要反摸 L 包，你们管正面。小心 A 的 ，L 包没人。我晃这个包低，我给缓。哎，你们俩霓虹幽柔，好像都在啊。去正面。破不了你。封烟了。喷子。低包了。顶家一个。这把大。换死了。1打1。没开一半。You do it, guys!
A lot of energy there. I mean, Coco looking very strong. Like we see, it was Lucas in that clip, right? But I mean, like we talked about it in the moment. Lucas's play on the lurk at the beginning for that first kill, and then coming back towards the site to stop the defuse coming on through. I mean, great work from Lucas, but Coco MVP as we saw there, and I think that's deserved.
Yeah, 1000%. I think Coco is a big part of their attack side success as well. Getting a lot of those massive impact kills, massive impact frags on that attack side. So Lucas with that obviously 1 moment of heroics, but Coco on a moment-to-moment basis, this is the almost conciliatory ace over here, and it was just sharp. The entire time. So held his ground as that Sentinel Viper role that we expect, and was just all over the place, just all over the side of TYL, and even closed out the game as well. So definitely a well-deserved MVP for the side of TEC Coco.
Yeah, Splash 305 ACS. Great numbers. Considering he lost that 25 and 20 is of quite a nice stat line for a Neon player.
I think what's interesting to note is how many 200 plus ACS we have in this game. So we have 5 people 200 ACS. So we spoke about how in the beginning it was very set play, very protocol heavy. Towards the latter part of the game, it just became brawling. It just became fighting for that post plant space. As you can see, 7 out of 9 post plants for TYL were successes, and 6 out of 7 were for TEC. So 16 post plants altogether that were just brawls. 24 first bloods over the entire series, literally the inverse of the scoreline. So it just became a lot of brawling. Who was winning those brawls? Who was winning those big fights? And the fact that we have a single flawless out of 24 rounds shows that on top of it. So the graph we're looking at just now, for those who don't know, white line is average for X agent on X map. So X agent Neon on X map Corrode, and Splash is the red number. So in every metric except KAST, he is above, if not average. So yeah, and that's the losing team. That's TYL who lost map 1. So
I mean, like, if like even though you lose as TYL, you still feel pretty good, right? Coming out of that, you bought it back, you bought it close. Maybe you could have won if a few more shots, a few more rounds had gone just a little bit different. But TEC, they do win out on that first, and I mean, I've got to say, the way that they're playing together, the fact that they were able to stop so much of the aggression with their fundamentals looked very, very good to me, and it makes me kind of consider this might just end up being a 2-0 because they're looking very strong today.
Yeah, potentially. For sure, definitely a 2-0's on the offing, but don't discount TYL, because I think TYL is a very strong side. They just lost 11-13. That's 1 round away from overtime, and that extension of overtime might have made the difference. So, but that's a tale for the next map being Breeze. But for now, we're going to hit the break, and we'll see you guys in a bit.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high-stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn so. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. How will I know if I'm ready? The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. You'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Project Horizon. We had a very close first game there between TYL and Titan Esports Club, but it was a win for the side of TEC on TYL's map pick. So now we are heading to Breeze, where the Titans should be feeling strong, because this is where they wanted to go. So, Rigger, I'm going to ask you, what are we expecting on Breeze? Because after Corrode, we kind of got a feel for how these two teams play. What's going to change when we go to Breeze?
I think the first fundamental thing is the similarity between Breeze and Corrode, because Breeze has been reworked a bit from that 5-site map that everyone had a love-hate relationship with, to now it's just a more simplified 3-lane map. So we're going to be seeing that Viper, we're going to be seeing a lot of that double controller coming through, because with the lack of util and the util changes that happened in the most recent meta, we are seeing just less util, more smokes, and more smokes equals more problems that need to be solved with util. So having that Viper means you can trade out a bit more, but I think we have a pretty similar, I think we have almost mirror comps, no?
I think it was just the Neon and the Jet was different.
Okay.
Yeah, so
we had...
So for TYL, they were playing the Jet, which we've not seen Breeze from them this year. So they're picking up the Jet to go along with that Euro. Whereas for Titans, we've got that Neon and we've got that Euro, which, you know, both Neon and Jet both have their kind of positives on a map like Breeze. Obviously, Jet better with the operator, able to kind of, you know, dash around, execute that little bit faster onto site. But the Neon, with those quick rotates on the defense, that's a big part of why TEC had a very strong defense last time they played this map up against Wolves. Because that was a 13-11, that was very close. And I think the Neon's rotations being just that little bit quicker made all of the difference.
I think also what's important to note is that this is the only comp where it's similar to the last one, where they only have one person who's like a dedicated opper, right? Like Jet is just the op agent. She falls into the style of duelist as like your Reynas, your Chambers, which are escape artists. People that are just really good at being in precarious spots and the right timing, get that kill, get out. And we're going to see BLG is going to be the opening grounds, and Coco once again starts off with the bang. Scales going to find a kill into Abo. Shuts it down almost immediately. Abo being swapped off of that Omen, off of that second controller, and now playing that second duelist. The Scales looking hungry, trying to find one, but Coco not looking to get eaten up today. Lucas finds another kill as the Lucas and Coco show, starting off Breeze, and suddenly from a 5v5, 40 seconds down the line, now a 4v1 in favor of TEC.
Yeah, I mean, it's no surprise that it's Coco and Lucas bringing that out, right? Like, they've just been so consistent, and TEC, not sure where they want to get the spike planted, exploring towards each site, but Dynamite found the A site clearers of quite close to Coco, but look at this position from Dynamite. Just gonna ring around the rosies, get to the A site, maybe as Lucas is crossing, but the spike should go down with relative ease, and Dynamite likely to look down this corridor. Get a potential flank onto Irv, because I mean Irv has a lot to do here. Only 1 star as well. Smokes off that line. Still by himself. Over towards the front of site, spotted by Lucas, and now everyone converges. TEC, they run towards site, look to take the fight to him, and the head found from Dynamite. The high ground always reigns supreme. And I mean, that was not a flawless, but a dominant pistol round.
Yeah, very, very competent start. I think the big thing there is you want to start this game off pacey, right? You want to start off with a lot of control towards a lot of these neutral spaces. And they tried to contest through elbow, trying to fight into it. And just couldn't get it off the ground. They just get mulched by Coco, of all people, trying to contest into that B elbow.
And now a lot of rifles online for TEC. The Marshal as well. No shields on the opposing side, so it's going to be essentially an operator here for Dynamite. A little bit of aggression from TYL. Slowly's got that Sheriff online. Trying to find that little bit of extra space. Splash with the Marshal, able to peek off of any contact that he gets over towards top mid. But TEC, anti-aggression is the name of the game. They don't want to fall into a stack. They don't want to rush or get rushed down from the opposing side. And as they start to lean towards A, I'm a little bit scared, but that's just because, you know, that at the end of the day, Sword 9 and Irv, both very good, and the drone, do they think it's a fake? I think they've just, TYL've made the complete wrong read here.
Yeah, they've been sent to the other side of the map from time alone. They don't have any sentinel util like the Cypher Cam or any kind of passive hold onto the other side of the map. And the only thing that caused them over is the gunshots of the pre-aims and the pre-fires that actually went through. But 5v5 post-plants, time's ticking down, and inferior weaponry for these long range battles that you're going to find to this A side of the map.
Yeah, TYL going to struggle to brute force their way through. The smoke falls, so the Viper wall goes back up, and TEC, they have so much utility just to stall this out, waste the time before the guns they even are drawn. Howdong spots, scales. A Splash actually finds a pick onto Dynamite. That's a great first pick, and Lucas, though, cleans it up. With Abo so low, dashes, slides away back towards the front of site, and Coco cleans it up. So much time wasted, so many kills go the way of TEC, and TYL not expected to win that round, right? But I think I would have liked to see a little bit more damage done.
I think it's we can be critical about the way the round went, but it's also, I think the big thing that cost them this round was that misread. It was a massive misread. They didn't see any B main noise or any B main control, and they just all fully committed to moving to the other side of the map. So yeah, I think that's the reason why they couldn't find the damage. I think they're good enough shooters, and if they put themselves in positions to do it, they would have done it. It's just completely misread the round, misread how the round was supposed to be playing there, and sent themselves on a long walk across the map.
Yeah, but a quick exit from TEC over towards the A site, and Abu swings round through mid site, and an early Hunter's Fury from Lucas takes out his opposing member of Sword 9. Lucas, always the better Sova so far, looked absolutely unstoppable as now the spike goes down, and all of a sudden TEC, who should not have been winning this round in a 5 versus 3 post plant. Abu held towards the back of site, spotted, shoulder peeking, but the wall goes up.
And that's a dink as well. Yeah, that was a dink as well on him.
Very low on health. A Splash dashing around, spinning up drop over towards the top of the box, and dashes over down on to the Neon. But Coco again at the last killer in the round, and TEC, that was their bonus. They should not have had any chance in hell of winning that.
They somehow managed to find a way to win that as well. And even though Abu got dinked in the head, staying alive, I think is going to be a big thing for this game, especially with the reworked breeze and making it slightly easier to hold sites and move it away from the lineup heavy meta of yesteryear. Staying alive is going to be a massive thing. You have a lot more cover to stay around, a lot more spots to be traded by your teammates, and Abu doing a good job staying alive backside, even though he got effectively Goomba stomped by Splash. Managed to keep his life for long enough, and having the Jet have to go and fetch him.
Anti-aggression, the flash is good, and actually slowly getting 2 headshots with the Sheriff. A great start for TYL coming into this round. The aggression, it paid off so well for them on the previous map of Corrode, and it's paying off again as they now explore towards mid. They pick up the guns as well. Sova drone towards A finds nothing. And now I'm worried for Dynamite. That TP, it's not going to get him out alive. He's going to have to fight his way out if he wants to survive. Oh,
doesn't manage to fight his way out as Coco once again lighting up the kill feed as Coco and Lucas. Once again, these two players are deadlifting the side of TEC right now, and it is a team project. Unfortunately, it loses their stalwart, their 9-0 king. Coco falls, dances slowly, and Lucas in a 1v2. He has time, but it's dwindling away. Can he make it? Can he make it to site? Can he make it to B? He does decide that B is the place that he wants to get the spike down. With Splash and slowly still playing backside, Sword 9 playing on towards A side, conflict is inevitable.
We'll get a 1 versus 1 though, and again slowly. I don't know, Lucas has been so on fire, but the time is so low. He's going to have to tap the spike, and you can see Sword 9 already rotating over. He gets the spike fully down, committing. Slowly allows that to happen, but oh, what a swing, a 180 from Lucas. How on earth does he do that? And now it's a 1 versus 1. Sword 9. A Sheriff that could potentially get this kill onto Lucas, but Lucas's rotation is perfect. Surely unexpected. Sword 9 can't expect this to be where he's waiting. He's not looking. The gun barrel spot, and Lucas wins it out. A 1 versus 2. Oh my god, what a round.
What a play, what a play, what a round from Lucas. Fun, he obviously, it was a bit belabored, and off the back of these two first bloods, you think that the round is pretty much sold, but Coco comes back, lights up the round to kill feed with his heroics. Lucas comes through, finds one great shot, repositions in such a rapid manner that the play is just sort of foregone. The guy just walks into his crosshair and the round's done. So TEC firing on all cylinders right now, and TYL having to chase. Absolutely having to chase this now. It was a lot harder from upper bracket, knocks into middle bracket, and now it's seeming like a knockdown, drag out sort of roll on against TEC.
Yeah, and I mean, like another going into round 5 timeout from TYL. This is essentially becoming their signature up against TEC because they're putting so much pressure on. Like TEC, they never let up, right? It's always just boot to the throat, push it down. Make your opponent's fear go around any corner. And I mean, I love that Lucas and Coco, yes, okay, it might have been a little bit baiting their team over towards spawn, sure. Coco, I understand he was lurking, but Lucas, he was just in spawn for a little bit too long. But the fact that they then fought out towards mid together, swinging, the fundamentals still there, was why they were able to bring that back to that 2 versus 2. And I mean, I don't know what to say about Lucas. Like, this man is just so good. But Splash now has the operator. Over towards mid, yes. So potentially not going to have too much impact in this round. And Coco's got the ult, the Viper's Pit. So if they can get B site, they can shut down this operator on the retake and keep the round snowballing for TEC.
Yeah, and how are they going to navigate this though? Oh, the fast hits. Yeah, that's a start. That's an intricate gap in the neon wall. A bit of geometry that Scales is looking to play with. Scales potentially looking to go huge here. Shock dart lands at his feet and Abba shoots him in the back. Summary execution as the Viper's Pit gets committed onto the B main, a tomb where the spike now lies resting. It's a 5v4 in favor of TEC, and operator in hand, dimensional drift being committed here. Can they win their way through here? Swordhi's gonna find a kill into Coco. Viper's Pit drops as a result. Dynamite standing in the smoke, finds 1 kill, Splash, and slowly in Sword finds 2 kills here. Dynamite not being able to trade out fast enough. Abo trying to even up the numbers a bit more. Slides, finds 2 with the spray transfer. And TYL put a round on the board.
Yeah, I mean, that was a tricky round to win. I was almost shouting at them to go save when they were going in for that 4 versus 5 with the Viper's Pit and the operator in hand, but they managed it. I mean, great work from Abo just to open that up, right? But TYL just spamming in, following off the back of the dimensional drift to take down Coco. The Viper's Pit then out, and I mean, Irv with the 180 spin and the anger, the frustration really coming out from the TEC coaches. They know they should have won that round, but they've got the money still. They built up a bank from those early round wins, so that's positive. They're able to keep buying, look to win, get the 5th round on the board here if they'd like to. And I mean, Coco's 9-2, Lucas 7-1. Like, you know that you've got the players. If they've got the guns, they're able to do it. As TEC, they go exploring. Splash with the op on this line. An important duel, and actually Splash, despite the angle disadvantage, wins that fight out. Gets out. No damage done and re-peeks into the line. Completely dry and falls. That's a bit unfortunate. Slowly TP's back. They can't lose any more numbers. Is this a 4 versus 4? No op. And I think we're going to see a little bit of a round reset here from TEC. Slow down and decide where they want to hit.
And it seems like it's going to be towards this B side of the map. Is like you mentioned, that op disadvantage kill is actually a massive opener, because I think a lot of their play hinged on them getting that top mid control and snowboarding that into some kind of A split, it looked like. But with that person dying in elbow, with the operator now dying top mid, mid is now a no man's land. Coco's the only one who occupies it, as it seems like it's going to be a B hit here. But the Viper player, in terms of Scales, is not having any of it. He doesn't want to get onto it. He wants to place it for a contact angle, as spots it, shots go awry, but info is gained. And TEC manages to win their way into elbow, clearing out assiduously the back of the site. Going for the plant. Tao Dong working one step closer towards that ulti.
Yeah, but Coco, oh, I love this late angle, but Scales was watching it, the Guardian. At the long range wins that out, and now the retake absolutely possible. The overdrive as well as the snakebite comes in. The cosmic divide looking to try and secure site, force this fight out. And Abu, first kill, slowly falls 3 versus 3 as they push towards backside. Scales with the Guardian is so clean. The overdrive dash does absolutely nothing, and the peek through the cosmic divide of wins it out. Such a clean retake. And now, I mean, now we've really seen TYL start to come into their own on this map. It feels like they've warmed up now.
Yeah, 1000%. And well, I think so hear me out. I think in one way, the side of TYL has warmed up. I think what they're doing is they're playing for a lot more discipline. They're not playing as heavy flood as they were playing before, as heavy anchor. They're very content with finding one side of the map, holding one side of the map, and then playing off on the other side of the map. I think that's the difference. I don't think it's necessarily them warming up into the game per se, and more just them having a better understanding of how they are losing the previous rounds, which was playing that heavy anchor and full retake. Opposed to this side, opposed to the last couple of rounds, they're playing just, hey, let's fight B main early. Let's see if we can get some damage done. This round, hey, let's fight through elbow, see if we can shut down any kind of B split early, and then hold onto A. So definitely, I think a mind shift change is what's giving TYL a lot of their wins, because they're good shooters. They have been good shooters this entire series. Just the fights that they're choosing and the precedents that they're placing on certain positions on the map has shifted dramatically.
It really has. I couldn't see if they were able to get that operator online again as well. I imagine they were able to pick it up from Halls, and yeah, Splash has got it.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, didn't even have to splash out the cash. And now TEC, they've still got this buy. This will probably be an eco round next if they can't win this out. And I mean, we've seen what happens when TYL take the momentum back from TEC. They can go on a little bit of a round run. Spamin finds nothing, a nice high dart. But the stun forces Sword9 back. Shock darts. Cancels the drone, actually. A great shot.
Yeah, it does chip damage. Yeah, it did chip damage to Lucas.
Really nice work. Stopping the drone, finding any more info. There could still be some perched up close. There's not. But TEC don't know that. Dimensional Drift, though, will surely clear it out. Runs on through. Spots out the Euro towards the back of site. But the spam slowly somehow wins it out. Doesn't manage to TP out, though. There's now the site. The right-hand side of it's been taken, but there's no more Viper Toxin, so the wall is down. This means TYL, they can rush in. The retake can come in very quick if they're able to. Oh, the up through the wall. I think it just hit the metal behind. Looking to try and find it, misses, and the Hunter's Fury again. We've seen how much damage this can do, and held on with the Guardian. Back and forth, but now it's just Sword9. The retake, the first kill, a lot of damage done onto Dynamite. But Lucas is opposing number over towards main. He's already used his Hunter's Fury. Shock dart. A nice little ratty lineup. I love it. Sword9's pushing aggressive though, looking for the pick. The spam through the box is so close to taking him down. But the time is gone, so all he can do is find a kill. Pick up a gun, go into the next round, but TEC, they got their 5th.
That was a very neat lineup for those shock darts, actually.
Yeah, I love that.
That was actually a nice one to look at. But yeah, what do you think went wrong? I argue that Hunter's Fury was a bit premature. I don't think it found as much value as it could have. But from the defender's side, I think that they played in way too early. They felt like there were still people rotating over and that weren't completely ready for the retake to happen. And those kills just sort of fell and people just slotted into spots opposed to executing as in unison.
Yeah, it felt just a little bit discombobulated, to use one of my favorite words. And now TEC keeping the round advantage quite heavily in their favor. Splash, shorty, yes, but still got his knives, so he's able to take some good duels. And you know, we can hit the heads, but that TP was probably heard. So they know it's coming over towards the B site. Splash leaves mid, converges towards main. The drone immediately heard. We're going to see a dash. Yeah, we're going to see an updraft. Come around the corner looking for something, but the slide is so good. Splash does find one, but Lucas is just so clean with the Guardian. This man can do absolutely no wrong, regardless of the gun he's got. but they are halted. They're stopped. The orb, the snake bite, slows them down. Scales did a good job to try and push this team back. There's ships in the night. Scales, he saw Haodong, and Haodong does go down. And now the site under control of TEC. The spike's going to go down, but Scales potentially looking to sneak in a little bit quick, a little bit early. TEC, are you aware of this? Are you ready? No, they're not. Scales just cleans up 2 HP. The regen shield are going to come back online as well, and it's just down to Coco. I mean, this man's done some magic, but the spike's the other side of the box. He's got to clean up multiple first, but no. I mean, what a round from Scales. MVP there.
Yeah, actually, insane. I thought he was going to kill him with like one burst, the way they were lined up and how much timing he had. But definitely a very good run. I think the big point here was Splash managing to get that 1 kill under pressure is, I think, one of the big saving graces. And Scales obviously getting those 3 kills, but managing to get your 1 and get out, especially in a double duelist configuration like this, where you're so util light. Every single death matters, and your death has to mean for something. And Splash managing to find 1 kill despite multiple opposition, multiple targets in a target-rich environment, helped Scales get those little bits of success there.
Now a low buy for TEC. Bandits, Sheriffs across the board. No ults to speak of either. The opposing side, TYL, they're pretty comfortable here. Good guns, good ults, good utility, and they're on the defense. And that orb, thank you for showing that, observers. In the middle of nowhere, a wasted Viper orb there. As this looks like a B exec. The stun is pretty good. Scales though, slowly, still on site, able to anchor, hold down the site itself, and it's only the Neon. As the A site, it's being contacted up into the insert of the Neon. Potentially good, but Irv is so good on the site. Apple finds 1 and Splash. Eventually Irv goes down, but the spike is in the middle of nowhere. Splash found such a good kill onto the Sova and finds the next 2. So clean with the Outlaw.
That's a timeout. That's a timeout if I've ever seen one. That round didn't make sense in any way, shape, or form. They seem to want to do a B fake insert into an A main hit off of while having spike towards B side of the map, then rotate the spike over back to A. It didn't really make sense the way they wanted to go about that round. Doesn't make sense in retrospect. This timeout needs to be called. They're not going to opt for it. A bit of miscommunication. I wonder how much that Viper orb missing played into that play being called the way it was. As 2 shots get fired and no bodies drop. A Splash having to dip dive, duck, dodge, and dodge to get out of there. As it looks like we're playing towards B side of the map once again, side of TEC, having elbow control, having bowl of bot mid control, and consistently playing for their the site space that they're actively getting. So Viper's pit towards B side, Spike towards A side. Score is currently 4-5 in favor of Titan Esports Club.
Yeah, but I like this early line from Slowly. He's got his TP out of there. It should be expiring any moment now. So yeah, he takes it. Has to leave that early line as the smoke's recalled. And I think that's going to alert TEC that now there's nothing in main anymore. And there's no Sova, no Sword 9 with the shocks to stop this drone if it does come on through. Yeah, drone comes on through, spots out slowly. We see the TP, the gate crash being sent towards the back of site. It's not been taken, it's been faked, the clone. Spotted, but a good recon, so much damage. The flash is good, but Abu is there. TEC securing themselves the site, securing themselves the plant. Hunter's Fury trying to stop it, to slow it down. No damage, no picks founded, but the stall is still very good. Look at where Haodong is. Scales, I think he's aware. He's got that spidey senses tingling. A bit of damage done as Scales snakebite. Haodong swings around into the crosshair, into the bullets. The splash. No scope doesn't work out. It's a nice try, but now it's just Sword 9 alive. A nice headshot onto Lucas through the wall. 7 HP. Hunter's Fury back online for him though. His 3rd of this half already. Sword 9 has so much to work through. The two duelists falling down the line, swinging together. One dies. The second actually dies immediately after. Lucas is so low. Sword9 taps the spike. Hunter's Fury. He knows he's got this secured. 7 HP and a round win for Lucas. The third Hunter's Fury finding better than the second. And I mean, what a way to win out another round.
I think what you saw that round in the beginning was why people pick Viper on this map, right? So we watched the Yoru trying to flash into that zone, trying to catch anyone blind. And the minute they backed off, there's so much time for the attackers to just reposition into that spot once again. That the time the second flash goes, you're double facing. You're double facing the executors. Yeah, still giving it. Absolutely giving it. We do love hearing players being passionate about a craft that they spend so many hours into, and yeah, absolutely giving it, having a bit of fun, relishing the fact that they are superstars for the day, and that everyone's there to watch them play. But the big focus here now, not the trash talk, not the smack talk, is towards this A side of the map that TEC really desperately wants, and they are getting relatively uncontested. However, Dimensional Drift being popped, looking to play spoiler here, as Coco's going to find the first kill, but traded out by Splash almost immediately. Irv wanting to get in on it. Finds a kill here, as Spike has been dropped. Spike's in no man's land, caught in between transitory space here. Gets reclaimed, gets picked up, going back to default plants as Dynamite trying to commit the Spike down here, as post-plant position set up. Coco and Coco and Dynamite playing on site, as TYL very favored here, having a lot of the numbers.
Yeah, the 4 versus 3. It's looking like it should go TYL's way, but TC, they've pulled out magic from these angles, but it's going to be hard. Coco going down. Howdong, the last one alive, but he can't find it. This TYL, they want to even up this round. They want to bring it to a 6-6 half if possible. We've not seen this map from TYL before, right? This is the first time we're seeing it this year, and I mean, probably the first time in a very, very long time. I don't know if they've ever played it because of how the map pool's been. Let's have a look.
What was the last time Breeze? Was Breeze here when EDG won champs?
Oh god, that's a question. They have played this map. They have played this map before, but this was a historically very bad map for TYL. Only won 1 out of 9 of the times they've played it.
And the last time they played was 2024, I'm assuming then.
Yes, it was, yeah.
Okay, because I'm wondering, was Breeze around? Was Breeze removed before China became franchised, or was their franchise year with Breeze? That's a very interesting tidbit, if anyone can find that out for me. But yeah, as we have a similar default to the one that failed them the other time, the one that I was so critical about. B main fighting is the overdrive is being committed, and that's an adjustment. But despite drops A main, the play's been given up, and the overdrive is going to find 2, looking for the third. Abo marching with the extension. Slide, he's running out of overdrive, running out of steam very, very quickly. Sheriff in hand, looking to fight here slowly. Getting it picked up. He's getting pressured from both sides as Dynamite finds slowly an A site. Wide open, but Splash looking to play spoiler, finds Dynamite, but Dynamite gets the better in the trade there, as all eyes on Scale once again. Can Scale replicate some of the heroics from the last time? Finds the first kill. It's a start, the intro to the story, the intro to the comeback. On the eyes of Scale. Swings back sights, takes another step, tries to find another one, can't find anything. Knows that Dynamite's behind him. Trying to poke and prod, see if anyone makes a misstep, and he takes the misstep. Spring goes to trap, and Dynamite finds him. It's a score 7-5 at the half, I think.
Yeah, a 7-5 half, and I mean, I love this play. The Neon Stun and the Astra Stun, all of the Astra utility in this round was absolutely phenomenal from Howdong. Set up so many kills. Set up that entire round win with that mid pop. And I love that. Bringing that out, it's so unexpected in the last round of the half, right? Bringing out this massive switch in tempo, this nice little combo of utility over towards top mid, because you know that's where Sword9 is droning from most of the time, right? You've probably pinged it out of the map, you've heard where the drone is coming from. So as soon as that kind of protocol is triggered, being able to just pounce off of the back of it and go and get that kill, such a nice way to open it up, and it flips the entire map, because when you're defending A site from main, from Link, and from your own spawn, which now has 2 ways of entry into it without that door having to open, it becomes so impossible to hold. And I mean, I love that from TEC. A way to secure themselves the lead at the end of that half.
So, we come to halftime of the game, and it is currently 7-5 in favor of Titan Esports Club. You know that they are going into attack this half. What would you like to see? The only thing I don't want to see is those overtly complicated defaults that we saw glimpses of. But what do you want to see from the side of TYL now that they're attacking?
I mean, like, the comp is very different to what they ran on Corrode, right? They are going to go a bit more aggro, I would imagine, fighting over that kind of like first layer of space quite quickly. But honestly, what I really want to see from them is just pressure. Like, we saw how they put pressure on Corrode on that second half. I want to see more of that pressure. Just never letting up, not allowing TYL a space to breathe, a space to think. Not necessarily playing the best macro game, not necessarily playing the best set plays, but just pressure. Because if you don't allow TYL time to think, if you don't allow them time to come back and work out how to counter you, well, they can't do anything. I mean, like Coco and Lucas, Coco, despite looking incredible at the start of that half, wasn't able to really find a good spot before. So for TEC, Coco's now anchoring. And this is where he looks so strong on Corrode.
Yeah, solo. I think it's also the prevalence of having more Sentinel players just adopting the Viper role. You're having a lot more site anchoring experience being forced onto an agent that is very good at delaying and holding their own ground with their own smokes. So Zappa's going to find one. Coco's going to contribute to the kills as the site hits get shut down immediately. There's no hope, there's no chance of getting back into the B side of the map. However, the boon that the side of TYL has is that they didn't drop Spike when they went for that double dive. However, they've lost both their duelists as an exchange.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be so hard to burst towards a site hit now. And you can see already Scales looking over towards A. He's going to try and find some space. But Howdong's still there. And Dynamite's able to support very quickly from mid if he needs to. Howdong taking this very back line, right? Securing backside to make sure that his team can come in for the retake. Here's the dart coming in, pops the smoke, but will he be aware of how close Scales is on the other side of yellow? Sees the leg, but actually Scales gets the advantage, wins that out. I'm not sure how that happened, but the spike goes down with 14 seconds left as the retake comes on in. TEC, the duelist, swinging around the corner. Dynamite takes down the Viper. It's just Sword 9 and Irv. No recon. It's going to have to rely on the shots. The opposing recon spots out nothing, but no information is a lot of information. The Sword 9 takes down Abu and Irv. A 2 versus 2. The time ticks lower. Irv, all he's got to do is waste time. A nice little shot onto Coco, and now it's just Dynamite left. They're both so low, but Dynamite's watching the wrong way. As the clutch comes through, the standing up. Go on and sit down as TYL, they get themselves to 6. Such a crucial pistol round win for them.
Yeah, and it came on the back of some really good shooting from Irv. Some excellent shooting from Irv. Actually you mentioned 1 HP, he was 45 HP, that's 55, a sheriff shot, body shot, that's 55 damage, he's just gone. Any crosshair on target finds a kill there, and Irv found 3. Found 3 crosshair on targets, and Ever the Stalwart finds 3 kills in that post plant, and side of TYL reaps the benefits of such immaculate shooting on their pistol round. But how do they translate this into further wins? They're going for a full Bulldog buy with 1 dropped buy on the side of TYL into Ecos.
Yeah, but the site execute, it comes into the stack, but it doesn't matter. Slowly is so clean. The flash and slowly dodges it, hits the headshot onto the opposing Euro, and immediately TYL take the site, get the spike down. And I mean, Coco's good. Abu hits a nice shot there onto Scales. Stop this being a flawless, but that was only a ghost. No Bulldogs lost yet. It's now the retake. Oh, I mean, this is going to be so difficult. Just look for kills. Try and find some kind of advantage, but slowly is holding the line. An ace on the board potentially for him. As he's going hunting, you can hear the crowd in the background cheering him on. He's looking, he's hunting. There's Coco playing like a little rat towards mid, wanting to stop this ace from coming in. Splash, I'd expect, would do it. Oh no, Coco gets the kill, slowly no ace, and Splash does clean it up. One Bulldog lost, and sadly no ace for TYL, but they get the round win.
Coco wouldn't let him have it. Coco's a spoil sport. He knew it was coming, but he's like, over my dead body. Finds a really good shot there. Yeah, the mechanics dialed in it slowly, coming alive on the second half of the map. Yeah, that turn of the flash, the turn to find the first one, turning back, turning around to dodge the flash. The APM literally off the charts when it comes to how slowly maneuvered that first couple of corners, first couple of challenges, and TYL brought it within 7 and slowly has ulti on round 3, commits the dimensional drift instantaneously. Oh, the Howdong almost got the timing correct. Yeah, but set on all sides by our position as Dynamite's the only person who can find a kill there. Onto from backside. Dynamite looking for another one, gets stunned. The relay bolt finds purchase. There's so many smokes, a cacophony of smokes. The Zen diagram with obfuscation. Is Lucas trying to find any other challenges? Finds the play backside player, finds another one as Irv shuts down Lucas, but 2v1 and Coco's the man of the moment here.
Yeah, Coco could do this. He's done things like this before, but Irv, it's his first duel. Sword9 is 25 HP, very low. The jump spot spotted, and he hits Sword9 in the water. Damage done to both. He's still full HP. Sword9 taken down. There's a star on the spike. Got to tap. Got to bait the pull out early. Oh, such discipline from Irv. Waiting, only doing the pull on the second tap. Pulls him off of it, vulnerable up. The spam from Irv could be glorious, but he just swings on through. Coco comes off the spike at the right time, takes down Irv. And the defuser's going to come through. That looked like it should have been a bonus round, but what a clutch. Oh, and face in hands. Despair.
Oh no. Oh, they did everything correct, but they forgot about the Coco factor. They've literally, as a coach, there's not much else you can say. There's not much else you can do. You did it as written, you did the play as it was. One solo swing, you think it's okay. The second solo swing, and suddenly the round's just done. It just explodes around you as Coco. Another 1v2, another clutch on the board. Keep an eye on Coco going into the season. Definitely someone who has shown this kickoff that he is capable, if given the opportunity, if given the space, to be pulling these clutches for miraculous moments as the caster curse giveth and the caster curse taketh away. I apologize for my transgressions, Coco. I will send you your check in the mail.
And now TYL, they've secured site. And I think TEC is just going to save. You lose Coco like that. The site gets taken, the spike goes down. You've got 3 members over towards A. There's not much else you can do. You sit back, you wait. You hide behind your Viper's wall as Scales. I think he's clocked it. I think he's realised there's no one coming through mid, so they're probably saving. So he's going to go hunting. Wants to ruin the economy of TEC wherever possible. It's a nice little slight off angle from Lucas. Potentially unexpected as Scale swings in. Yeah, Lucas is good for it. No one else from TYL looking to go hunting. Round secured, 8 on the board. They're tied even. Oh, this is getting close.
Yeah, very, very close game going the distance, but we expect that from these two teams. We expect TYL versus TEC because the last one went to 11-13. The only difference between this one and the last one is there is no comeback. It is just a very stable game across the board. I think, what is the half? 7-5? So
7-5,
minus, yeah, so +2 in favor of TEC is that timeout's being committed. Rightly so. You kind of want to be getting that timeout, plot your next couple of rounds because as these rounds tick on, we get closer and closer to the end. You know, we get closer and closer to the more penultimate rounds. You get closer and closer to match points. So you're going to be taking these timeouts at a time where you know you have time to adjust. You have room for the mistakes to happen, and I think this timeout was predicated by the fact that your person who clutched the previous round, Coco, died first. I think that's the first indication that something needs to be that we need to pause. We need to come back to center, reset a bit more. When our players who are doing the star things, I mean, everyone's aware of our stars are dropping first and dropping so early. So definitely a good timeout. There are potentially other factors that we cannot hear, like comms, etc. But your star player in the moment, your big player in the your big game player in big game moments, dying first is definitely an indication that something needs to just pause, reset, come back to center, and try again.
Try again they will, but TEC, they've got a Thrifty on their hands. An awkward buy. 3 rifles. No overdrive for Abo. Unless he hits something nice with this bandit. As B-site, Coco in the same place he was when he died before. The sheriff spam through the smoke, finds nothing, and he dies immediately. Same location, same way. And it's the same round. Splash dashes in, updraft. And everything on site. TEC's defense, it's all gone awry. The spike's gonna go down. And I mean, TEC, you've got a lot to work into. Locus, spearhead of the charge, brings it back into even somehow, somewhere. Scales on a very late flank, but Irv, so clean, the perfect timing. Howdong, Bulldog, good. It's slowly though. Only 2 players on the retake on the back of site. Is it being watched for? It's not. Slowly sprays down onto the diffuser. And the person that was meant to be protecting them, holding them, keeping them alive. A really nice round there. Same kind of round from TYL, no real changes from them. But it's nice to see what their post plant looks like, even when it's pressured by someone like Lucas. Oh.
Isn't that a similar round to the one we saw on the reverse? Didn't the exact same thing happen to TYL? The lined up double headshot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it happened to you once, so you kind of know what to anticipate the second time.
Oh, quick exec towards A though. It's a fake. Splash doesn't have the spike. Just pulling the rotates out of B. Look at that. B site almost completely empty. It's only going to be Coco. He's going to take the brunt of the force, and actually the Neon. TEC are aware. They know what's happening. Dynamite takes down Splash and realizes he's the only one there. Abo sees the Euro and the clone. Fastlane trying to escape, try and keep alive for as long as possible. A nice recon dart. Spots out where the Astra is, and the Hunter's Fury from Lucas again nets a kill. So much damage.
Coco mid-side as well.
Yeah, it's out in the open. Scales got to try and find something, but Coco's anchoring. He's dancing, prancing around the site, around the smokes. Oh, and he's just taken down. It's only down to Sword 9. TEC. They live in the chaos, in the mess. Sword 9 doesn't have the spike. He can't get to it. And TEC, they have every angle covered. Sword 9 got to find a good timing, but Howdong. Perfect from tunnel. Such a nice cleanup, and this is what we see from TEC. When it gets into chaos, when it gets into the mud, that's where they shine.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it also, we spoke about it a while ago, about the veterancy of this TEC roster. Howdong was the coach, or was one of the coaches for EDG's 2024 champs winning run.
Yeah.
So of course he's someone who thrives in chaos. Of course his teams are going to be a team that thrives in the chaos of trades dropping, bodies dropping, bullets flying, right? So to see the TEC weathering that chaos, creating a bit of their own as well, making a statement on that equalizing round once again.
Yeah, 9-9. It's so close. It's so tough. The drone heard Howdong smokes. TEC, they're not able to secure the site, not able to anchor it. The Viper's pit on the other side of the map, though, they knew it was coming this way. As the spike's going to go down relatively safely. Hunter's Fury from Sword 9 just to enable this to go down. Make sure no one can stop it. No tags, though. As Howdong falls to scale spam through the wall. Great work with Sword 9. He also goes as a 4 versus 4. Retake Splash only has a Bucky, but it's pretty good when you're in this kind of post plant with this cosmic divide shutting down so many angles. Oh, the drone spotted slowly. The clone broken. He has to TP out of there, but the Bucky is better than the judge, and it gets 2. Splash is so clean with it. And TEC, I mean, they've got to leave. Coco and Lucas, you're both so good at this, but the time is running low, and Scales takes down the Sova. So the Viper, who used the pit on B, who's died first a couple of times, is not going to die this round. Save into the next as TYL, they get up to 10. They take the lead. And now TEC, they're wandering, they're trembling. They don't have any more timeouts either. So they've got to do this all themselves.
And I think you want to be having some kind of big round. You have to ask yourself, what went wrong? Oh, that's never mind.
That's what went wrong.
Yeah, that's what went wrong. A shot through the smoke finds a scalp and takes it smooth off. So the side of TEC struggling a bit here on the back end of the second half. However, we said that before and they equalized. I think it's less TEC struggling and more TYL just thriving on this defensive side, having better ideas about how they want the rounds to be played and how they're using the Astra specifically as part of their kit. As an early aim fight.
Yeah, but a bit of damage done, but that's all about it. TEC, they've only got the pistols. They've got Dimensional Drift online for slowly. We've seen them use this over towards the A site before. So potentially expecting the same even on a Thrifty, because if they can get the spike down, they can get Scales as Viper's pit up if he plays with his team. And yeah, he does. Dimensional Drift over towards site, spots out a fair few members, holding inside the smoke, but Lucas does fall TEC. What are you gonna do with this? Because you've got to find some kills, you've got to find something, but slowly is just shutting you out. Coco and Howdong alone. No Lucas to do this. Coco's got the Phantom. Saved in from last. Potentially needed to save into this as well. TYL, they're going up to 11. Only 2 away.
It's hard as well. There's 2 people on site that you have to deal with. You have to deal with the player mid as well. Like, there's so much that could potentially go on here. Yeah, there's the death knells. The death knells are ringing. As round 11 all but secured, just waiting for time, is what's going wrong? It's an A main shutout, right? It's just they're losing. They're not taking as much space as they want on A main. They're spending so much util trying to fight it, albeit it was an eco, but the eco amounted to just a backside fight anyway. So how does TC fix this? TYL's not going to time out. They're not going to give them time. So how do you, as a player in the moment, make the adjustments necessary to bring this round or bring this game within a more tenable state?
You've just got to start winning your duels. I can't lie, TEC. That's how they won Corrode, right? They were just better at the duels. The macro is relatively even between the two teams. TEC have just got to find a way to win out their fights. Stop TYL from getting so secure onto site, because when you're trying to push through a Viper's wall, you're decayed, you're blind, it's so tricky to see anything. Dynamite does have the operator online over towards B. TP's back towards A, that's where the drone is, that's where the fight seems like it's happening. Howdong again, just taken out immediately. Dies alone for nothing. Damage done, yes. A lot of damage, yes. But the Viper's Pit comes out and somehow Lucas takes down Sword 9. Spike plant comes in a little bit late. And now in this post plant, TYL, they're feeling pretty comfortable. A lot of damage done, yes. Scales hiding over towards main though. And this Viper's Pit is going to cause so much difficulty for TEC on their retake. And the spam from Splash, actually, that's just enough. He's looking for the ace and he finds it. The dash in. What an ace from him. The Viper's Pit, it didn't even matter when you got someone like Splash shooting.
Finally, I think that we've been long overdue an ace, no? Splash was due on rifle round, first rifle this half, and he finally got one, and what an ace it is as well. Yeah, what an ace. Good shooting on the third and fourth, and finally the fifth one, just tees it up, antes it up, and puts it away. As we go into match point, yeah, the Sky Motor match point. What do you want to see here? What's the adjustment you can make? You can't really adjust if you're not shooting. That's the idea. You can't, if you're just losing your gunfights, there's no adjustment that you can make besides just throw more bodies at the problem. But you have to find out the number of bodies and a finite number of resources, and that can be rapidly diminishing, as it just did right now, as 2 players in elbow just fall before the round even matures. And it's just a 5v3 immediately. You pick and choose. You can go B with 5 people, you overwhelm at a ratio of 4-1. You can go A with 5 people and you are just slightly more even, but it's very precarious. Can Lucas pull off some characteristic heroics? The splash sits down Lucas. Coco and Audong on the other side of the map. The Cosmic Divide contributes to the round, and so is the stun, but there's no players to swing off of it. No bodies in sight. Spike gets planted and has an opportunity to warm up a bit before the bomb even gets to a point where it becomes dangerous and even a factor. But 5v2 in favor of TYL, and things are looking pretty dire if you're a TEC fan.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to map 3, split the decider on at the horizon, because slowly are holding this line unchecked, unnoticed, and cleans it up. A 13-9 victory on their opponent's map pick as we go 1-1, and we are heading to split.
Yeah, hell of a game from the side of TYL. I think hell of a game from Splash. I would be very, very surprised if Splash isn't just the MVP of this game. Had a barnstormer of a game, had a barnstormer of attack side as well, and that Jet coming into more relevance. I'm glad to see that the map pool is not as antagonistic to Jet as it was in the past. It's very nice to see more duelists in the pool. It's very nice to see a lot more players on their comfort, as Jet was an agent that a lot of players, especially pro duelists, got their shine on, you know. So a lot of comfort coming into here, a lot more opping, and this breeze side of the map remains attacker sided in the current meta, as people are still figuring out how they want to play this game.
Yeah, but I mean, I loved a lot of the ideas that we saw out there. TEC started this map so strong, but then they just started to fumble that half, and as soon as it went to the second, as soon as it went to their defense, it felt like they were unable to really hold anything down. Like, they weren't able to hold the sights. Their retakes were good if Coco and Lucas were shooting well, but kind of like that's about it. And I mean, you know, Coco and Lucas, they have standout rounds like this. They have so many good moments. Like, this was just such a round from Lucas. But to still lose after feeling like that, after winning out rounds like that, that's going to be stuck on your mental as you go to map 3. And oh yeah, there we go. There's the round that was mirrored in the second half. As TYL fans, well, you get your chance at redemption. You get your chance to stop yourselves going down to that lowest bracket.
Yeah, one more chance at life here is TYL. I think they traded map picks, by the way.
Yeah,
I think this was TEC's map ban or map pick, and Corrode was TYL's. So coming into this training map ban, so we go to our decider, I think, which is Bind. So definitely an exciting game.
Yeah, exciting.
开爆模式，我脸上一个，两个，见了，我回了，接走了。看我下一包模式，哎，我来，我右边可能有一个，别进了，我一下了，我没有大招，看我了，就帮了，我都在，我回来开大包了，帮你下包，准备穿我好吧，我这边开大了，好，好，听到吗？听，先走一步，底下一个，这边地下那个，我大包你，这边这里，上，这里一个，往那上呢，两个，再杀一个，混死一个，两点，两点，去白台，我正去吧，我丢点上，这边那个，有后顶，眼里一个，左边这个眼里一个，还有一个右路，往那个地下，底线一个，底线出来，底线要过来，贴墙了，贴过来了，来，帮点，眼狙，包你猜包我，猜包，标点狙，我标点位置 ，nice。
Splash.
The excitement after such a nice retake there. One out with a beautiful 180 kill as well. I mean, who else could it be other than Splash? Like, Splash is so clean with it. And look at these lethal zones. Look at that. I love it. We're getting hot heat maps out here.
So for those who don't know what lethal zone is, it's just any spot where he is lethal. Yellow means that he is very good. Orange means he is better there. So just how oftentimes or something lethal happened in those spots. And A side of the map was just Splash's zone. He went A like a duck out of water, and he just would duck in water rather. It just felt very comfortable, looked very, very confident, and a lot of these moments and the big moments that we'll ever highlight in the series go to just him being very, very sharp off the gun, on the gun, in his movements and his micro and macro as well. So, yeah, couldn't be anyone else besides Splash. Genuinely couldn't be anyone else besides Splash, as he had a barnstormer game. Got an ace as well. Man, got his team another map, another chance at winning this series.
Yeah, I like overall, like it had to be him, right? Like you say, there was so many moments that he was just popping off, but that ace was so good, and the confidence to just dash into your opponents and kill them out. On the other side, it's Lucas, right? The guy that won that clutch, the guy that consistently is getting 2 kills around, getting usually a kill with his ult as well. Like Lucas is just so good, and I mean, both of these teams, especially as we head over to Split, I think we're feeling pretty even between them. Howdong, okay, maybe not up there with the kills, but this man's utility. He got so many round wins based off of his stuns and his pulls for his team that, like, you know, you don't need him to pop off. You just need him to keep doing what he's good at.
15 first kills. 15 first kills for the side of TYL. But yeah, like, I mean, this is a lot less puggy. This one felt slightly more structured. I don't know how you felt about it as well. At least on a coordination and like micro fundamental sort of standpoint. This one felt a lot more puggy, or a lot less puggy, felt a lot more team based, with Spear just being or Splash being the tip of the spear for TYL there. As we're going to take a look at Lucas. He's someone who's building a narrative around himself. The only thing that he struggled on in terms of the average server stats on Breeze was just his KST. So the amount of times he killed, got an assist, survived, or traded someone was just over 50% when it should be towards 70%. But we're going to see, we have a lot more stories bringing up. We have Coco now to talk about. We have Splash to talk about now, the duelist from TYL, and also we have Lucas. So who's the fourth person? Maybe there's a fourth factor. One more ace in the hole for the side of TYL that's going to bring this game into contention, or potentially a third member on the side of TEC that's going to bring this series home.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see, but it's going to be on map 3. So we'll see you after this break for Split.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn so. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. How will I know if I'm ready? The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you burn right through my soul, burning like a wildfire, dying on the miser. Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my
Welcome back, everyone, to map 3 of TEC versus TYL. I'm joined today by super sub, an awesome person in general, Nari Mizuki. It's Rigor and Nari Mizuki, the two South Africans today, as we're going to bring you into the final map, which is Split. How are you feeling, Sam?
Yeah, you know what? I decided that we'd heard enough about Echo, so I've come and stolen their spot here on the broadcast. And you know what? Seeing that it was going all the way to a third mapper, it felt like just the perfect opportunity to dive straight in. Because I think after looking at that first map, I was a little bit surprised to see us go all the way into the third map scenario here. But I'm glad to see that there's a little bit of tenacity, and we're seeing a very strong performance from both of these teams. And you know, from particular individuals as well, seeing Splash absolutely popping off over the course of the last couple of maps. So let's see what he's got in store for us here on map number 3.
Yeah, big opener, and the current narrative is how explosive is this double duelist ever going to be, and Abo, looking to make his statement, finds the first kill here almost immediately. Gives his team a sight, but it's all smoke and mirrors. It's a ruse here. Abo once again playing the solo spot of the sphere, setting up this B main fake, but it's actually the spikes all the way towards the A side.
Now Irv is going to try and flank in around, walking in through the smoke, but unfortunately does get caught out. They're not going to be falling for that trap. That's okay, because Splash, I just mentioned him, and it's a 3k anchor on the site. Spike now lost, but there is another player remaining, Lucas. 1 versus 3 is what it's going to take here to try to come back into this round. Has a good little positioning for himself as well, but unfortunately with 3 players still remaining for TYL, it's going to be really easy to spot out where this last man standing is going to be approaching from. And with just a classic in hand, not a lot to work with, has been spotted out. So Prowler, realizing that there's one down towards Hell, maybe that's going to give him that little bit of information to work with. Does he clear the close left? Yes, he does. Good for the first, but the swing is good. And it's Splash with a 4th to secure the pistol.
Yeah, massive effort from Splash, finding 3 kills on, I think, 1 spray. Yeah, off of 1 clip, just finds 3 kills almost instantaneously there as Splash shows up huge here. First round of the BO3, and cementing his mark as one of the aces of this entire game. So definitely a lot better of a look from the side of TYL, as they started off slow on map 1, started off slow on map 2, and slightly faster going into map 3.
Let's see if that trajectory continues, because this round actually started off highly explosive as well. But it all went to naught. Stability turned out to be a little bit of a problem. So the A site, seemingly unbreachable, at least with the pistols. We're going to go for some more close quarters engagements against the superior weaponry. Unfortunately, well, you're not going to get the opportunity to take those engagements. Of holding the line here with this Bulldog, and already 2 players taken down. The extremity position towards A has been shut off. We've still got a lurk in towards mid. Interestingly, it's the Neon on the lurk. I might just be running straight into the Viper here in at mid, but no, crosses over. Is this a ruse? Is this an attempt to try and draw rotations? Maybe make them think, oh, this is where the neon is, so perhaps it is going to be a push. And with that, the Viper's being pulled off of position, but still too strong on this B side. The paranoia is perfect. Lucas manages to catch one, somehow doesn't catch Irv while caught in that kind of from the shadows UI. Tap on the spike from Lucas, draws out the Viper, but once again, it's Splash with the final kill. They cannot get rid of this demon. A close and expensive round, but it's yet one more in the back pocket.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of an overcook from the side of TEC, if I'm being honest. They're doing a lot more fakes than you would like to see in the first couple of rounds of the game, right? You traditionally like seeing some kind of set play going to your first 5 rounds. And as a result of that, I think they're putting themselves in very precarious situations, lining themselves up for a pick to just send their entire chance of the round careening towards the floor. And not a round that is a terrible way to actually win it. So a bit of an overcook. Let's see if they simplify things a bit more. They're still in this pretty wide default, this 3-1-1, as it looks like we're going to go either mid to B, B main straight, or A lurk. So a lot of options given here, but no real clear identity behind how they want this round to sort of mature into it.
The Omen mid smoke as opposed to a Viper wall or an orb is definitely an okay, there's the orb. I was a little bit confused by that at the start of the round, but that checks out. That'll shut down a lot of that space, and exactly as that plays out, right? TEC kind of poke and prod a little bit there, spot the orb up and realize, all right, we need to pivot. And it's a good counter smoke from the Omen as well. But Scales is actually going to scale up. Now they know mid is empty, and as the util starts to come through on the A site, Sword9 is going to be under some serious pressure. Gets what? Oh, Abo spots slowly on the cross with the opening kills on the site. That's going to allow that spike to get planted, but it is a pincer maneuver. Hold on, ready for the swing from Scales. At range, that gun's not going to get the full reliability that you want from it. Haodong shuts down the lurk. With only 2 players remaining here, and not consequently, but important to note is that Irv only has a ghost. They came into this round because it was so expensive, it wasn't a full bonus. So they're at a severe disadvantage on this retake. Both players pushing in from heaven. Splash the first to fall. Somehow, Ghost still getting a bit of value, but it's 1 versus 5 for the clutch, and it will be denied. TEC finally, with guns in hand, finds some momentum.
Yeah, simplify things. Simplify, right? That's the major idea behind how I think TEC, if they want to win this game, they need to keep their plans simple, don't overcomplicate things. I liked their 1-3-1 this round, because as they progressed the rounds, they decided, hey, let's just group up A, let's just take A. Let's use our default more to shut down their double duelist aggression than it would be to enable our double duelist aggression. So you're going to see a lot of wide setups, it looks like. TEC seems to be a team that wants to be playing these wider defaults and playing for a singular lane contest just to burn the enemy Yori TP. So we're going to see how it goes. If they overcomplicate rounds, they're going to keep losing them. If they keep them simple, like it looks like it's going to be a simple, straight, vertical A hit.
I don't know that I love this 4-stack to push towards A site. And there is the potential for the lurk here as well. If Haodong can activate at the right time, maybe we'll see something phenomenal out of it. And somehow, Abo has managed to contact all the way up into main without being spotted out. A trade up and towards heaven, but finally, Abo will get taken down. And this is going to leave TEC in a bit of a precarious spot because they haven't actually taken any space. Shots through the smoke will give them a little bit of damage done, but the lurk has been shut off. Dynamite being able to cross there is massive. But despite everything, they've kept this on an even kilter. 3 versus 3 and crucially have control of the spike. Coco now waiting for the swing from Scales. A bit of damage to be done, but not going to be finished off. The From the Shadows, not From the Shadows, the Nightfall is going to spot out 1. So they don't know for 100% certain where those extra 2 players are going to be coming from. Do they realize that it's going to be a 3-person hit all the way through with the utility coming through? That's going to give away the game. Oh, the near sight. It doesn't do enough. enough in between Splash and Irv. They've brought it into a 2 versus 1. Scales now going to be touching onto the spike. Lucas has to clutch, and clutch he does. 2 1s they give him, and it's a 3K to even out the scores.
Yeah, Lucas has been the point man, has been one of 2 point men for the side of TEC this entire series. The only person who succeeds him in terms of just being the ace on his team, even in that losing game, was Coco. So definitely a big immaculate showing here, and keeping things simple, like we mentioned, getting the spike down. Just get the spike down in as little resistance as physically possible, and throughout those pieces of silence, I think we're finding a lot more value, or TEC is finding a lot more value from their util. They're finding a lot more value from their duelists. They're finding a lot more value from their controllers, especially because one of them has to play Sentinel. As Dynamite's going to find the first kill onto Sword 9. That's an open sight if they go fast enough. But a bit more cautious and belabored before the pop happens, and Dynamite looking for a second kill, finds one onto Scales with the budget operator, Outlaw in hand, reloads both shells, as it's a 3v5 in favor of Titans Esports Club.
Dynamite wandering around with this Outlaw really is kind of embodying the Cowboys of old. And that's given them everything they need. I mean, again, it's an anti-eco. Ooh, that first shot missing saves Splash's life. But Dynamite's not going to be scared to move off of this angle. There is a flank incoming, so a little bit of damage would be phenomenal. Already 1 done, and it's not a 1 and done. Slowly gets 1 as well. So we're going to make some damage here, and they're going to try and keep these players on the site, stop them from being able to get away from the spike explosion. But not going to be the case. Oh, it would have been nice. Play a little bit of defensive there. Maybe get a bit more damage done. But slowly did manage to nab a rifle. So, you know what? For an eco round, that's not terrible.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's the big thing here, especially if you're on TYL and you want to be mounting some kind of comeback, is you need to be, now you're hyper aware of the fact that an Outlaw does exist, right? They do have the capacity for Outlaw, so you need to be managing your econ a bit better. So having your save here stabilizes it a bit more. Their econ is a bit all over the place with only one player on their team slowly on 1.6k. So it's a bit all over the place, especially should they win and lose one, they might break their own eco. So managing their money is going to be a big focus for this attack side.
So far, they've already managed to put themselves in the driving seat. Good map working as well. I like the extremity control. Even feels like in the rounds when they're doing questionable things, they have a solid plan. So now the dimensional drift. Ooh, gonna get a lot of information there. They've spotted out 2. Dynamite now all the way in the enemy spawn. They know that he's there. So there's potential, but he has to be careful. He's gonna get wrapped on, and there it is. Slowly finds that kill. There are the smoke and mirrors. They've already started hustling over towards the A site. TYL, however, have read into this and read into it perfectly. They've already started to make that rotation, but just off the back of a few smokes, it slows them right the way down. They send through the Euroclone to try to get some information, but no one is falling for it. Coco with the kill onto Splash whittles away the reinforcements for TYL, and they have to rethink the game. Another smoke in their way. Is that going to slow them down even further? Yes, it is. They should have a flash available to them. There it is. Paranoia to come through, but it can only clear one side. Lucas with the double, but it gets traded back in kind by Irv. 2 versus 2. Certainly doable. Irv with the 3rd. Irv with the 4th. Clutches up massively for his team, and that's going to bring them back into some sort of contestable territory.
Yeah, massive. I think if it weren't for Irv and those 4 kills, this round looks completely different. But in terms of macro, just the way the rotations around the map and the util that was actually used to contest that CT space, because oftentimes, especially on Haven, you see a lot more Heaven fighting, right? You see a lot more fighting into that A Heaven side of the map and then flooding out of Heaven. A lot of the focus this round is fighting through screens, making sure that we can get out CT, make sure we have boots on the ground at all times and never have a moment where we're caught in a situation where we are falling. We cannot shoot while falling, right? And on the back of Irv and through some really good CT contests, we decided TYL edges themselves back into a winnable position, but the spam's going to come through, slowly finds one, a very cautious approach, but a very accurate one as well. looking for more, finds the third and doesn't quite nail it, but Haodong does find two. The veteran manages to find a way to bring his team back into this, but it's a 1v3. It's going to be a colossal effort if Haodong's looking to bring this to a more advantageous round situation for the side of TEC.
He's got from the shadows. I mean, he could just dip all the way to the B site and at the very least get a plant on.
Yeah, he could, yeah. They've all left.
He could also... with a minute left, I mean, there's options here, right? He could fake the TP. He could actually go B, pull the rotations, TP A. There's so much that he could potentially do. But it's looking like it is going to be at least movement over towards B. If he gets caught out in mid here, it depends on how quick Scales is. But hasn't opted to kind of clear that space. So instead, Haodong, he's running out of time, down to 30 seconds already. TYL not willing to move off of this position just yet. They know that Haodong has that ultimate available. Are they expecting him to use it? Still kind of clearing out a little bit here. Smokes out. He's just going to plant. Oh, my hat. He's just going to plant. He could use this to reposition him behind them as well. This could be massive brain from him, but now TYL with a huge numbers advantage have just as many options as Haodong did moving into this, but it looks like they're just going to group up as three up and towards heaven, and Haodong, not long for this world, opts to hold on to the ultimate and never has an opportunity to actually use it.
We spoke about overcooking. We spoke about how overcooking would be the death of this TEC roster. If they overthink simple ideas, if they overthink how they do their macro on the map, it's going to cost them. And I think that was a microcosm, unfortunately, with Haodong, that exemplified that point a bit more. But a round that should have been simple, right? A round that should have just been instinctive. You ult and then plant, or you ult and then TP, or you rush to one side, etc. He overcomplicated it to a point that the side of TYL just sat. They knew that the mistake is on him to make, and he made his mistake of giving them too much time to reset, giving them too much confidence in how fast they should rotate over. And unfortunately, if that continues, then Titan Esports Club is going to find themselves in a very precarious situation going into this defensive side against a team that, like TYL, that is very simplistic. When they want to be, they are very simplistic about how they approach this double duelist.
So glad I'm not the only one that gets confused between Titan and Trace, not gonna lie. The acronyms
so
are just way too similar.
It's so hard.
Oh, paranoia. That's certainly going to make things difficult for TYL, but managing to TP away slowly. This is absolutely outrageous. Cancels the TP as well, and he could just hold this entire round for his team by himself. Irv manages to have something to say in the round, but ultimately it all comes down to that Yoru. Slowly plays. I mean, it has nothing to do with the agent. It has everything to do with phenomenal flicks, readjustments, perfect timing. And there it is. He almost does hold it just by himself.
Yeah, that is incredible. that is incredible. To find those kills, to have the game sense to know where the next one is coming from, to keep on snowballing all of those small leads. Yeah, that is absolutely incredible, and a stroke of brilliance from Slowly there to have the wherewithal, resilience, and athleticism to pad his lead slightly further. But Splash, not being one to be outdone, finds a kill onto Coco, one of the two aces on this TEC side. His Herb's gonna take 140 damage for his troubles. No shields and 1 HP as the side pop happens as simply as one could blink, as Abba's gonna find a kill onto Scales with the Sheriff.
If this is the round they win, it's a little bit outrageous, and it's looking likely. Abo with a rifle in hand, despite the unfortunate buy that came into this round, has done so much to make this winnable. Now Haodong, he could potentially play the first contact here that they could play off of. Nope, never mind. Abo with the fourth. The sheer number of multi-kills just in this half, and not just multi-kills, I'm talking 3 and 4Ks. No, we haven't had an ace yet, but we've had an unprecedented number of 3 and 4Ks so far, and it's only been like, what, 9 rounds?
Yeah, and I think it's because we're map 3. right? This is at the point where you have to just be at your warmest, and people are making slightly more mistakes that they would in the beginning. You know, like a trade that would have happened instantaneously after the second is half a second slower or slightly more expected. You know, you have a better read of how to actually deal with all of this. Is that an op? Did I just see an op? Yeah, Slowly has an operator. Yeah, playing for early B main contest. He's going to rotate all the way to mid, look for a mid fight, potentially go back B main, go back A. Slowly with an op interests me.
Nice little bait and switch there. Oh, tries to time that in case somebody swings out at just the right time, but ultimately does have to give up the angle. So Trace get mid for free. And there's potential here for the pincer, because obviously we've got Coco pulling up from main. Splash going on a little bit of an exploratory mission. May have ended up, in fact, as they teleport back, get shut down. But oh my god, Saw9 is on the warpath and is so ready to hold on to this lead. Trace might have been able to get a ridiculous round in the previous, but not going to be allowed to make that happen a second time. And once again, it's Haodong left in a 1v3. Saw9 still here. Oh, and he gets tagged up, and it's... Yes, everyone, another 4K.
Yeah, how many? That's 5? 4 or 5 for the round?
Can
4 or
we
5 for
get
the
a
half.
prediction on how many more 4Ks we're gonna get? Because that just seems fun.
Can I get a higher lower on 4Ks this half?
Insane.
Can I get a higher lower if we're gonna get an ace in the next couple of rounds as well?
Surely somebody,
4K,
right?
4K.
Although
Yeah,
it does feel like everybody's kind of made it their mission to steal the aces away. You know, I don't know if that was the thought process, but it certainly feels that way when Slowly gets 4 kills or 3 kills and Irv just goes, mine, and Slowly's like, fine, I guess I'll be happy with 4, you know, and it keeps going that way. I think everybody's like, if there's gonna be an ace, it's gonna be mine, and I'm not gonna let it be you.
I love the idea that all of these players on the stage are playing for the win first and then spite second.
No, I think you got that backward. It's spite first, the win second.
It's like, oh well, this ace would have won us the game. No, it's not mine. But I think it's I think if you're this coach of TYL, you're kind of excited, right? Because you're actually being put in a position where a lot of your players are firing on all cylinders, right? They've all achieved a level of flow state that is actually obviously hard to quantify. You can't quantify what flow state is. You can just see it, right? It's something that you need to pass the eye test. And for all the 4Ks and absolutely everything, you can see that the players that were the aces, and I'm talking like Coco was an ace and Splash was an ace, are no longer the aces. Because the people who are stepping up are people who have been relatively quiet throughout the series, but as the series has warmed up, as they've progressed through the maps, they're actually finding their cadence, they're finding a lot more of their steps. So that timeout is either a momentum-based timeout, it is either a fundamental-based timeout based off of something that the coaches must have heard that weren't going to necessarily bode well for the future, or it could be all of the above. Just, hey, you guys are doing great, just need to fix the macro a bit because you guys are getting so into your head about the mechanics.
Oh, the value of the waylay coming through there, just showing itself once again. So much information garnered early on, and yes, Splash has to back away, but now they know there's a heavy lean. What they don't know is that this isn't where the spike is. What is very interesting to me is that the spike has started to rotate over, despite the fact that so many were caught outside B, and I think that could be a little bit of mind games. But again, we spoke about the potential for overcook. Hopefully that doesn't end up being the case here. Splash has taken a very aggressive position, just constantly poking, making sure that there's no one kind of being where they shouldn't be, but it's 4 persons strong. Oh, Splash dies to the Sheriff of Coco. A flash comes through, and this time not going to be allowed to get the crazy backside value. Slowly is going to be good for one with the op over towards mid side, but with that Viper's Pit coming down, TYL are going to be hard pressed to find space here. They don't have too much to clear it out with. I say that. Dimensional Drift, the perfect thing to give you the information that you need. Great placement on that spit. That's going to be Coco going down. It's going to take that Viper's Pit offline, but TEC, they don't necessarily need the Viper's Pit to get results as Dynamite shuts down Scales and leaves themselves in a massively advantageous position. Up retake online 1 versus 3, and let's face it, it's not going to be the retake scenario. It's going to be the back the hell out and make sure we still have the op for the next round scenario.
I think the big thing that we should note, especially as the halves are going to swap, and due to the mirror nature of the initiators and at least the support staff of this comp, is floods. Flood retake, flood retake, flood retake. Have your anchor sit on site with no intention of getting out, and then just support them with help, right? We saw that this round and how it opened up with I think Omen, I think it was Irv, playing backside with Splash. And then the minute that first kill happens, you trade it, you swing out the heaven with the op, you just try to get onto site as fast as possible. And how quick these rounds are elapsing within the first 40 seconds and how dramatically they slow down, just due to lack of bodies. So keep an eye out for that. I think flood retakes are going to be a massive factor going into this series, and potentially with the current way the meta is folding out, the rest of the game, or the rest of the year probably.
Counter op coming through here, and actually does get value. And I love the swap off as well. You know, it's last round and a half. You can afford to get a little bit more spenny with it. So you buy into the op and then you swap off when necessary, once you've got that opening frag. And Slowly's been a huge piece of this puzzle. So taking him off the board certainly could come in handy. But now Splash has picked up that operator and has repositioned over in towards mid. There's an inkling that maybe there's going to be a change up. Oh, that dimensional drift is massive. Spots out all 3 players in towards mid. So TEC know the site is basically free and clear. And even if they weren't 100% sure, the dimensional drift can pop onto the site and get the last little vestiges of that information. Now it has to be full-on retake scenario. Irv now trying to take up the flank, takes out his counterpart and puts it in a 4v4 scenario and splits the attention. They now have to be aware of him constantly. Albo holding up close and personal, waiting to see if he can get a first kill, but it's actually going to be Scales to get that first, as Irv continues holding some of the attention and allowing the rest of his team to take that space, and they slowly whittle away the last few players. Dynamite might find himself a little bit of damage done, but ultimately it's going to be a very strong finish to the first half for TYL.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned it there, but that split to find that kill for Irv, finding the kill onto. Who did he find the kill onto? His other controller, Haodong, sorry.
It was Haodong and then was fighting Coco.
Yeah, that's a massive kill, especially when you don't have a sentinel. To lose your controller, or one half of your controllers that's watching flanks, is horrifying, especially when the controller is the one with the recharging util, right? Viper's good when you go to Viper's site. Not necessarily the greatest when you go to the site where the only thing she brings is her gun and good vibes, right? So definitely something to look out for, especially because that is one of the ways to counter flood, right? If you can kill the lurker, you don't have to worry about floods being so dramatic, because you can have a lot of people actually preparing for the flood. You can prepare for when they flood out heaven, when they flood out CT, because you don't need to look behind you. You can sort of coalesce a bit more of your resources onto a more unified goal. So gonna be an interesting one, but I have to press you for the most important question. The top emoji or the bottom one?
So it's opping on defense versus teammates smoking you off. Which one do you find the most annoying? I'm not gonna lie, it's teammates smoking you off every single time. Because like, ops are something that you expect. And so you somewhat plan for it. And you kind of bait out the shot, flash the angle, force them off. This sounds very forehead. But what do you do when your teammate smokes you off? Like... then you just start flaming each other and everything goes to heck. So I will take CT or defender op over smoked off by teammate every day.
But you forget that we're here for spite, no? We're here for spite first and anything else second.
True. Smoke off your teammates so you can deny their ace. Absolutely.
But yeah, as we go into the next one, keep those in mind. Keep the fact that flood is going to be a very big factor, especially as double duelist defense, really hinges a lot on how quickly you can get back, you can recontest space. And then on the opposite side of things, focus on how can you neutralize those lurks, throwing either good fighting into CT, continuing your fight past the site, and having good staging, or potentially contesting multiple zones such as heaven or site. I think those are going to be two big things that you should take a look out for throughout this entire series, or throughout this entire map.
I will just say, while we're on a pistol round, there's a slight miscommunication on the this or that. It was as an APA, which one do you hate more? Your teammate smoking you off or an ISO with a shield? I'm gonna be honest, that's a really hard one to answer. As we see Trace getting the first pistol of this half and bringing themselves a little bit closer to evening out that scoreline. And it's a really great way for them to start kind of building a little bit more momentum for themselves in an important moment. Because at 8-4, you bring yourself up to 5. If you can win the Force, then... 7-5 up to 6. Maths is hard, never do maths on stream. But if you can win the Force, then you've evened out the scoreline. And suddenly, we're back in a far more contestable scenario.
Yeah, I think the first 5 has always been rather formulaic, but it's been more open-ended the last couple. Is Howdong's going to find a good opening kill here. Flash tries to get Flash, turns around, there's 4 and there's an ace.
Coco!
Denied by Coco. Once again, can I get a higher lower on 4Ks in this half?
Oh man, that's devastating. I will say, it's crazy that he manages to hold that with the Bulldog for so long. He got flashed so many times, and he just kind of stands there, holds a bit of M1 every now and then, and manages to just mow down all of the reinforcements. Coco, that's... You know what? I get it. Why would you, especially when you're at a deficit, right? Like, we're in that scenario now where it's like, all right, hold up, guys. We're not currently winning. We can't really afford to go with shenanigans. So I guess it makes sense, but it's crazy that it's happened again.
Yeah, the macro and the win obviously comes first, naturally. But it would be nice to be that person. I think, for confidence reasons, for team cohesion reasons, having someone get an ace on your team is always massive. However, I think the 4Ks keep you grounded, right? The 4Ks keep everyone contributing to the win. When it gets to a point where someone is consistently getting back-to-back aces, then the game is about that person, right? And if that person gets shut down, then it's horrible. It's a horrible experience for the rest of the game, because now the person who's been doing all the work, who's at his warmest, is struggling to find more value. So that's just a bit of insight from a coach point of view. 4Ks aren't always bad, especially if everyone's consistently finding ways to contribute to that 5th kill.
Oh, get
What a
out,
shot.
Dynamite. Good grief. Great adjustment on that. Unfortunately, caught out, chunked down, and Splash follows through. But Coco, a really impactful kill, unfortunately gets traded. Spike to be planted, and the reinforcements need to come in. Ooh, Lucas playing a dangerous game here. Has met up with Arbo. Scales makes the right call to fall off. Not a lot of sightline to try and work with here for our defenders. And there it is. Splash with the 3rd. Another 4K question mark? Will Lucas allow it to happen? Will someone steal it away? Can he be good for just one more kill? There you go. Scales has been taken out. All right, it's a high-low. Who gets the final kill? Will it be Splash? Will it be Sword9? It's Sword9. So Splash only gets 3 on this round.
Yeah, looking for that 4K is going to be... looking for that ace is going to be unlikely because of how, I think, pacey this game is. In comparison to the last 2 games, it's a completely different team. So, in the first series, when you were not here, we struggled with defaulting. Defaulting was a problem, right? As in TYL spent most of their time defaulting, and as a result, Titan Esports just picked them apart. This map, there is no defaulting. It's just a very fast game. The rounds start, and it's a nightmare for play-by-play, because then you just pick it up and you're gone. You're speaking for the next 15 seconds at 1,000 words per minute, because there's just so much happening on the screen. And this is the change that I think they wanted. This is the form that ultimately the last couple of games, the apotheosis of how these teams have been culminating since Breeze, since Corrode. On Split, they're playing a very fast game, and you're seeing it now, especially in how many 4Ks we're getting.
Oh, what a shot,
my
Dynamite.
God.
That reaction time is absolutely unreal. Blink, and I think I did actually blink. And there it is. Already a numbers advantage. He's repositioned in. Paranoia gets him. The shot just misses and allows Scales to trade it back. And in the interim, TYL have brought themselves back into an evened out scenario, but the pins have fallen all around them. 2 versus 2 with Spike planted. They certainly have an advantage here, but there's still a lot of utility available. And crucially, that util is Howdong's. So they've got Paranoia, they've got a smoke, they've got a lot to work with here. Slowly's got, what is that, 1 teleport? There's not too much that they can really use to try and hold on with this, so it's going to have to be crossfires and crisp aim. That being said, Trace playing so far removed from one another. The Snakebite comes out to try and create space, and well, I said crossfires and crisp aim, and unfortunately they failed on both fronts.
Yeah, as TYL comes away, looks like a sigh of relief. Okay, yeah, it's a bit relieved or a bit fatigued. Not too uncommon, as it is the 3rd series in a best of 3. A lot of focus required here. As it was almost very dicey here, actually. Yeah, I didn't realize how many bodies just sort of cascaded and fell on the site around absolutely every one of them, but. Signs of relief as they end up closing out the round, and we're going to start moving into a more defaulty phase of the game as we get into the last sort of sprint of this series. The last big effort, you're pushing for minimum OT, maximum a win. The other side of TYL, Titan Esports has a bit more of a climb ahead of them. They need 2 more rounds, and their eco kind of in a fragile state here. Forced to the save, so running out of opportunities to make mistakes, yeah. As you set up in this
the next time I cast this team, I'm gonna have a sticky note that says Titan.
It's Titan.
Because if I call them Trace one more time, I might just crash out. So it's time. It's time for me to just get a sticky note.
Yeah, my 2026 resolution.
Get the team name right.
Yeah, get the team name right.
For real. Anti-eco, dear God, slowly.
Of course,
does get traded back though. I mean, the thing is, right? Dynamite times that so well, so it gets a nice little trade-off. The question is how much more. Oh my! I mean, did Splash even see him? I think he just sprayed through the smoke and hoped for the best. And well, there you go. What more can you really expect on an anti-eco? Unfortunately, that's gonna put TYL on double digits, and Titan now with a massive uphill battle ahead of them to try to come back into not necessarily the round, but certainly the half. If they, I mean, they should be able to buy into next round, so they'll have a little bit to work with here, but any more missteps, any more big mistakes, and this series could just fall away from them.
Yeah, and that's a horrible situation to be in, especially because if they lose this round, they can buy next one, right? If they lose the next one, then they're forced to save on 11-7, which means that they have 2 mistakes before the game's just gone in front of them. And I don't think that's any position that you want to be in, as 2 outlaw shots ring out and he swaps to his sidle and finds more value at that. Yeah, just gonna have to die to the spike there. I do want to see the replay on how did Splash get that kill. I'm very curious how they got the kill.
Held left click. I don't know what to tell you, man.
I think it was. So do you know the Omen model reaches out when it throws the smoke?
No, just smoke spam.
Just smoke spam. No, never mind. Here I was rationalizing craziness, but
you just can't, man. I mean, to be fair, smoke spam is it is a serious feature of Valorant. It happens maybe a little bit more often than we'd like, but certainly always an entertaining one to watch. We'll take a timeout now, and I mean, I think that I was laying the stakes of how important things or how dire the situation is now. at a 3-round deficit, generally speaking, you're not massively breaking a sweat just yet. But the sheer fact that TYL have now hit those double digits means that Titan possibly floundering a little bit here and need to find a way back into the series. They started off the half pretty well, started getting a bit of value for themselves, but only 2 rounds they've been able to pick up so far, and the rest has just been the TYL show. So I actually want to see them get a little bit more proactive on the map. That was something that TYL was doing quite a lot of, not necessarily pushing out and taking, you know, going on crazy flanks, for example, but just being in advanced positions, being willing to get that early information in a position where you could end up dead, but it gives you a lot to kind of pivot off of when you're willing to do that.
Yeah, I think proactivity is good, especially when you have double duel on both sides of the map. You need to be proactive. You can't really be sitting on your laurels when entirety of your identity is do something. You know, let's funnel you resources. You need to do something. So, Scales potentially, not potentially. There's nothing potential about Scales. Is inevitably Abo falls, gets caught in an off angle, and that's the lurk. The lurk got the opening kill and causes a lot of chaos on the map. As now it's just a full shift. Scales finds the second one, looks for the third. Viper's Pit committed into CT. There's still Heaven to contend with. The Vents walk up is still very much an issue, but that Viper Wall offering very much needed support behind, and Splash got to contribute. Join, and yeah, you're going to see that more pretty standard plans for Sight and a Heaven as slowly going to rejoin his team in the 7th side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, this is a full-on save. They're not even going to attempt to go for this, and I think that that's the right call to make at this late juncture in the half, especially, you know, hearing that Viper's Pit coming through and realizing we don't really even have a way onto the site. Sure, they've got 2 ultimates that they could use, but why would you use them in this scenario? So instead, back away, play the safe game. Here's the thing, TYL are on the hunt. They don't want to allow this save to happen, which could end up being massively detrimental to Titan if they do get caught out here. So utility starting to come through, trying to find these last few kills. Okay, the hunt doesn't go entirely okay, no, actually they do manage to take 2 of those guns away. They lose a few of their own, but they're not too concerned about that. They've done what they set out to do, and they've made it that little bit more expensive and uncomfortable.
That's a partially broken buy as well, I think. I think one member on the side of Titan Esports Club has 2009 exactly left. So that means that it's a force buy into round 7 or an eco. Yeah, there's the force buy. You lose this one, you're going into the next round. Yeah, forced to eco next round. You bought so low into this one. So this is a must win. If you're a Titan Esports fan, this is a must win for your side. If you're a TYL fan, winning this basically guarantees you the map. So a lot of stakes going into this game, or a lot of stakes going into this map, or a lot of stakes going into this round and the spy specifically. The jump spot, it's inevitable. I think you go for the jump spot there, anticipating that someone could be contacting there. But after a while, I think you just have to sort into it. That you can't be jump spotting from the same angle that many times, because you do make a lot of noise backside. As the execute pops, as Dynamite's gonna try and it's gonna try and survive. Yeah, dimensional drifts to get out of there, get saturated for his troubles. Convergent pass gets committed as well. Lots of ultis. Instantaneously he's committed, and Coco's gonna fall, and Splash gonna find 2 kills. Looking for the third, doesn't find it because there's not enough challenges at site as of present.
It's such a good read. Oh, and Scales, this is the proactivity that I was talking about. Even when they have Spike planted and they can just kind of chill a little bit more, they're still going to push out, push the map, press for advantages. Lucas now has spotted out too. Oh, nasty little double tap from him, and with more than enough time to get that defuse online. A stay of execution here. I mean, this comes down to a miraculous individual performance in that final moment. Yes, it does give them some room to breathe, but can they really afford to breathe a sigh of relief just yet?
No, not at all. I don't think I think they have to stay on the gas. I was about to remark at how that was a good heads-up play to TP across, so they could actually double swing that. But yeah, that reaction's valid. Most valid crash out I've ever seen. But the side of TYL is sitting comfy. I think they have both their coach timeouts if need be. The only reason why a coach would never time out here is because his team is in the groove of things. And I don't think he deems this as tragic enough to need to intervene. So that's one round. That's a big round. It's, like you said, a stay of execution. Their money stabilizes a bit more this round. It means that the back half of this, the last 4 rounds, potentially, of this half, have a lot of potential here, if you're a TEC fan.
Win here could even start chipping away at that TYL cash reserve. So for TEC, this is such an important springboard round. Money for themselves, not in the greatest spot either. Splash already bursting his way in onto the site. The Nightfall to come through as well, but Titan played this well. They play off-site, allow all of that util to come through, allow those ultimates to happen. And now with the spike planted, they mount their retake. Counter Nightfall, spots out too, so they know that there's some action in on the side there. And check for Splash! There's no way he gets 3 there! Finally, we start seeing some trades back. Howdong and Dynamite fighting tooth and nail to keep Titan in with an opportunity. Dynamite just slow walking his way into Scales' crosshair, and Howdong left once again in a 1vx scenario. Taps the spike to try and draw out something. Another touch, but the spams through the smoke reign supreme, and it's a 12th round for TYL.
Yeah, those are the floods we were talking about, and like you mentioned, it took forever for those trades to come back. They swung so drastically in TYL's favor there from Splash's moments of individual brilliance. Oh, okay, so that's what delayed a couple of those shots. Actually, was just a bit of difficulty getting that first opening kill after that from the shadows. So match point, and it seems like we're going to be where they've selected correctly. B side of the map and the Viper's pick mid is the play from the side of TEC. However, B main pop seemingly is the idea that TYL wants to go for, but I don't think they're sold. I think they're trying to scope out the Viper's cut because they don't know how deep it is. And as a result, Tracy, or Titan Esports rather, working their way all the way down mid. A lot of mid control as the rotate's going to come through. It's going to be a noisy one, as they're all standing on the edge there. Swung out, know that there is no mid presence. It's going to be an 8.
Starting to see that proactivity that I was waiting for. Oh, slowly caught with knife out. Was not expecting it because it hasn't happened a single time. Why would it happen now when the timing on this is so good? Oh my god, they'd already crossed over. So in behind, the first pivots fall, and suddenly Titan have turned this entire round on its head, and it's left Irv all alone. He doesn't have the spike guarded too heavily. I mean, it is just one player against the world, and Titan, the proactivity, it's what I wanted to see, and it could just be the thing that saves them in this series.
That is an immaculate round. That is absolutely wondrous. Actually, to have the wherewithal to push down mid, regroup mid, and then walk down and continue a flank opposed to backing up and going the long way is incredible macro from the side of Titan Esports Club. Yeah, that's frustration. That is frustration because you were so sold that you were doing the correct play. Unironically, if they just committed to what they did beforehand and they just went for the B pop, they would have won. And so that's a moment you're gonna be kicking yourself when you're looking at that in review, asking yourself why did you feel so paranoid about what you saw.
Every single round is a must-win for Titan. That last one was a little bit gimmicky. Can they replicate it? Splash, making a splash on the site. Coco, though, gonna battle this back, make things a little bit more difficult. Dear God, slowly, it's actually unreasonable. And Irv to follow it up, and this could very well be the end of the line. Lucas left in a 1v4. We haven't seen a 4K in a hot second. but now he's been spotted out, and all those chances to make it happen one more time snatched away from him. Not only is it a high-low, but it's a crossfire as well. Clearing this angle, damn near impossible. Time not on his side, and he's still valiantly trying, making every effort, but gets caught from Scales up on high. 13 to, what was that? 7 or 8? It was so close, but it's a 2-1 victory at the end of the day for TYL.
Yeah, definitely a hard-fought one. This was after map 1. I said it was a sort of a beat-down, drag-out sort of game, and going the full run to 3 maps just sounds beat-down, drag-out to me. As Titan Esports Club, this is middle bracket, so this is middle match 2. They still have another chance at coming back into this. They can still qualify for Santiago by making the run through lowers. Unfortunately, they can't do it through the middle, can't do it through the regen shield bracket of things, but definitely a team that can keep their head up high. They went the distance. They showed moments of absolute brilliance. Mechanically, on a macro side of things, in the way that they found their identity towards the beginning of the series and as they developed. So definitely a moment where you can hold your head up high, and if you're the side of TYL, a sigh of relief. You know, it was a hard game, and you always want to be able to win those hard ones.
Yeah, I mean, they put up a solid fight, as you said, and I think that they can kind of hold their heads high for the most part, but it is a little bit of back to the drawing board, as unfortunately they're going to have to make their way, as you said, through that lower bracket. But you can never count any of these teams out. This is a very tenacious region. It's a region where you very often can't tell with 100% certainty what's going to happen. I mean, all you have to do is look at a team like Wolves, who have had phenomenal performances in the past and have currently found themselves in that lower bracket, right? I mean, you never know on any given day which team is going to look the cleanest, which is going to look the best, and who's going to come out on top of those engagements. So while we congratulate TYL on moving forward in that bracket, and they're going to be playing against a very strong team in their next game, so we wish them luck for that as well. Commiserations to Titan Esports, and I'm sure that they will be able to come back as we head into that lower bracket. And now it looks like we're going to dive into an interview.
Congrats on the win. Can you say hello to the fans?
Thank you for all your support. I don't know what to say. I'm too excited. I held down my pee for like 30 minutes. I really need to go to the toilet.
对，他现在说的是，首先感谢大家的支持，因为他现在真的太兴奋了，他有点语无伦次了。那我们直接开始我们的采访问题。因为作为冉冉升起的新星，其实很多人都在讨论他打得真的非常的好，但是其实他在加入到天怒之前、登场之前，就有很多人期待他的表现。那这些关注和期待对于他来说有什么样的意义呢 ？I mean, as a rising star, you play so good, and so many people is talking about, oh my God, Splashy, he's so mechanic and he's so dangerous. So I want to know, maybe this external attention and expectation, what does it mean to you?
I don't know. I don't know what to say, but I always try to give my all every time that we have tournaments. I really try to keep up my performance every time. I really hope that I can keep on going for a long time. I really hope that I can be one of the best players soon.
OK， 他说，首先他非常希望他能够在这一次的比赛里面，包括说在联赛里面，一直都保持着他的比较高水准的一个表现。然后他说，他也期待着在未来的某一天，或者说在将来的某一天，他能够成为非常顶尖的选手之一。那还想问到，就是上一次采访 Sport9 的时候，他说，其实 Splash 和 ERV 他们除了枪法非常准之外，他们同时也是非常有热情的选手，在舞台上非常的有能量。那在舞台上他打下来比赛，感觉又怎么样呢 ？And last time I had an interview with Sport9, he mentioned that you and ERV not only brings the firepower to the whole team, but you guys are super outgoing and energetic on the stage. So how does it feel to play on the stage?
It definitely feels very nice to play on stage. There's a lot of like emotions coming in, but mostly I'm happy. I always try to keep my best to keep up the vibes, because usually if you have in a team environment, it's always good to keep the good vibes.
OK， 他说到的就是他非常希望他能够有比较好的一个表现，然后在舞台上他真的是很兴奋的一个状态，然后他们队内的一个整体的状态也好，氛围也好，都是非常不错的。所以说队伍整体的状态也能够帮助他有着更好的发挥。那其实今天你也是拿下了属于你的第1个 ace， 那一份我记得其实你的队友是展开了回复的，为什么会选择做出一个比较激进的举动呢 ？And also congrats on your first ace on the Tier 1 stage. And I remember at that point, actually Viper have already opened her ulti. So what push you to do that such aggressively movement?
At first, in my mind, I was like, I think I say that TEC is a very structured team. So I really try to think what can I do to give more impact to the round. So I decided that I can take timing to disrupt that retake.
OK， 他说他觉得其实对方是一支非常不错的队伍，然后当时在那个 timing 的情况之下，他就想着说要怎么样去抓到一些对方的破绽，要怎么样去为队伍打开一些突破口，所以说他才做出了那么勇敢的举动。那马上就是春节了，有什么新春祝福想要送给大家吗 ？And also Chinese New Year is coming. Any words to the fans?
新年快乐 I hope you guys have a good New Year.
他说新年快乐，希望大家都能够过个好年。Everybody, give it up for Splash one more time. 好的，再一次感谢 Splash。那我们本次的比赛现场呢，还有我们的福能掉落的抽奖活动。在比赛期间的话，现场将随机抽选观众来赠送我们的游戏资产。那接下来也有请 Splash 为我们来抽取幸运的现场观众。You say start and stop. Start, stop.
Start, stop.
Yeah, let's go. Start.
Start.
Yeah. 那我来喊好吗？
A very
好听。
very
OK.
insightful
In sync.
interview from
也是
Splash,
抽
I
取
think
了5位的
one
幸
of the big
运观
things
众。
to note is that he's one of the very first aces.
那也是再
So
一次恭喜大家。
that's a big one. He's very first ace in Tier 1, and it's a massive way, and it was an incredible ace, might I add. Arguably one of the best aces I've seen on Breeze, and I've seen, admittedly, not enough aces on Breeze. So, I think Splash is definitely someone who showed up big time whenever he needed to show up, and his team showed up on the last map, right? It didn't have to be the Splash show. Slowly was incredible. There was some incredible plays from, honestly, the entire TYL roster, actually, on Split. I think they found their identity a bit more. They weren't married to their shift keys like they were Game 1. Game 2, they showed up a bit better, and then Game 3 is, I think, if they had Game 1 form, this is a 2-0 series. But the side of Titan Esports, like I said, beat down, drag out sort of game, took them the distance, and went the distance. But went the distance in series-wise.
I mean, you talk about not needing Splash to show up. I will say in the final couple of rounds there, kind of came onto par with Slowly. So it really was the duelist show, and it does kind of feel like that's the trajectory that Valorant's been going into recently with this whole kind of double dive setup going on. But yeah, I mean, Splash was phenomenal, but on the other side, you know, you had players like Coco really stepping up. Lucas as well had some really impactful moments. And it's really great for me to see the supportive players kind of showing up in massive ways as well. Because you always talk about the duelists. It's easy, it's comfortable, and you don't have to think about it too hard. But when you're looking at the supportive players, it's not just about how well they're using their utility. That's a massive part of it, obviously. But when you're able to do that and absolutely frag out, like this exact moment from Haodong. Yes, it was an anti-eco, but getting just ridiculous amounts of value with a little bit of help from their teammates. That's the kind of Valorant that you want to be seeing. And I think that if they can carry on with this trajectory, I think TYL is a team that's gone kind of underrated and under the radar for a lot of the time that China has been in VCT.
顶加我在加皮桶。顶加一路，跟我来顶加。来了，可以 boss。加手，跟我追二楼，可以。对方应该过不去了，过不去了。过去了。能一起掰吗？我要抢，别去 ，no， 不来先要，加速，我也干死，我没事。等，经验里，升二楼，哎进了吗？看，哎进了，下包了，我丢闪，来3、2，闪光，惊下，打顶下。还有黑的，黑用了， 你段子这边行吗，小子？我跟他们走了。
我有黑的
吗？
有烟，我没道具了。还有黑，
开墙，然后推 A 黑，我们出去。我一会儿加入了。
我一路看右边走，好吧？好，来，
先拉外面，别拉 A
3、2，走。来爆一个，右边，好下，来爆一个，爆点还有一个可能，跟2爆点，还有烟。2楼包，
峰哥烟你低包。
我方还是一人。
哎，nice one，低包，准，小智。
And yeah, slowly he gets MVP for this game. But I think the thing that you noticed in the team comms is how much energy they had. I think TYL was definitely a team that, from the offset, was just abundance of youthful exuberance. You know, they were just full of energy at every single point of the game. They were absolutely standing up. They're absolutely giving it. And slowly was the MVP for map 1. Or slowly was in contention for MVP for map 1 with I think 250 odd ACS, and now closes out the series with about 270 odd ACS. So definitely a player to keep your eye on, especially because we're in Kickoff, right? This is not this is not main circuit. This is Kickoff. If teams are looking this good now, like especially underdogs like TYL are looking this good now, imagine what it will take when they actually get into the main season and start putting up a lot more of these performances and building a lot more of a fan base, more confidence, etc.
Yeah, this is definitely kind of our temperature check stage when it comes to like early VCT, and so far the water is heating up and it looks like the main stage is going to be absolute fire. I mean, look at these performances. It's one of those scenarios where yes, you've got two players that have kind of really stood out, but overall everyone was kind of pulling their weight here. There isn't anybody that looked like they were kind of struggling more than anyone else. For the most part, it was very much a team effort, which is the kind of thing that you really do love to see. I will also just point out Titan 2 clutches there, and that does, okay, it's only 2. It's not that high, but it is a little bit indicative of, you know, relying a lot on kind of hero moments to keep them going in a lot of scenarios. With a great example, there was one round where you had one player that needed to just go absolutely nuclear just to give them that little bit of a stay of execution. This stats graph is unreal. Dynamite?
Yeah.
That's absurd.
The one that gets me is kills per round. I think for a Yoru player to get 0.7 kills per round averages to about, what, 1 every 3 rounds? To have 0.9 means basically every round he's almost guaranteed a kill. Every second, every round he's guaranteed a kill. And this is from Dynamite, which is the player that lost, was on the losing team. Imagine what it looks like for the player on the winning team, you know? That's what I mean by these aces. I think it's going to be like a big sticking point, like a narrative to follow. What does the losing team's best player do in those losses, right? Are they doing enough? Are they exceeding expectations? It looks like they oftentimes are exceeding expectations. They're oftentimes exceeding the player that is the best on the winning team. So as the meta evolves and util is becoming less and less important, it is important to like actually start thinking about how can those best players on the losing teams actually make those big differences. But that's a story for months and months down the line. We need more stats to extrapolate and pull from.
Okay, stat numbers, people. Numbers are not my thing. I just get to go woo every time I see a good play. That's my favorite part of the job. But what I will say is, looking at the map scores that we had up a moment ago, you know, 13-11 on that first map into a double 13-9, a sweep from TYL. Talk about tenacity, about the ability to kind of get back up when you've been knocked down. It's such an important thing to have under your belt, the ability to do that, to kind of rally yourselves and bring yourselves back into a more doable scenario. And I think that that's something that's going to stand them in fantastic stead as they move forward in this middle bracket. So looking forward to seeing more of that.
Yeah, and I think we have another game today for Project Horizon. So yeah, stay tuned, everybody. I'm Rigor. This is Nari Mizuki. Thank you guys for watching the first one. Thank you for supporting Project Horizon, and we will see you guys in the next game. Cheers.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. How will I know if I'm ready? The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me instead. Oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better lay low. When it goes dark, you better and pretend I don't forgive, I don't forget. Let me tell you this, my friend, you better lay Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, everyone in between. Welcome to the Project Horizon, the English cast, of course, for VCT China. Myself, Dante, and I've never had the lovely opportunity to share the desk. Hello, Zach. How are you doing, sister?
Hello, I'm doing pretty good. Thank you for the very kind intro. It's good to be here with you, especially for such a banger game. I still remember the first time I started being a Bilibili fan, which was when they bullied NRG 3 years ago, and I hope they continue to have some shenanigans coming up for today.
Oh, absolutely. Bilibili are known for their shenanigans. If anything, Bilibili can absolutely do that. Now, Bilibili's been having a little bit of maybe a rut. Is the best way to describe Bilibili haven't been looking like their usual kind of self. But maybe it's the map pool, maybe it's just the idea of kind of the agent rosters now that we're starting to see a lot of like the Waylay Yoru kind of stuff coming through. But I think it's fair to say, and I think everyone, even if you are a Bilibili fan, maybe not the team that used to be so endemic to VCT China, if anything.
100%, yeah. They've definitely seen a decent amount of evolution over the last few months, if not patches, if nothing else. But I think that this particular season, they look a little bit more renewed in terms of energy. I hope that they continue to carry that momentum with them. But yeah, I think that's kind of a problem with them as well. They tend to be a very momentum-heavy team. You know, if they start off great, they're able to run through it, even find that 2-0. Some games last year were just absolutely fire. But, you know, they have a slow start. They often get bogged down with it. And that tends to be, you know, overcoming that, I think, has been one of the consistent struggles for this team, for sure.
Bilibili and DRG are kind of the teams known for momentum. The teams known for, if they can get the first map, if they can kind of just run away with the momentum, then absolutely fantastic, absolutely fire. If they can't, that's where the struggle, and that's where like teams like Trace and everything then do kind of find their footing, because Trace is a bit more of a consistent team. Trace is a bit more just if they can keep it going, then that's where Billy are going to really struggle. So the thing is, if we get to a map 3, I'm just going to say it right off the bat, if we get to a map 3, BLG are already going to be struggling. I think that's going to be endemic of that.
I think the factors that you pointed out are definitely going to be a major difference maker here. I think that for Trace in particular, I think it's going to be important for them to continue keeping their engines running. Looking at the stats here now, though, looking at this top 5, there's already 2 players there, but number 1, TYL Splash, he's been certainly making a splash so far.
Oh, absolutely, and absolutely, yeah. There's no way to underrepresent how good like Tyler and stuff have currently been. I've actually been I have been kind of following Tyloo after the initial performance that they had. I really did have a good time that was just highlighting exactly how strong they were, and then you could see the fact that all gamers are really showing up there as well, like Fangir and everything as well, which if you've been following VCT China for a good while, including 2025's run, you would know that all gamers, if there's an underdog story, all gamers were certainly that.
To be honest, I follow VCT China less than I should, aside from the storylines, but I'm looking to fix that this year, which is why I'm here, and certainly what we have seen from all gamers adds up to what you've been saying. I think that you're absolutely right about it, but talking about this matchup in particular, do you have any favorites? Do you have anyone that you think we should look out for? I remember you hyping up the storylines before we got in during the green rooms. I would love to hear more about your point of view.
So for Billy, you're going to be seeing a fair few names kind of pop up. Basically, everyone that is on the Billy roster right now has the capacity to just completely show up. Trace has kind of it still gets its little bit of kind of a superstar like aspect. VCT China, I think, just because of the fact that China is just a newer region to Valorant still, with everything coming through, they still kind of rely on someone showing up, and then the rest of the team can rally around that. Whereas what you see from the other regions in particular is you get a bit more kind of team cohesion, a bit more of kind of coordination. So I don't have any specific names right now, because individually anyone can show up. I will say though that the relying on the kind of superstar, the showman, to kind of do that. Here we go. You can actually get to kind of run through here and we can talk about it. Luo King. If there's any love for a specific player, Luo King has always been the kind of show up from what I've seen from the Trace roster.
Oh yeah, I mean, I was lucky enough to get one of their games this stage, and I could definitely see that he was incredible on the controller, very, very consistent in the clutch, and in being able to find those crucial traits for his team. I think one more player that I was very impressed with on the Trace side was Feng Feng, on that Neon, on that Duelist. And I think that he had a lot of impacts, because not only was he able to consistently take that space, but on that final map as well. I think we got to hear from him in the interview yesterday. And one of the things that he was mentioning was about how he switched to playing KO on map number 3 from that Duelist, because quote-unquote he wanted to have more util and play more for the team, and he was just absolutely popping off. Like on that Corrode map, this guy's utility was single-handedly shutting down any kind of anti-site take util. He was running in with KO, he was ult farming every 3 or 4 rounds, popping that null command, and even if he runs in and dies, he's still like there, the knockdown KO is still there, acting as like a recon for the next 15 seconds. It was a really fun map coming out of him, and it kind of showcased what Trace could do. I think they completely ran away with the score. It was like a 13-5 or 13-4, so they're coming in off a win like that. Yes, it went to 3 maps, but yeah, I think that's been the curse for Trace this stage so far. It's always been a 3-mapper. It's been a long journey. Hopefully today they can have a bit of a quicker game if they're coming in with the momentum that they are. But I don't know if you're going to be given that against a team like Billy for free.
You're not going to get it for free. You're not going to get it for free at all. It's going to be a hard-fought battle indeed. But I do love I kind of, just to even lean on the kind of KO aspect, because we've been seeing obviously kind of the change up with the meta. So a lot of people have been seeing the kind of double duelist, double controller. Sentinels, all love to the team, but the role in Valorant is a little bit less relevant here, and I mean we get to talk about, I mean, Russia, Kenai, I mean everyone, like Billy's a kind of powerhouse in terms of VCT China, but also in terms of any region, like people know Billy's roster because it's been very consistent. I mean, YZ's still there, Nef's there, like no change ups have happened because Billy do not believe that it's broken. And if it's not broken, don't fix it. And honestly, from what we've been seeing from this roster, absolutely agreed. Whether or not we can then see the flexibility, you know, like if you can pull out like a KO for the initiators, kind of going back to that original point, that remains to be seen, but very excited to see what they do have kind of coming up to these follow-up maps once we get into the veto.
I think the map veto will definitely play a big role here. I think we saw that the split was a very back and forth map for sure, but Korea was definitely like favorite territory for this Trace side. Going by their performance yesterday, they definitely have like the strats locked in. They've got like they're willing to be flexible about it, and they have a very aggressive kind of play, especially towards the mid of that map. Now, though, we're heading into the skirmish here. Personally, I think this is one of the biggest improvements to VCT this year. It's just been very fun across regions. I know some teams are also like sending their coaches in against, you know, the best duelist on the other team, so it's been very amusing, this particular skirmish. Though it seems to be Trace coming out on top. Delby might have picked the stage here, but it's the battle stage that we're seeing, not the, you know, the bot kind of stage that I tend to play in my ranked games. He's just fragging his heart out right now, 4-1 so far, and yeah, 1 round away from being able to give Trace that initial advantage.
Look, there it is, yeah, with the wall bang. There it is, yeah,
Nasty.
very comfortable. I will say, like, because I do adore the skirmishes. All love, though, I think it should be the coaches. I don't think you should be allowed.
Put your money where your mouth is.
Yeah. If you're so confident in Valorant, show us. So let me see.
I want to see like Paper X Alex banging the table, you know, after he loses. Like, you do it for your players, you gotta do it for yourself, my goat. That's what I'm saying. Put them in the ring.
You gotta keep that roster. You gotta be keeping. If you're one of the coaches, then you can put your money where your mouth is. You can show up too, but it does mean. I mean, it was very. What would be the term? It was a very one-sided skirmish. So we'll be seeing. Yeah. Oh yes. 100. Yes. Any percent skirmish has been just done for Billy there. So we'll get to see the side swaps and everything in just a second. And then the map vetoes that we talked about. So Billy very much have been respectful of the corrode. It usually does show up in the map pool, at least for them, even if it becomes the kind of decider map, like for the best of threes. Meanwhile, we've been seeing, like, as you said, like kind of a lot of splits, a lot of Abyss has kind of become that like tried and true map for a lot of people, for a lot of teams. It's kind of becoming what Lotus would have been, I would have said. But it does require the mechanics to be warmed up. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, as we get the walkouts going through. Oh, Leo King. Okay, Leo King's. Leo King. Okay, I see you.
Ooh, cooking.
Very much so.
We are cooking. I really like the walkouts in VCT China. Just the hype is always like so fun, and production values. I mean, I was talking about it yesterday with Crafty, I believe. We were sitting here together yapping about it, but yeah, man, it's like the average broadcast is just so insane in terms of production. The hype is insane. It's like, it reminds me of those old school boxing games, you know? It's kind of exemplified by the skirmish as well, but yeah, it definitely adds to the aura. Look at the stage.
If VCT China needs a like what was it? It was the women that like had to show up with the placards. If they need one of them, I'm putting my hat in the ring to be that. I can show up with a placard and tell people what round it is. I can totally do that. But we do get to then see. I mean, yeah, we've been highlighting it so much because it is so respectful. It is so cool to watch it happen, and I've been a big fan of saying that. It's a lot more team oriented. Like the original walkouts were a bit more individualistic, where you could see like K-Knight specifically, Leo King, or like these were players like Viva is a good example as well, where it very much was focused on the individual, but it's a team game. You can't be focused on the individual, because yes, you can have a fantastic showstopper of a match, but if you're not putting that result up consistently and suddenly your team then start to struggle, there's the, you know, it's a very double-edged sword.
100%, yeah. I think you gotta bring the hype, but you also gotta bring the performance, and that's definitely the drop-off point between what makes a team good and a team great. That said, though, I mean, it helps to come in with a little bit of hype for sure. This Billy squad, I think YZ, we're looking at him right now, one of my favorite players personally to watch, him and Neff both. Neff, of course, I'm a little biased towards because anybody with a little bit of SEA experience, I'm always gonna like I'm gonna share them on a little bit more. But yeah, YZ in particular, I remember watching him in 2024, just absolutely bullying people with that judge. We've been seeing him rifle a little bit more these days, but yeah, he continues to pop off here, a little bit of aura on the stage to boot with that cute little danza. I don't know, I would feel very cool as well, especially with the mascots. I think we were talking about it yesterday as well, the mascots and how cute they look. How nice it is to see them kind of celebrate after a win, and I really like that all the Chinese teams have one, you know? It's very small, but it makes it like add some fun to it.
Oh, it adds some personality, and I'm not... look, if VCT China becomes just the mascots having a dance-off, I don't need to see Valorant. I'll just watch that. I will happily just watch the mascots.
Replace the skirmish with the mascot dance-off. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, actually, unironically, that's so fire.
Cooking.
Yes, yeah, that is absolutely cooking. But as these players do get themselves sat down, the rosters and everything now, of course, are filled up. You know Billy's, you should know Trace's as well, because everyone here is very much fueled up and good to go. So we are in kind of the regen shield bracket. So if anyone hasn't seen it, we'll be able to talk about it later. But the regen shield bracket is essentially kind of your middle bracket. VCT China's got a lot of opportunities. It's not kind of a one and done setup anymore. There's plenty of moments for teams to kind of come back and like really show themselves what they've had. If they've just had a bad game, it of course happens. Yeah, it happens to me. Now, these players are a lot better than me, but it is still relevant to kind of talk about that if you just don't have a good performance one time, it's no longer the concern. It's no longer, you know, you're immediately just one and done here. And this is exactly what we get to see from this middle bracket here. And I'm very excited to see what Billy especially can do, because they always have so much promise. Oh, it's so cool. It's so cool. I love it. I love it.
I think in terms of the mascot colors, I would say that Billy is winning. They got one of the more unique color combinations. I feel like there's too many white dogs and cats here. You know, I feel like we want to get some color in there. So Billy's looks very futuristic comparatively. I also do like their jersey this year. I like the pink and the blue, very bright there on stage. Oh, I mean, we can compare teams in terms of their cosmetics, but I think that the best classic for sure this year from VCT China, and overall as well, might just be the ALG one, because I like to, I'm a bit of a jobless person sometimes, so I like to sit and look at all the different classics in the store. And if you look at the All Gamers one, it's got like these little paw prints on it. It's so freaking cute. It's like bright pink as well, like bubblegum pink. Yeah. And it's got like these cute little paws on it. And I'm just like, okay, yeah, these guys were cooking. They knew what they were doing when they were making their classic. Might be the best VCT classic of all time, except for, of course, the Paper X one, because biased, so...
the PRX, a team that I've always adored watching from afar, and then I get scared because every time I seem to watch Paper X, they never live up to the hype that I know that they do have. But that is PRX. We can talk about VCT Pacific another time. We do have the Asian lineup here coming through, and Trace.
Oh la la!
Trace opting for the kind of the more kind of standard issue composition. Meanwhile, BLG, they have never been ones to shy away from what they think will work, even if it's not necessarily tradition.
I mean, 100%. Trace, of course, going for that double duelist and double initiator. You're going to have a lot of util available. And, of course, the Yoru and the Waylay in conjunction, very, very annoying pair to deal with. You know, you've got the Waylay taking that aggressive space, functioning as a human Sova drone, while your Yoru can do some TP shenanigans, bully your opponents. There's just so much information available with this team comp. And the combination of the Sova and Breach as well gives you, like, a lot of util to work with. You've got the Recon as well as those disruptive stuns coming in from the Breach, the Aftershock as well. Decent amount of pulse plant with the the Astra, so very, very powerful comp, but the opposite side as well, right? You've got the combination of the Breach and the Teho, I believe. Very, very annoying to deal with. Even if it's a single duelist, I think being able to have that additional layer of utility with your composition there, I think might give Bilibili a little bit of an edge, but it's going to depend on how these pieces synergize with each other. I think it's nice to see more teams evolving and switching to the double duelist meta after that previous patch with the initiators being kind of nerfed into the ground, but at least in VCT China, I feel like we're kind of really seeing a resurgence. There's been an increased amount of Teho gameplay, increased amount of Breach as well coming into the meta, and it's been really fun to watch.
It's been interesting to see, because like for anyone that doesn't know, like a lot of people have yapped about it and everything. We do go into Abyss to start us off here, so very exciting shenanigans for that. But one of the aspects is that the like the initiators and stuff, like a lot of abilities have been nerfed into the ground, just like you said, Zach. Like we're not seeing as much confidence with that coming through. Now, speaking of confidence, why is he about to swing this? Because I love the setup here from Trace. The 3-person towards mid, especially on the pistol round, is one of those aspects that does highlight to me that we're going to be seeing a lot of fights for Library, because look at how much space you can get. But Viva is the first person to actually go for it. We can see that aftershock. We can see the stun already come through. And an aspect of Abyss that, in my opinion, doesn't get talked about enough is the mid.
100%, especially if you're able to get that kind of early control, which you can see this defense establishing. It really cuts down on the rotation options, kind of forcing them into a corner. But it seems like it's a full retake strategy on this ace side. Full investment in aftershocks used, salvos used by the Teho, so not going to be much in the way of post plant aside from possibly a single star for the Astra. That said though, look at this post plant coming in from this BLG side. They've gotten themselves that early pick and now looking to hold backside down. There's a lot of space that the Trace players need to reclear right now. They have regained heaven control though, so that's the first step done.
That's a big step. It's a big step as well, and you can see them coming through. Security here. Del B, Fang Feng is about to come through with the stun here. The aftershock clears out that left corner just to make sure, but at this angle, the way it's set up, yes, okay, fantastic. Kai gets one, but it is very much been back and forth, and Luo King caught maybe slightly lacking here. The flank's not going to be enough for Trace, and it's a very confident setup for BLG, and Trace looked to have been relying on their post-plant setup, or to rely on their retake capabilities, but BLG, you pointed out, very confident with taking the space, taking the control, and running off of that. So a very decisive pistol round, I must say.
I think it's also very difficult for them to be able to kind of hold onto the site or try to anchor it down just because of the quality of utility available. You could see the site take as well, the flash, the stun, the aftershock, everything at the kitchen sink kind of being thrown there. So definitely an added complication to boot. I think that said, for BLG, definitely a big advantage. And TEC, sorry, Trace, they're just gonna go for the old-fashioned seppuku and deny their opponent's ult orbs. I know there's been a lot of debate about this, Benante, about whether you want to jump off of the corner of Abyss and deny your opponent's the ult orb or try to play for damage. So what's your take on it, after the G2 controversy?
Look, at this point, we are at the highest caliber of Valorant. You need to play everything to your most advantage. You need to play statistically what is going to get you the win, what is going to do you the most favors. So, is it ideal? No. I would say it's not. To be able to say, like, you kind of lose the pistol round. Oh, Viva looking very warm. That was a clean shot. But going back to it, you lose the pistol round, you kind of give yourself away. I would stop swinging Viva BLG because he's looking very clean right now with this mid control. The aspect of it, very much do everything that you need to win. And if that includes jumping off the map, if that includes not giving your opponents ult orbs, especially with how relevant like ultimates can be, go for it. I think it's just important to play to your advantage, and if that means not respecting your opponents and just jumping off the map for round 2, if you've lost round 1, go for it.
I definitely agree with you. BLG, they lost 2 players, looking to fight back towards mid, but gets the first one. But we're talking about these trades before. Luo King able to bounce back, and now just gonna be the 2 controllers left alive for this BLG side. They do have a double peek available though, and Rusia actually able to get 2 kills. Left to tie 5 HP. Regen Armor giving him a little bit of leeway, but yeah, it has to be the perfect trades, has to be the perfect kills coming in. They're gonna hear the gun being swapped right now. It's the smoke to come in and the peek off the back of it, but Delby ready on the swing with the Guardian. Double tap to come through, and first round on the board for Trace. It got too dicey towards the end there. 3v5 that became a 2v2, but all's well that ends well, I suppose.
Absolutely. I mean, you can even see from the smiles and everything there, they are very confident on it, and it was purely, you can see how Viva is locked in right there, and the high-low that we have been seeing is very, very clean. Rusia, just seeing that double bulldog pick up there, really do want to highlight, like, again, Rusia, arguably kind of a superstar showing for BLG, a name that has been showing up time and time again. But if Rusia doesn't have a performance, which I'm not saying that he's not having it right now, I'm not saying that he cannot be trusted to have one, but Rusia does seem to reflect BLG's overall performance, if that makes sense.
Sense, yeah. Ooh, I like this. They show a little bit of mid presence. Let their Teho get tagged up towards A. Gotta keep the rotations on the A side from rotating very fast. In the meantime, look at this. 3 players already have control of B lobby. Folks ready to go as well. Breach util on the go. They've been charging up this breach ult pretty steadily. Euro util gonna be broken. Double flash on saturate. YZ swinging and jumping onto Kai there. Able to get that first huge opening. Russia and Bud as well. Swinging in conjunction. BLG, they're winning across the map. Russia dominating mid right now. Only Viva left alive. He's been incredible in the clutch before, but a 1v5. At least able to deny the flawless here, but so much more left to do.
Yeah, there's arguably too much, especially when you've got Neff just kind of lurking in the smoke, and the disengage from Viva just to say that, you know what, keeping the Vandal is the shout is something that I really like. I love that it was a quick decision too. I love that Viva was not hesitant about saving this gun very much. It was get the frag in mid and then just leave it alone. And kind of talking about the frags in mid and talking about just Abyss's mid in general, what we are starting to see a lot of players and rosters really respect is Sentinels are no longer as big a deal. So we talked about the fact that the role as a whole is arguably struggling. Neither team opting for a Sentinel at all. But the controllers, that second smoke, is arguably the Sentinel now. Is arguably your lurk, your map control delegation. And we can see that kind of walk through in spades right now, and I imagine we'll be seeing it quite a bit more, Zach.
Oh, 100%. I think Russia is just pulling that role to perfection. Map control, you talked about it, and last round we saw it in action, single-handedly just running it down mid, keeping the rotations from coming in, and when you have that global utility with the Astra as well, you're gonna have more available for the post plant. Also lets your Omen play more aggressively, because, you know, if you're not worried about your single controller dying, if you're only running the Omen as teams used to do, it might be more valuable for you to just take the space off the back of it. You can see that with the TPs. Look at this though, Trace looking to flood in early on. So much utility available in this eco round, but just a 1-for-1 trade so far. The spam coming through, Knight finally being able to take out Kai, and why is he still a menace on site? Double headshot on both Delby and Fung Fung, and now a 1v3 for Lao King, who's been amazing before, but he might not be able to pick up a gun unless he's careful. Gets a Marshall in hand, not the best gun for this situation for sure. First fight gonna be against YZ, walking into sight, very dangerous little game, gets the shot through, but now they know where he is, able to upgrade the weapon. It's all a question of timing here. Lao King has to do it all by himself. Knight on sight, doesn't really have any more util to play with. It's just gonna have to come down to the gunfights. Lao King finds the first, has a smoke as well available for the defuse if necessary.
We do get to see the Astra setup here. The gravitational well to pull off the spike, and Leo King is absolutely pushing this, but Russia does seem to be playing the angles here, and honestly, the way Leo King was looking, I believed that the frag was going to come through. Whether or not there was still time on the spike to defuse would have been a separate question, but no, just being shot down instead. And here you go. I mean, the last person you want alive, you want to be keeping that Astra up, because if Astra dies, you don't have the gravitational well, you don't have your post plant set up, you don't have anything here. But it was not meant to be for Leo King there. An excellent double kill. I really did start to see the vision, but with the way BLG are just playing this, playing these attacks on Abyss, for anyone that doesn't know, it is the only map that is attacker sided, so BLG should be taking these rounds initially, but it is still a highlight of just how convincingly they are doing it.
I think convincing is the word. So many of these rounds, the round that Trace won, for example, it came down to a 2v2, but the rounds that BLG have been winning, they've been consistently having more than 3 or 4 players alive.
Yeah.
I don't know if Kai spotted Wisey there in that crossover. Could very well be a crucial piece of information missed out, especially if they decide to get more aggressive early on here. I think they did spot that out though. They'll be gonna be able to get back in position. Yoru though, TP's away. Very quiet, not too much information being given, but here comes the drone, here comes the smoke, here come the squad for BLG looking to go for this aggressive side take. Once again, the stun as well as the missiles gotta be denying the space, but it's a fake. The spike itself is heading towards A. Russia though playing distraction to perfection.
Global utility, Zach. You talked about it. That's exactly what you want from your Astra. Oh my days, K-Knight kept finding that. Can he find another one? Delby puts down to low HP. Put down to 15, but going to stay alive. And as the spike goes down here, we're seeing the adaptation from BLG. We're seeing that we're going from just a full commit onto a site, into the fakes, into the reposition after the spike getting planted. But Trace so far very much holding their ground here, and they're not over swinging. They've got plenty of time for this retake to come through. Fung Fung as well, only on that kind of lower HP. But again, if you're not dead, you can do everything. The aftershock comes through, but is going to have to swing off of it. Here we go. The shots do eventually come through. The Rolling Thunder as well do mean that if Trace want to hit the spike in any sort of capacity, the Rolling Thunder is there just to cease it, and suddenly Trace are going to have to see if Delby does manage to keep the operator, and Kai of course with the Vandal, but we're really seeing BLG play a masterclass of attack.
Calling that round was so sublime coming in from BLG there, you know, they've been going for these quick and heavy beat hits, really good conditioning coming in from them these last few rounds, but this round they make the same noise, they use the same utility, but in the meantime it's Russia lurking up towards this A site, able to get that first opening kill, and the spike already on its way. The rotations were just impeccable, so yeah, good time to call a timeout if you're a Trace fan right now. 5-1, your economy gonna be a little bit broken. You want to figure out how to deal with the onslaught coming in, because so far your options have been pretty miserable. You're not able to hold on to the side against Teho, the Breach, and the Astra put together. But once they get the spike down, unless you have a numbers advantage, you're not able to retake either because there's just so much stalling power available. So how do you kind of try to get over this?
It's a big ask, 100%. Zach, I would like to see. You can't let Billy. You've already highlighted kind of the amount of utility that Billy are going to have access to. Breach and Teho, everything's there. You really cannot let the spike get planted, but that's easier said than done. It's so much easier to say don't let them plant the spike, of course, but you really are relying on kind of then the mechanics of your players individually to keep a site held to make sure that no point BLG are comfortable walking into a site. And so far, yeah, you've kind of hit the nail on the head. BLG are so confident just walking into a site. They're so confident at adapting. They're so confident at then changing up the pace of these attacks to suddenly go for a fake that Trace do have a lot of questions to answer. And I honestly do kind of love the double stack up from tower into mid that we're currently seeing as the Sova drone now comes through from Viva.
Use it early. That's going to give them the information that, all right, at least we don't have the players here. The problem is that was, again, just such beautiful utility coming in. The suppress as well from the Teho drone. Gotta deny the smoke for Lao King that might have kept him alive. The rotations have been quick, though, from Trace. The problem is only Delby has a gun. The rest of BLG are ready for the trades and ready for the kills. And now it's just going to be Fung Fung alone versus the world here. No chance in hell, as Def already with that deep CT control able to find that final kill. Timeout, I mean, sure, it was an eco round, little bit better positioning coming in from BLG. From Trace there. I like the idea of taking that early mid presence, but I mean, again, the calling, we were talking about it from this BLG squad. The awareness that, all right, look, it's an eco round, we can like just get past them, and losing their Astra so early on was just the final nail in the coffin, because you really want that utility to be able to at least buy a little bit of time on the stall with those concusses, with those smokes. Being suppressed there was the worst case scenario, unfortunately, for Lao King.
It's a heartbreaking thing. It's an absolutely heartbreaking. Oh, okay, Trey. Yes, I love this. I love this. This is very much a, okay, if you want to play this game, we're going to meet you. We are going to meet you in the battlefield. And Trace have walked away with 3 frags completely unperturbed by BLG's confidence, unperturbed by the fact that BLG have been demonstrating such a kind of mechanical showcase right now. But Trace have said, if you want to play the Mountain, we're not going to give you that. We're not going to let you get your plays set up, let your executes with YZ on the Waylay come through. We are going to meet you on that half, and I mean, that's a showcase of how good you can be if you just want to meet the opposition head on.
I think that was the key word there, opposition head on. Always with them on the back foot, but this time around they're the ones moving forward. Nice opening kill though by Bud, makes it a 2v4. Oh, almost managing to get that shot on the recon Sola, but now Rushia suppressed, caught in hell. It's all gonna come down to Bud here. The 1v2, 1v3, 8 bullets in hand, but Viva finds not just the first but also the second. Oh, that was very lucky though for the Silva. He almost started drilling in the open, a little bit more of a, pixel to the right, and I feel like that would have been, he would have been dead to rights there, and that drone tag wouldn't have come through. Could have very well been a successful 2v5, but you gotta give credit to Trace for this round. Like you said, taking the initiative, that nice little combo push with the Waylay on that B side to win those 2 opening duels, and of course, them opting to sacrifice that A site control early on to take other areas of the map, I think is a bit of an improvement over what we've been seeing. They're like, yeah, you can take A if you like, but we know you like to play spread out, and we're gonna take the duels. We're just as capable of hitting some headshots, and we saw that in last round.
The crossfire setup from BLG, not very much here. It is that individual, that kind of one and done, or that kind of just 1v1 setup, which absolutely, if you are confident, if you are happy running that, then by all means go for it. And look at the adaptation here. Trace still just living in the B site, just fully pushed up, not making it look like it's at all just an attacker-sided spawn, because everyone is very confident. Speaking of confidence, Viva getting hit by the convergent path, but Del B managing to back him up. Yes, okay, the trade does come through. The paranoia is there as well, and now we're seeing BLG's adaptation. We're seeing BLG's understanding of how Trace are playing, which is we can play those fights ourselves. The very proactive Rolling Thunder as all the Cosmic Divides are coming through. This map is looking like an entire setup of tic-tac-toe.
Ult for ult, trade for trade, still no numbers in favor of BLG. They might have committed the Cosmic Divide, but they're opting to take it a little bit slow. Rolling Thunder expended for nothing. 30 seconds left, though. They have to go in for this commit. Fung Fung could go huge here. Has to be able to hold down the fort. It's just him versus the world. Is able to get the first fight on the angle, and now has the concussion to go on the swing as well. Not able to get the kill, though. Still holding on for time. But he has gotten the rotation over as well. That is what they need to do. Dimensional Drift for some additional space. 10 seconds left on the clock. They have to be able to get that spike plant down. Bud has to be able to stick it. However, I don't think they're going to be able to stop the plants. It's just going to come down to the duels here. 3v3 at the end of it. Fung Fung on site, still looking to be a menace. Billy players, though. I don't think Neff got spotted there. Kai, though, makes it a 1v1, and with this Astra util, it might very well be the end here. Neff has to step up huge. Once that smoke goes, though, it's just going to be him versus the world. Not able to find the kill. Kai with 3, and Trace with that retake. A breath of air that they desperately needed. 2 rounds in a row now.
Very much keeping the momentum solid. I was surprised from Kai. Of course, it did end up working out flawlessly, but I really thought when we seen the dimensional drift come through, it would very much be a just come out of the dimensional drift on the spike planter just to kill him, because at that point we were seeing very much the time be a factor there. You were talking about it, Zai. I mean, 10 seconds were left on the clock, and BLG still had to do that entire execute, which is a highlight of Trace are now making BLG play patiently. This sudden change up where the aggressive B hold is fully like in the spawn, we're seeing that adapt a lot. And speaking of an adaptation though, Del B immediately falling on YZ, BLG as a whole looking like their initial selves. They just want to run in, take the site, get the spike planted, and then make Trace Esports answer all of these questions.
Let's see. This time around, though, more people alive. Operator in the hands of Kai as well, gonna make it a little bit more difficult on this retake situation. Has to be able to find the timing and the frag. Locking, talking about timing, those swings out perfectly. Gets that first kill. I don't know if Bud's position was revealed as well. It's gonna be Rushia to give away his position. Still does have the ultimate, the Astra util available though. Smokes the cross. Has to be able to go for the peek and they know his position. Kai looking for the kill. The problem is Bud as well as Neff have been more than ready to go in for the frags, and now Kai, no time left on the clock, just has to try and save this op here. BLG strike back. They said, okay, look, you're pushing across the map. That's gonna leave you a bit more split. We're just gonna W key it and full send it onto B. It worked before. Why fix something if it ain't broke? And it continues to work for them as they get to 7.
Oh, it ain't broke. It ain't broke at all. And we now get to see a big highlight of these rosters, a big highlight of just a gun highlight, really. The operator is good, don't get us wrong. You are allowed to get one body shot and you get a frag. But Kai, your Yoru not being able to enter with your team because he's on that operator position is an aspect that needs to be discussed, because if you can't get your entries because you're requiring on like the blind side, you need the flashes to cover some space, then Kai has to save the operator from the previous round. At what point does the gun become a liability? And I mean, there you go, a great example. BLG all set up with that push. They expect Kai to try and make that operator work. They try and get the value from. Yes, it does get saved, which I do actually absolutely love. But look at how BLG are playing. They have Trace Esports red. They knew that push was coming. They knew they can play time. And Trace need to come up with something else. I really want to look back at just that aggressive defense from them and ask them to do more of that.
Tried it this round, but BLG just ready for it. Delby might be the saving grace here, does have the operator ready to go, able to dodge the utility here, though Fung Fung does get spotted out. There's the collab. That could be the play they very well need, but Rushia still looking to make it possible. Dodges the saturate, dodges the shot from the off as well, jumping into the smoke now, trying to play hero. Knight manages it. 2v1. Lao King on the flank. I think he heard the sound as well. Knight watching for it. Only classic in hands. What can you really do here? Surprising pick on a side note, Gentlemate's classic for Law King here, but I do like the color combination, so that explains it. Might just be a better ploy to jump off the map, and that is gonna be it. Law King says, if you can't have my life, I'm not gonna give you the ult orb. I'm gonna be a little bit petty about it. And another convincing round here for BLG, who are starting to really run away with the lead here on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, it was yeah, that's a good highlight. It was Trace's call here, and despite that beautiful collab from Del B, the struggle to keep the site held is very just evident here. We've got one more round left. The operator not doing Trace the kind of wonders that they'd wished. In fact, it's not BLG, it's YZ that does have the operator as well. And if you don't use these ultimates here, you're going to lose them. You can't carry them into the next half. And it's still a nice attempted shot there. Kai managed to pick up K-Knight as well. Big deal. Losing your tails so early is a massive hit to what you've got left, to what you can work with. And the back and forth here, Trace doing this aggressive B hold is exactly what's been giving them those last couple of rounds. I love them doing it one last time.
If it's gonna work out for them, no, here comes that first frag. Might be the crucial one that you need. Bud looking to find a little bit more damage alongside YZ. They continue to lock down this mid and deny this free rotation. Early advantage might have been there for the side of Trace, but BLG, they're able to bounce back. Rushia, though, goes down. I don't know if Trace is gonna expect the second player though. There's that breach utility available. Dodges the flash, able to try and run away, but that cosmic smoke might actually save them. YZ finds another kill across the map. That might be the cue to rotate over with the spike here. Omen as well on this line. It's a 1v3, all coming down to just Lao King right now. Gets spotted out here, gets that first kill, and Neff with the spike opts to book it out of there. He wants nothing to do with Lao King right now. YZ coming back as well for the coverage with the operator. Puts the convergence pots down, but it's a little bit too late. Lao King swings ahead of it, and now it's a 1v1.
Oh my days, get back here. Get back here now. Because there's 4 seconds left on the clock. You have to get this plant. It has to be stuck, but Liu King here.
Oh, wow.
Can it be done? Can this 1 versus 1? Because yeah, as you said, that convergent path's not being respected here. You can see the player cams and everything. We are going for this. Both players just dancing around each other. The gun is going to get fired off. Liu King goes for the tap, does not go for the stick. Never goes for the stick, but Neff is just so clean with it. That was so confident. You can see the stand-up as well. Liu King, it was a valiant effort. But still, BLG managed to come out on top. And 9-3, again, it is an attacker-sided map. But it is a dominant performance from BLG's attack.
Oh man, that was really great coming in from them that whole round. It was just absolute cinema. Nice try for sure. Lao King almost winning out the 1v3, but yeah, towards the end of it, definitely Neff playing calm, cold, and collected in the clutch to close it out in that final 1v1. He had a full kit of util as well. Bro ran all the way across the map. Like, this guy's pathing was just so funny. He starts off in mid, goes towards B, TP's back towards A, and then runs all the way down through mid towards B again to win the round. So yeah, bro, I think Omen got a lot of cardio in that round. That said, very, very nice start for BLG. Remember, this is their opponent's map pick, but Trace, I mean, we've seen them be excellent in a comeback before. Let's see if they can kind of do it again today.
3-9 is a scary slash line, but if you're superstitious, you believe in the curse, then absolutely love the love the proper respect for the meme cam there, because most of it. Oh, what can we do here? Seeing the audience kind of try and play with what they've been given is also just an absolute showcase. So now that we're finishing up the halftime, finishing up this aspect for the meme cam there, even getting the water bottles and stuff, the audience are a fantastic sport. I really do have to say it. 9-3.
I was just saying yesterday as well, we saw the cosplayers come out in full force. There were so many Viper chamber ones, I swear. The E-daters are winning. That's the way the meta is going for sure.
It's Viper chamber or people that are kind of the more all love to them, despite the fact that Killjoy is in a relationship. It's very much the individuals that seem to dress up as Killjoy. We don't see Killjoy and Raze. Like, you see Viper and Chamber. You do not see Killjoy and Raze. Speaking of a Killjoy here, the mid control from Trace, they're wanting to play this attack exactly as aggressive as BLG did. But will they be left alive to do so?
BLG already 3 players taking early spacing towards the side, saturate and stun. Beautiful combo there. Why is he able to find the opening off the back of it? The rest of Trace now trying to fall back, find some revenge for their fallen comrades, but nice little crossing smoke from Neff lets them get back now. Knight with the bandit in mid, spots out Kai, falls back. Rushia coming in for a little bit of help, a little bit of delay with the salvos. Expects probably more than one player. Trace like to play in these duo compositions. The swing is there, but Rushia and Knight, they're the better duo. Bandit really coming out strong in terms of that damage, and now it's just going to be Delby and Lao King. Sure, B-site, it's been taken, but the problem, look at where the spike is. It's right in the middle of no man's land. No way in hell you're going to be getting it unless, of course, you pop off insanely well, and Lao King, well, he has a lot of lifting to do. Delby starts things off, though, with a nice little kill. Problem is the corner has to be checked here. Lao King not able to find it, though does get the headshot, only takes a little bit of damage for his troubles. 30 seconds left, will they be able to get the spike? That's the question. 2 drinks!
with the damage that Delby has done, suddenly a right click from the Classic, one shot from the Bandit can do it all here. But the fault line does come through in 13 seconds. Still a lot to do. Leo King, you cannot be affording to stand in the smoke. You're not going to be given it. And BLG showing how you defend on Abyss. And how you defend on Abyss is you attack. You do not give your opposition any leeway to get their execute set up, to get their utility set up, because that's how they run away with it. And BLG do have an understanding of this map, and especially for it not being their map pick, Zach, they really know how to play this and how to push their advantages.
100%. I think that BLG, especially, they're really using that composition that they have to the best ability. They're using the Omen and the Waylay in conjunction, you know, both TP agents, both space-taking agents. Talking about space-taking, though, Del B pushes in strong with the Shorty, able to find that crucial opening kill. Now the utility barrage continues to come in. YZ, though, with the Guardian. The Guardian on the side, quite literally on track for the ace. Not even going in for the reload. He doesn't care. He's just going to pick up a gun and go for the swing. Teammate baiting for him. Not able to get the ace. That's a little bit sad at the end of it. But all things considered, BLG, a very, very convincing round. In the end of it, 3 players left alive. They get the Guardian and the Judge back as well. A little bit tragic that YZ missed his ace, but very, very crisp shots. Look at this. 1, 2, 3. One through the smoke as well for good measure.
That right click. It's a...
I feel that, bro. I feel that so bad. You're me, YZ.
As someone who, in my ranked games, I do not ace. I have a horrible ace conversion rate, but that frustration, I think, is a universal experience. And if anything, it does show that Leo King is locked in when there's a Tehu jumping around in front of you, but you still focus on getting the Asher, you still focus on the ace denial. There is clearly still very much a mental game that Trace are still thriving in. The mental hasn't gone in any capacity, but this game just might have already, Zach. It's 11-3, and again, BLG's defense showing how Abyss needs to be played, and that is a refusal to let your opponents get away with anything.
I think anything is the underlined factor here. They're just not getting any space, any plants, any kills. It's been a bit depressing. To be fair, last round was an eco. It's a full bonus here pretty much for this for the BLG side. The problem is even the bonus, they've got some pretty dangerous guns here. Oh, nice little saturate from Del B though. This double prog push definitely getting them the space. Del B with a double entry as well, opening up the site here. A little bit of damage done from the mollies on the Bay Hill, but immediately a 2v4, make that a 1v5. It's just YZ versus the world. Does have a Guardian in hand. Did pop a 4k last round. Even if he dies or gets a kill, he will have the ult for the upcoming round. But this pretty much seems like a Trace win. Full buy, weapons in hand, confident conversions.
Confident conversions, excellent attack onto the B site, and I would love... Abyss is a big map. Now, it's not corrode levels, it's not like kind of breeze levels if you don't have mid control, but it's a massive map that does require the rotate coming through, and other than the gate crash, which you could easily just wait out, or you could easily just kind of go for it, the rotates aren't going to be that fast from BLG. They don't even have the Yoru. They're not relying on that gate crash. It really does highlight that you can, if you're Trace, just run onto a site, believe in your executes, and take the fights, because you give BLG the time to compose themselves, you give BLG the time to defend against you. We've seen what happens here. Trace need to just... I mean, Zach, you said it best. Hold that W key, squad. Hold that W key and get yourself onto site.
I think if there's one thing that anybody can learn from Southeast Asian Valorant, that's what you need to learn. Hold that W key down. Let's see if BLG can continue to do exactly that. Triple push towards B this time. A side left on a little bit of a retake strategy, although you still do have Rushia looking to be a menace. Heavy investment by Trace towards this mid and this A area. B control though has been established quite deep here. Look at where Neff is sitting right now, so they have information that it's probably going to be an A execute, especially off the back of this Taeho drone that completely takes space down towards mid. It does seem like it's going to come down to the Astra to try and hold on for dear life. Rusia not caught out by the recon. Delby though, with the run and gun, gonna be able to find that first opening frag. Lauking now in the corner with the flash. Beautiful coordination there to find that double opening, and suddenly Trace, they start making this round look more than possible. 3 versus 5, no picks given away yet. It might just be better for this BLG squad to save this round.
We could be seeing that come through, especially as Bud's about to swing here. How warmed up is Delby? The answer is on fire. Bud falls here. Neff as well. They refragged, attempted, but just the angle not really good. The consolation prize, and I think off the back of that, it's a good kill, but BLG still not going to be able to kind of regress onto this site. And we're seeing what happens if Trace Esports are given space. If Trace are allowed to do their executes, to execute a plan exactly as they want, they walk onto site very much uncontested. Leo King the only one to try and fight down the A site, and with the flashes, the stuns, the arrows, everything coming through, you're not going to deal with that. You can see the waylay, you can see Delby come through, Leo King then getting that frag as well. It's very much... That's so much better from Neff's perspective, it really is. A timeout coming through, and I do love a timeout coming through from Billy just to say, I would hope, stop giving Trace space, because they're running away with it.
I can already hear the coach, stop giving them space, keep
Stop
pushing.
giving them space.
Yeah, I think also last round they had the information, they just reacted a little bit late, and Rusia going down for free there was kind of the problem, because even if you have a full 5v5, if you are playing as BLG, you're gonna have enough util to go back for that site retake. You've got the salvos from the Taeho, you've got the breach util as well, the flash is available, but you also want to make sure that your Astra and Omen are both alive, because you need the paranoia, you need the stuns, and more importantly, you need the smokes for trying to get an attempt at a defuse here. Trace in the meantime, a little bit of a relaxation moment. I mean, I understand it's been a stressful game so far, but you're starting to see a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. You know, if you can win the next couple of rounds, start breaking the economy here bit by bit for BLG. They had a really good start, but now 2 rounds in a row that have been lost. It's going to be important for them to try and recover. Good timeout in terms of breaking that momentum. Fight 11, still, I think, a bit of gas left in the tank here. Economically, you've got these 2 rifles that were saved for YZ and Neff. It's gonna have to be a heroic round, though, and Trace, I mean, why stop what has been working, which has been just to W key it down, use that Waylay and that Yoru in full conjunction together. I think in particular Delby has really activated himself in this particular half, and is kind of the entry duelist point that they've been needed. Once again, Rusia all alone on site, does have the off angle with the Sheriff. Saturate doesn't really connect either, opting to play for his life instead of trying to just get a pick. But now it does have some backup. Knight goes down, that's the problem, and together this double duelist, that double dive, opening up the site here for Trace.
You can really see the agent composition, the agent lineup is now starting to be that factor. That double dive, as you mentioned, is so clean at letting Trace take control of these sites, and I mean, they're doing it convincingly too. It's not a shaky kind of push. Yes, okay, this was an eco, so maybe a bit different in terms of the next rounds coming up, but BLG are now giving too much respect to the timing from Leo. The timing, the saturate comes through, but Leo King, I mean, yeah, the site's controlled, everything's more than comfortable here. The save is just going to have to be necessary from BLG, but they're respecting Trace too much. They are giving Trace all the space in the world. They're giving Trace the opportunity to attack, to aggress onto a site, and then Trace are saying, cool. If you're happy with giving us this space, if you're happy with letting us get positioned, we are going to do that. We are not going to let you get away with essentially respecting us if we're not going to make a statement and show exactly why that's the case.
also been the gamble going in favor of Trace these last few rounds. If you look at the format that the defenders are playing, it's 3 on one side and 2 on the other, with one of the players flexing towards mid instead. So for the last few rounds, Trace have luckily been able to pick the side where Rusia has been trying to hold as the solo anchor. Once again, it is going to be the B side under contention here. I do feel like they have no information though, so it's just going to be Rusia trying to find the timing here. Oh god, peeks into the face of death. 4 people just waiting to gun him down, and Trace, I mean, they've gone for the loud, heavy hits, but this time around, they just contact up onto site, and once again, they pick the site with just 1 defender, and once again, it is going to be BLG on this awkward retake attempt, 4v5, no information, no map control, and no Astra.
Very little hope potentially as the convergent paths come through. Neff is going to get found, but it's the one engine that can still get out. The timing from Del B is absolutely gorgeous. The mechanics are as well. Beautiful frags. Yes, okay, does give up their life, but at that point you've already kind of crippled BLG's execute. That's a good frag from YZ, but at this stage, again, the spike is already ticked down that much. You have to give up so much space, or you have to take so much space if you are the defending side that, yeah, you're not really realistically going to be able to do that. Kai coming through here. The angle from YZ, but Kai's the one to frag out. And talking about frags, I want to give respect here because I'm going to say something very mean, but it needs to be pointed out, which is Fung is on 1 kill. I think maybe a second. But what we are seeing is you can have impact as Breach. The 8 assists cannot really be understated, especially with Trace's momentum that they're gaining.
Starting to run away with it for sure. And now BLG have to be the ones to take it back from their opponents. Bit of an awkward buy here. Still though, investing fully into this. It's only going to be Knights with the Sheriff and 1 Guardian onto Bud. Mid control garnered by Trace. They heard the TP on Kai. I don't know if they're going to invest the Aftershock early on. Probably going to wait for the swing nor the contact sound to come in. I like this positioning though from BLG. For the first time, it seems like they're a little bit ahead of this Trace squad. Able to kind of hold down these crucial pipelines. Knight though, he's gonna only have a Sheriff in hand and he has to re-clear, hold down against the squad. He's gonna be able to do it though. 1-for-1 trade. Fung and Delby finally able to bounce back here. Bud as well towards mid, looking to find perhaps an extra frag here, but Trace, they fallen back now. Look at where they're playing.
All of a sudden, Fung taking that. I call out 1 kill and Fung says, watch this. And that's a pivotal frag to land. So very good stuff here. What I will say is I think BLG are confident. They've got the read kind of coming through. You've got Neff all the way in the attacker side spawn as well. So the crossfire from BLG as well, very, very clean. Leo King gonna have to try and go through the Astra Stars, try and go through. The smokes are doubling up, and it's Viva's lurk that has opened up this site. That mid control is so disgusting. That alone leaves Neff 1 versus 3. Spike is planted. The X-ray is going to get turned off, and at this stage, Neff do everything that you can, but Leo King just gonna execute Neff and prevent any sort of shenanigans coming through. And hey, when it's like 3-9 or 3-11 as what this scoreline originally was, suddenly that number 8 looks very, very imposing.
Yeah, now it's like, what, 8-11. Things look much better. Economy back on board for Billy. I think that this round has to be a major one because they have so many ultimates available. Cosmic Divide as well as conversion pots for the retake if necessary. BLG now though looking to take the battle to their opponents. Not going to be pushing the issue as much. Delby looking for a little bit of additional space. Going to be actually just dashing in and going for the straightforward hit right now. Conversion pots ready to try and go for the retake. Delby doesn't have an ult of his own though, so it's just going to have to be the side control and the plants once again. 20 seconds in the round. Tracer gonna be able to get the spike down. Viva though gonna eat a small chunk of damage thanks to that utility coming in, and here it comes though. Both the Teho ult used Here comes the counter breach out though towards CT, denying them the space. Lauking finding the kill off the back of it, although Vizy shuts down the lurk. Kill for kill, trade for trade. Nef though giving the advantage here to the defenders right now. It's just going to be Viva in a 1v3, not going to be able to do it, and BLG finally get themselves the match points. Wow, what a round from Nef.
Yeah, no, Nef showed up. Nef is got it under control, and we'll see it in a second from the highlights, but damn, it really does have to show that BLG had to work for this, and it's a testament to what Trace are being able to do, because whenever you're so many rounds up initially, you do get, there's a complacency. We're not going to see kind of too much complacency from teams at this level, but the point that I want to make is that Trace had to do a lot of kind of adapting and making BLG consistently second guess, because when you have to win this many rounds kind of back to back, you have to come up with so many plans. You have to come up with so many ways to not be predictable, to make BLG kind of confused or not be able to read your movements. And hey, 3 people stacked up in mid, like in a smoke with a shorty. Don't think BLG are reading that, but they only need one more correct read to come through, and it's finally an A-site execute here. And
wow,
so far from Del B, they're making it work.
There's still YZ to deal with though. Getting a free 1-for-1, 2v1, but gets all of these. Finally, Delby shuts him down. 1 versus 2 situation. Rusia has been incredible in the clutch before, but doesn't have information about the second player. Knows that Delby could be towards spawn. Gets the spike though, and it brings it down to a 1v1. Able to back away. Might even go in for that side take through mid. Expects the way towards CT perhaps, but Delby now having to get the spike down and clutch out a 1v1 here. Knows that Rusia was last towards mid. It's all going to be a question of timing. Delby able to get down the spike. Gonna have the conversion paths as well. Could try to play out this 1v1 from main.
Yeah, I mean, use it or lose it. If this convergent path is not used this round, it could be because BLG have already won the match. And I love this post-plant scenario here, because Rusia maybe not giving respect to the fact that ultimate is online. The Astra Star comes up, the smoke comes through, the convergent paths as well, just to really stun through. The half is going to come through. Rusia immediately goes off the spike, taps again. Del B confident in this call that it is a fake. Another tap is coming to come through, and the shots do land. It was gonna be Trace's round kind of either way at that time, just with the way the spike was being played off. But Del B confident that that was not gonna be a stick, and I love seeing that, because it's risky as hell. You're betting not just the round, you're betting this map on Rusia not sticking that spike, and to be fair to Trace, they were right.
I mean, I don't know, if I was Rusia, I would have stuck it, but I've died too many times trying to stick the spike, so. Pros don't fake, exactly,
Pros don't
bro.
fake.
You gotta be, you're in VCT and what you doing, just stick the spike. BLG though, now on the eco round, looking to take a little bit of space, take a little bit of conflict. Nef, wallbang, double dink, Lauking completely unready for it, and that's their controller taken down. A huge frag to consider, and now Trace having to W key forward back. Okay, a little bit of an unfortunate saturate. Fung on the opposite side though, shuts down Rusia. That's the Astra taken care of. Could very well go for a mid to be popping, but the rotations, I mean, towards the safe side. The read is there from BLG. The kills though still coming in for Del B here. That might be the call to go in for this mid to A split. The problem is though, B main is still there. Fung gets both of them. Trying to make the play on the Sova drone, but thankfully Fung ready to save his teammate, keep him alive. 11-3. 12 and 10 now. 2 rounds between Trace and overtime, and 2 more chances for BLG to try and close it out here.
It's really a... I want to go back to the previous point. It's Billy are respecting Trace too much. Billy are letting Trace do their executes. They're letting Trace get some map control. They're letting Trace run from that. And that is not to minimize Trace's accomplishments. They are doing a phenomenal job at keeping that control, at taking that space, but Billy really are making that mistake now. They are struggling with that, and I really hope from the coach side and from the coach perspective, basically just to say that give Trace the ability to kind of get the site, but you need to take everywhere else on this map. Yes, okay, let Trace walk onto B site, but you want to be clearing out the attacker side spawn. You want to be clearing out like security. If you like, even on the defense, the A side security, yes, okay, that's yours by default, but you want to be there early. Otherwise, Trace are going to meet you there head on. And Trace, when they can meet Billy head on, they are damn confident and they can rise to the occasion.
In 2 rounds left, let's see if they can finish it out. They started this map with so much momentum, but this is what we were talking about. When they get slowed down, it's difficult for them to get back in gear. And in particular, Delby has really been activated on this particular half. The double duelist in particular, that Waylay willing to play so aggressive has been insane. Here comes the Yoru though. Nice little micro play there. Oh, the awareness from YZ. Able to find 2 kills before Delby shuts him down with the breach flash. It's a beautiful and Bud off the back of the swing gets all 3 kills. BLG, they finally close it out here. The exact burst of momentum that they needed, the exact push into the stack that they needed. 3 people fight versus each other on main, and it goes the way of BLG. They have just excelled at these head-to-head fights.
Time out, ladies and gentlemen. That's what you want to see from a timeout. If you're Billy, you want to be seeing the composure. You want to be seeing an execute come through. And look, I don't want to say, look, I've got the map in front of me. I've got every player's position. I've got loads of rounds to work with. So I'm not saying like, oh, okay, I made a call that anyone else wouldn't have. However, look what happened the minute Billy stopped respecting Trace. Look what happened the minute Billy just decided, yes, we're going to fight you on A main. We win. And that from YZ, an absolutely beautiful showcase of mechanics. And then Bud getting that remaining 3k. It really does highlight that if you respect your opponents, of course your opponents are going to do well. You're going to give them that space. You're going to give them that control. They're going to demonstrate their capability. And BLG finally said, what if we don't?
Yeah, last round was just a full-on confrontation, but really well played by both Waylays on this particular map. Last round, though, that was 100%, you know, the side of BLG being able to convince it, and a huge individual play. It was still a 3v3 at the end of it, but that breach flash and that double swing, just putting that final nail in the coffin here. I mean, you gotta give Trace their credits as well. They looked very calm in that comeback attempt. A couple more rounds could have very well gone their way, especially with the way that Delby was playing. But yeah, towards the end, just BLG managing to lock it down, continue their dominance that we saw from the very beginning. And like you said, stop respecting their enemy, don't give them any kind of credence. A little bit tragic for YZ to not get his ace at the end of it, but I feel that, man. The table slam, the yelling, everything, like that is me.
Oh no, he's just like me for real. He's just like me for real. But like you can see here, the scoreline was 11-3. Billy letting as much of that come back. I mean, like all of a sudden from the highlights, you get to see these rounds come through. It was 5 back-to-back, a big smile coming through, and you'll get to hear the comms and how the team managed to make this work.
就是手臂，好掉了。等一下，我给个单下，我给个单下，我给个单下，我给个单下，我给个单下。我回头硬币了，别漏这个币好吗？他能过2楼吗？去中路，去中路，中路的晃没事。对，我压 A 兄弟们。这个币估计过了一个。过了没事，级别就兄弟我压 A 了。我内黑了，我内黑了。拖时间。点个这个烟好吗？封我，不要点微烟。别封烟了，别封烟了。别不封了。哎，你可以加人。你加，我加人。我给个假人。假人我不知道在哪。A 外啊。 哎，你们别全捏道具了好吗？赶紧躲摸币了，我们去吧。别，把中路吃了，去吧，把中路吃了。等会我能打他，别漏，闪光。一滴血，一连，2个血不多，别浪。我有这，你得晃。我晃，再晃。他可以掰出来吗？没有，等一下，我给烟加烟。躲一个，没时间了。我躲了，他没时间了。nice。那个时候斐家还躲了一个什么？
One
Yep, welcome back everyone. Thank you for tuning into map number 1. If that's just map number 1, I am trembling in happiness and also in confusion as to what awaits us for the next couple of maps. But BLG gotta be very happy about this. YZ, of course, our MVP for the day. 5 multi-kills and of course just an insane ACS. I think throughout this map, bro was just finding kill after kill. He got at least a couple of 3Ks. He had that 4K almost ace that we saw as well. I mean, from YZ on the judge all the time on race to YZ right now has just been a pleasure to watch in terms of the evolution arc.
Watching these teams really understand the Waylay style and the executes that need to be coming through are absolutely beautiful. And YZ really is showing a masterclass, because we usually see YZ on the Yoru. We usually kind of see YZ set up on the Yoru, on the Neon, and we're seeing just that adaptation from the Waylay coming through. Now, Delby, yes, okay, commiserations, weren't able to take them out, but you do have to give him the respect. Zach, you were already pointing out, like, Delby's performance here, even on the losing side, nothing to be ashamed of. 26 and 17, even making someone like YZ, kind of leaving him in the dust in terms of frags.
I think leaving it in terms of dust is a very nice way to put it.
Do you think that's
very
mean?
Nice. I agree with you. Yeah.
Okay.
I agree with you. I'm not calling you out there, but just absolutely insane. It's kind of insane that despite Trace getting so many of these first kills, it is still BLG who were able to convincingly win it out so many of these times. Like, I think it's just tragic that in particular Del B, I mean, I feel bad for the guy. Okay, he was absolutely popping off in those last few rounds, and yeah, I think we're just taking a look at him right now. Kills per round, it's double the average, dude. That's kind of messed up.
That was 14 first bloods? That's an insane statistic that really does highlight that Trace were always on the man advantage, basically. If you're getting 14 first bloods compared to 9, that really is a highlight that you are doing something insane. And to be honest, I think Del B should be a big deal, like, behind like a lot of those first bloods, but if you're commanding presence that early on, but Billy are still able to fight back, then you really have to kind of query what Trace are doing wrong, and particularly, are they going to make those same mistakes going into Breeze?
I think that's a very good question to ask. First of all, I really hate Breeze as a map, so hopefully we're able to see BLG close it out, because this is a map that I think, especially with the tighter angles, with the rework, is going to be a pretty strong map for the way that they've been playing. It still tends to be attacker-sided. It tends to have switched over from attacker-sided to very defender-sided. And the way that the defense has been being played for BLG, I think it's going to be a very, very good map for them, because they've been extremely aggressive on taking control. And Breeze, like Abyss, I mean, it might not have the same sightlines on mid and on A side or B side that it used to have, but I still think it's a map that really benefits these aim shooters, and the way that both Neff as well as YZ have been playing today gives me a lot of hope. That said, I mean, Trace, I think they got to wake up a little bit earlier. If they had gotten like at least 1 or 2 more rounds, it could have very well been a different fate, a map gone into overtime, or even in their favor, because they definitely woke up towards the second half, but they got to wake up a little bit earlier. First half was just very lackluster coming in from Trace. Like, their defense looked so lopsided.
Yeah, the alarm, they slept through it. They slept through it, and they need to rise to that occasion. But, ladies and gentlemen, we can speculate all we want, but we're going to cut just to a little break until let the players get warmed up, get myself a glass of water, because my voice is starting to go, and we will be refreshed, rehydrated, and we will be back with you for map 2 in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high-stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamizer. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamizer.
Fine.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We're in our second match of the day for VCT China. It's still gonna be me, Zach, joined by the amazing Madante. I want to know how you got that name at some point, but you wanna give us the story?
Edgy 5-year-old. Edgy 5-year-old, and then it kind of stuck. That's why.
I like it.
And Devil May Cry is my favorite game franchise, and it's named after named after Dante from TMC. So, yes, edgy 5-year-old.
Culture.
Yeah, exactly. Edgy. Thank you, Queen. Edgy 5-year-old, and then we joined a clan at one point, and then I changed my handle, and I hated it. And I never wanted to change it, and I was very annoyed at myself for it. And speaking of changing handles, speaking of changing tides, Trace gotta come up for something for Brace.
I mean, the problem is that Abyss was their map pick, and now they're on their opponent's map pick, one map down. So it's always a little bit of a mental reset that you're gonna be able to have heading into this particular one. Very, very familiar territory here for their opponents as well, especially coming in after their win. Sure, BLG, they got a little bit sloppy towards the end there. Some excellent rounds coming in from Trace, but now I think that for BLG in particular, if they can continue to keep that momentum running, looking at the comp, they're running a little bit unorthodox as well. They've got the double controller, they've got the double initiator, with one of them being that Gecko. I do like this though, Wingman to clear outdoors very quickly. You're gonna be able to pick up that Gecko util again as well for a second round of usage, although it's gonna take a little bit longer. The recon though, it's a little bit late, doesn't check out Rushi, and despite the stun, still gets the kill, although it's still very cosmetic. Looking for a little bit more, but Viva, Kai, and Lao King, they crunch in on this BLG squad and open things out with a pistol.
Yeah, massive. A massive change of pace there very quickly. So we went from very fast door control, as you pointed out. Wingman is phenomenal at kind of clearing that through, and we are maybe already seeing why that Gecko pick was made from Bud, especially as well once we get the spike down and everything. Wingman obviously does mean that you can keep an extra gun for like retakes or to deal with the retake. I should kind of highlight, but yeah, Trace. Then BLG going from very aggressive doors control to then just kind of standing still was kind of a death sentence for them. You don't want to be stuck on that small angle. You don't want to be stuck in that room where you're not going to be able to deal with anything. And speaking of being stuck in a room, that door's about to open. It's a brand new day, and Kai, getting a little bit jump scared, manages to get out with their life, but some damage being done.
Able to get Kai down to a couple of bullets on a pistol, I think unity in the weaker buy is the call here for BLG. Everybody kind of sticking together, but the awareness from Trace is perfect. Going in for the swing. Paranoia doesn't exactly connect, but neither does the utility from this side. Once again, Rushia with the Sheriff, finding a huge opening kill. Kaido able to pick up that Stinger, so giving him an additional weapon first, and also denying that weapon pickup for the side of BLG if they can get their way in. Still though, playing that close angle, BLG opting to back away, expecting that rotation to have come in. Neff in the meantime watching down this elbow. Nobody really making that mistake, and that's very, very valuable info play coming in for the Viper here. If Neff is able to find a kill on the timing, might be everything.
Yeah, this is all down to Neff's timing here. Absolutely beautiful. Yep, the right clicks are not there, though. Luking managing to get the 180, gets the frags through, and Delby... I mean, he was warmed up in Abyss, but surely and definitely a display. No sign of slowing down here. Delby more than warmed up, more than fired up, and he's going to have to do a lot. There's going to have to be a lot done from this Trace Esports roster if they want to take us to Haven, because they don't want to take us to Haven. They need to take us to that third map.
I mean, they are on a win streak so far in this middle bracket. Would be a shame for that to be lost relatively early on, I would say, especially seeing that this is the middle bracket. So, you know, you don't want to drop down to that lowers, give yourself no room left, no leeway left on your way to Santiago. Gonna make things a little bit more difficult now. This bonus round for the side of Trace, Lauking buying a lot of time with that Viper util. Delby as well here, ready on the peak. This Viper wall doing so much damage on their way into sight, and Lauking able to find that kill. In exchange, they get the space for the spike plant, but they don't have control of backside, so this is a very awkward post plant. Look at the positions.
Yeah, so I mean, you've highlighted it, you hit the nail on the head. Very awkward post plant for Trace here. And in fact, they're almost looking like the defense based on this. And now the spike, yeah, it is ticking down through, but it's Neff yet again. Usually, again, you would see the lurk from the Sentinel, but the lurk from the controller is enough, and the spray comes through, and no one is ready. It doesn't matter, but Delby is certainly ready. Sorry, let me completely rephrase myself. Yes, okay, maybe the rest of Trace Esports not prepared. Delby certainly was. That was filthy shooting from that man.
Illegal. The Sheriff is all he needs. Gets one with the Marshal, gets two with the Sheriff, and massive bonus round to come in for Trace here. I mean, of course, it starts with Fung Fung getting that double, but Delby with some crispy headshots on that Sheriff. Very, very nicely played by BLG, and that's a bonus round. A repeat of what we saw in Abyss, but with the opposite team. You said it, they need a hero to step up, and Delby has certainly been on fire both of these games so far since the second half on Abyss, looking for redemption. Talking about redemption now, though, it's going to be an exploration towards this B side by BLG. They haven't really gone towards this side of the map. It's mostly been mid and A, and right now they're just going to be W keying it in. Lauking, though, along with Delby, looking to find the damage. It is going to be the kills, though, coming in for this eco round. Lauking still looking to be a menace towards his backside. Has the off angle, gets the kill, looking for a little bit more, spots out the head of YZ, and now YZ just surrounded on all sides by enemies. 1v3 for Neff. How much more can you really do here? Absolutely nothing. Lauking starts the round on the site, ends the round still alive, and Trace get themselves up to 4.
This is the struggle, and it is the double-sided, or the double-edged sword whenever you pick Gecko, which is you can get the spike down very easily, but also it means you can get the spike down without necessarily clearing the site. And if you're Luking, you're going to punish accordingly. Luking was not having, it was doing an okay performance on Abyss, nothing mind kind of boggling, but 8-1, being able to single-handedly hold down the B site on that Viper, Luking is now showing a masterclass on how you play the controller. And BLG, this composition is, some people had their misgivings, some people were very interested to see the fact that Gecko was showing up, and so far, I'm not convinced, Zach.
I love playing Gecko personally, but I agree. I feel like in the current meta, it's just not enough util available. Oh my god, that's the aggression that we've gotten used to from this team though. YZ being just an absolute menace. Really nice Sova drone as well to clear off the angle. Knight able to confirm that kill even if the player wasn't tagged. The best use of the wingman so far has been getting the spike down though. And Neff continues to be on the lurk. Gonna hear Lao King coming over. Free kill for him. And now it is just 2 versus 5. A very dominant, very convincing entry from this BLG squad. And unless something goes horribly wrong, it should be a round that they can win. Trace aware of it. Gonna be opting to fall back. Maybe get a couple of exits. But hold on to these guns. Best case scenario. And yeah, Delby, final nail in the coffin for him. Should be the first round on the board for BLG.
Honestly, with the way Delby is playing, if Delby is alive, I am not counting Trace out. Like, regardless of how completely unwinnable, how unreasonable it should be for Trace to kind of convert a round, we've seen it happen. We've seen it happen a round or two ago. That Sheriff, those shots were absolutely crispy, and that means Delby is going to kind of be... People are a big fan of like Raid Boss. Raid Boss is kind of the term whenever someone is particularly popping off. Delby and Luo King are both right now those kind of Raid Bosses where if you deal with one, you still have the other one to worry about. Now, BLG, as just pointed out, finally get themselves on the board, but it was hard fought. They had to do lots of utility. They had to displace Kai from that kind of upper angle, and Thrash now coming through for that double door clear just to make sure those angles are safe as the A execute coming back through from BLG.
Problem on this A execute has been the fact that they were not able to deal with the power of the crunch, but the Gecko gets them that additional bit of space through door towards the site. Having to beat the retake coming in from both mid as well as CT. Looking at the positioning of this post plant, looking a little bit more comfortable, although this dimensional drift, it's going to be very useful in clearing out the space. Clears out backside, forces the Cosmic Divide out, and Lao King, you talked about him, continuing to just be an absolute beast right now. Util for util trade. Thrash looking for round number 2, goes for the push and actually connects, although it's going to be YZ and Bud fighting out for dear life. Trades come through in favor of Trey. Still, Neff on the backside. Astra utility has to make the play here, but stuck inside his own smoke. Has to clutch out a 1v4. Not going to have it happen as Trace find the defuse and get themselves a 5th round on the board.
Trace's retakes are absolutely night and day, really night and day, and it does go to show the difference between Abyss and Breeze, like between Abyss and any other map really in the pool. That it is just a struggle. It is a real highlight for it, but I do also want to say, as much as it is a map differential, Trace are looking different. Trace are suddenly very comfortable in the crossfires, in the refrags, in the trades. They're very happy with the space that they're taking, the positions that they have. They're very suddenly looking like a cohesive, coordinated unit, which... Okay, they were that on Abyss to an extent, but you could definitely see some kind of chinks in the armor. You could definitely see some kind of like little gaps kind of peeking through. This time is different.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a much harder job to bounce back. BLG though, we've seen them do it before.
Oh yeah.
I don't think that it's gonna be difficult once they get started. It's getting that first initial burst of momentum that has been a struggle for this team in prior games as well, especially when Trace are just putting up such a phenomenal defense. The thing is, this map does tend to skew towards very heavily defender-sided now if you look at the games that have been played so far across the regions. So perhaps BLG, if they can get themselves a nice little 8-4 at the tail end of the half, it's gonna be good enough for them. They still have a long way to go though. Fung Fung actually gonna be caught out. The Hunter's Fury and the Neon in conjunction to do so much damage. Viva gets tagged as well by the ult, forced back. And that's just a side guarded for free. One ultimate and they get so much space.
Yeah, Viva kind of sacrificing a decent bit of HP there, and the spike being planted through. This aspect of the defender-sided map, like coming through with the angles with the reworks and such as well, is very much an aspect of once you hit that kind of 5th round, like if BLG can secure as you said, like kind of 8-4 half, sure. But if they can even get themselves a 5th round on that, then they are more than happy with it. And look what's happening. Trace have to save. They've got 3 people alive, but the Viper's Pit, the control coming through is just very solid from BLG. And again, it's a double-edged sword, but if Wingman's able to get the spike planted for you, and you're able to still take space and control because of the fact that you don't have to worry about getting the spike planted, you don't have to worry about giving up a player for that, we're seeing how that can be converted.
I think that's a very good point that you made. I mean, of course, I really like that ult from Knight and Bud, the initiator, stepping up huge this round to get BLG their 2nd round on the board. Lao King finally starting to have a more human-like KD, although 9-3 is still kind of insane. 3.0 KDA, very normal for a Viper, I'm sure. A lot of ultimates available as well for both of these sides, but especially for Trace here. I'm keeping my eyes out on the operator on Kai. Also does have almost there at the Blade Storm to have that additional bit of utility, but it's the Viper's Pit invested early on by this defender side, shutting down B main, and that's gonna let them play 4 players towards A and mid. Hard anchor now. You see that Trace at this point have been forced to give some respect to this BLG squadron. Not gonna be going for that early A pushes anymore. Gonna be them playing a bit back, and for good measure, look at this, 3 players from BLG just waiting as a firing squad if anyone decides to push.
It's all down to this lurk. It's all down to Net. And Kai, I mean, yeah, that's the difference. It turns out body shots with an operator are far more impactful than body shots with a Vandal or a Phantom. And with this push-up coming through, you can see the control that Trace have. Very happy just to leave the Viper. Very happy just to leave the pit being controlled. And I love that angle. You can see now the Viper's pit actually being turned off from the observer side. Leo King stepping out of the pit. Beautifully done. The patience, though, very patient. Maybe arguably too patient, but it's going to work out flawlessly. K-Knight does fall. And BLG now realize that they are being pincered on this site with only 25 seconds left. Rusia gets a massive frag. YZ, what a swing! As the spike getting planted, the Hunter's Fury gonna try and deny, but 17 seconds left. Bud with all the HP just to tank it. The spike eventually gonna go down.
With the paranoia connects though, Fung Fung with the TP, they're gonna hear it towards backside. Why is he forced to play more aggressive? But that's what they needed. A triple for the Neon, looking for the 4th. There's no fear at all for this man. Slides across to get the 4th kill on the round, and the 3rd round on the board for BLG. He was the MVP of the previous map, and we can see exactly why on this map. Might have been a quieter few rounds, but despite this first blood going in favor, YZ, along with Rusia, managed to pull it back. A bit of a slowdown on this A side, but this Neon, the right place at the right time, the hero that BLG desperately needed as they bounce back on this attacking side. 3 rounds right now, 2 in a row, and Trace gonna be panicking a little bit, calling their first timeout.
Yeah, there really has to be an understanding here of what needs to change, and you kind of seen it from Rusia's lurk on mid. It's down to map control. Breeze is a big map. Abyss is a massive map. The Corrode is a big map as well. We're not seeing Corrode today, but like a lot of the maps are in the pool currently are massive. If you replace like Split and you had like Fracture instead, like we would definitely see like the map pool lean most towards Sentinels. And yet again, despite the fact that Fracture's not on the map pool and we're not seeing Corrode, we're now seeing this aspect of this should favor Sentinels. Like, you should be seeing characters like Cypher, like Killjoy, but we're not. We're not seeing that because the double controller lineup with just Viper and any other smoker, it's usually Omen, but we're seeing Astras, we're seeing, okay, it's mainly just, it's Omen and Astra, but we're seeing that kind of impact really come through, that no one is opting for a Sentinel. Again, it's Breeze, it's a big map. This used to be a Sentinel's playground.
Used to be, that's the problem. Right now, at least, it's just going to be the controllers rocking it down, and Delby goes a bit aggressive, gets that first kill, but not able to find the second. Problem is, off the back of this one way, the spike is continuing to be held here. have to make their way forward to try and trade things out. 3 players right now looking for the head-to-head fight. High with the Bladestorm, Sova drone, ships in the night. Here it comes though. Beautiful Neon ult. The Fung Fung though, with the help of this one-way, continues to hold down the spike here. Nice little recon, able to TP out. The HP on these players, all of them so low, but the numbers still in favor of Trace here. And Fung Fung even able to get a gun and TP back out. He's gonna be very happy about that.
Yeah, Trace's economy was struggling a decent bit, which is why we got to kind of see that really aggressive defense. We've seen it a lot on Abyss, and it's nice to see it replicated over towards Breeze. And as you said, this is a big deal. This is the fact that you're able to save a gun on that kind of eco. You're able to salvage yourself. And speaking of salvaging, speaking of trying to make something happen, Leo King here does have the positioning and a half. This judge is about to echo out, and it should only really be a one and done, but you can't push this angle too laissez-faire. You can't just let this happen because of the fact it's a judge at this close range. Leo King now very much trying to jump peek, and Russia's timing here not great. The side to side, the steps are coming through, but the spike is planted. The economy gonna be bolstered a little bit for BLG. The snakebite comes through. You can see the awareness, the adaptation that BLG don't really have to worry about Leo King now because of the fact it's a judge in his hands. Now, once he picks up Neff's gun, that'll be a different story. And speaking of getting a pickup here, Russia not ready for Fung Fung finally does manage to get the kill, and the spike's already ticked down a decent number.
Problem is, not much left on the clock. They're having to stick to defuse. Kaido, perfect on the cover to ensure that Lao King is able to keep sticking it. Very nice initial advantage garnered by TE, and they hold on to it through the pace of the round. 6-3 now. Nice recovery. Remember, that was an eco round for this Trace squad. This full-on fight towards main, and of course, Fung Fung being able to find that kill. Very, very nicely played at the end of it. The judge in that close range just being such a menace, and Rusia with no HP to fight out that 1v2 at the end. Trace, economy back in hand. Kai back with the operator. Looking at the ultimates here, nothing really available for either side. That is going to be a huge swing, although Thrash is only 2 away. Once again, this A-main confrontation early on, and Delby continuing to push and be a menace.
I love seeing the amount of utility that Trace are forcing BLG to use just to even get onto the site, especially with a frag like that. Damn, Fung Fung wasn't really showing up in Abyss, still was doing enough, but it's a different map right now. It's a different showing as he proceeds to get another one through this. Okay, Fung Fung, there's a smoke. You have to respect the fact that you shouldn't be able to see your opponents. What the hell are these frags?
I don't know, 3-on-3 in a round, and looking for a little bit more. Still has the off angle, knows that there's at least one more towards main. Kaido with the op says, okay, look, no one's getting an ace today. Fung Fung, be happy with the 3 that you already have. A gap in the smoke as well. Rusia gets the information that he's gone away, but now Delby looking for the push, looking for the punish, able to get at least one, but Kai just speaks with all the confidence in the world. Blind shot through the smoke, gets it done thanks to the minimap probably showing up there. And yeah, another round here for Trace. I mean, this kill is disgusting. Second kill, more normal. The third, again, absolutely disgusting. So yeah, Trace, very nice rotations to come through. And of course, Fung Fung, that high-low, opting to play off of it perfectly, forcing Trace into calling their second timeout. Not even the first half over yet.
Forcing 2 timeouts this early on is a big deal. It is massive, actually, Zach, and it could be enough to kind of force that second timeout, as you said. To Billy give credence to how defender-sided this map is what I'm curious about, because it's Billy's first timeout. And despite the fact that they are kind of losing 7-3, and that's a highlight for me that they are respecting how this map has changed with the patch, with the kind of different angles and such, to the point that they may already be happy enough with the fact that kind of they've got those 3 rounds. You said kind of 8-4 they would be very pleased with, and I'm wondering if I don't think there will be any complacency. But still an aspect to kind of consider is maybe they've already decided that they've done well enough on this attacking half.
I think it's a pretty good start so far, but yeah, you can't let yourself get too comfy. All things considered, like you said, BLG, 3 rounds is not bad on this map, especially with the comp that they're running, which is going to be very, very strong on defense. Kai gets caught slacking. Knight with the wallbang headshot, expecting the peek there on the operator. And finally, a first blood after several rounds for the squad. Delbido ready for the off-angle cross here. Gets that refrag. YZ gets shut down. That's a very, very crucial kill to come in. BLG right now. Knight's ready for the refrag. The patience exhibited by the squad in this round paying off big time as they shut down both of these duelists. Dimensional Drift now offline as well. Very important retake ult that gets taken down early on into the round here for Trace. That said, still a 3v4 situation. They could very well pull this back, but right now too many angles open for Trace.
It's a big aspect for Trace as Thrash comes through trying to clear that backside, but Luoking is more than comfortably set up. Viva sacrifices the life, but more than happy to do so. The spike now going to need to get recovered and can be done from this angle. Luoking gets the angle, gets the gap in the smoke, actually just plays distraction. It's Fung towards this.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, beautiful repositioning from Luoking. Beautiful. I want to say that was very much a what would the term be? A conscious decision to play away from that elbow side because of the Thrash. And that initial shot not going Kai's way was very scary. But then Luoking, with the help of Fung, is able to just keep this locked down. Look at the coaches. They are elated and they know that Trace Esports are still making this work. And we are already last round of the half.
I also like that smoke from Fung that round that Luoking was able to play around. These controllers have been absolutely menacing. The supporting util cannot be understated. And YZ, with the help of this Gecko util, able to make their way onto site. The problem is there is a Viper's Pit available right now. They're going to be able to get the spike down. YZ dashing in like a hero. Knight in shining armor gets that first kill. Knight there for the refrag, and Knight's able to get the spike down as well. Kaido jumps in with the shorty and the tag as well with the recon. They know exactly where the Sova is. Knight gonna be able to reposition though. That is a clutch positioning play there. The problem is Delby is still alive, continues to be a menace with this Yoru util on the flash though. Lucia and Knight, they continue to pop off here, and the last 3 players, they might not be the duelists, but they're able to get themselves and BLG at least one more round. 8-4. This was the best case scenario we were talking about after that abysmal 1-6 start. But yeah, if they can get this pistol, BLG should be recovering very, very well as they switch over to this defensive side.
This is your crystal ball does not need returned. I must say it's functioning exactly the way that you would want. And I mean, yeah, the prediction, Zach, absolutely pivotal. 8-4. When you're moving on to defense and breeze again, something that really cannot be overstated. Wingman being able to defuse the spike it's still kind of insane to me how strong that is as a mechanic. Able to plant, able to defuse, and it means that you can, on retakes, throw Wingman out to get the spike and then still have like a 5th gun, and you're safe doing it because Gecko doesn't really have to commit anything else. It's really strong, basically, and I don't think I can overstate it, despite the fact that Gecko isn't as common a pick. He has his entire roster and his entire utility built around the fact that he kind of cheats retakes.
Cheats is an understatement there. I feel like some of those rounds were just absolutely illegal, should not have happened, and yeah, just a little bit unfortunate there for the side of BLG, but they managed to recover a little bit, now have the halftime to cool down, and like I said, starts with the pistol here. They've got so much utility as well. The Wingman point that you made was completely true. I think the Astra is going to be a possible good deterrent in that regard, since the gravitational pull does break it. That said though, I mean, Luoking has been a beast on this map. There's going to be a lot of utility available to try and deny the plant from coming through in the first place as well. It's just like a game of chess, a war of attrition in terms of who's going to run through that util faster, especially with the increased recharge times. I mean, Gecko used to be really good in that regard, but now just a bit quieter, I would say. YZ happy to start things off with that first kill, just goes for a stroll down in mid and gets that kill, so that shuts down the lurk.
I mean, you said quieter. It is not quiet here, ladies and gentlemen. BLG immediately happy to play that aggressive style. The shots from Bud are a little bit shaky initially. Viva still falls. Okay, that felt personal to me. I know I said the shots were shaky, but like that was beautiful. Okay, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry, Bud. That was very nice. And yeah, we're seeing already the defense. We're seeing how quickly BLG went from, oh, maybe it's a bit shaky, 8-4 to absolutely stunning work. And I can see this scoreline getting equalized very, very quickly, Zach.
We talked about it. 4 is still decent on this attacking side after the rework, and it starts with the pistol. Very, very nice pistol to start off with, like you said, for BLG. YZ back in full form and might be the momentum that they need. Trace, though, gonna be going for a straightforward B execute in, get the plant down, have the poison orb to cover them safe. And now BLG in this awkward retake position. The problem is, the areas on the sites, control-wise, have definitely been very convincingly in favor of this BLG squad. Lucia, though, trying to get the spam down, but goes away. But with the counter frag, able to make it count. They know where Fung Fung is as well. 3v4 situation. YZ with the Guardian, continuing to hit these shots. It's just Lao King right now. What more can you do here? Tries to get the molly down to deny the defuse. Neff forced off the spike, but still they know exactly where Lao King is. There's no way he's gonna be able to deny the defuse from coming in. YZ in his face, Guardian in hand, and 4 players left alive for BLG in that anti-eco.
Yeah, that's a solid showing from BLG, and you got to see a little bit there. Leo King was kind of like, having your Viper on the lurk's always good, so that's not really a concern, but you can see the concern about the flank. You can see that Leo King very much were a little bit of a kind of concern. That Leo King did not want to give any of that space away, and it meant a confident retake could come through from BLG, especially with the guns and everything online for them. And now that we've talked about mid, Bud's trying to go for the same confident stroll that YZ did, but being told accordingly to maybe take a backseat.
Backseat has been not a bad spot for him, I would say. Front seat now, though. BLG, they walk into Fung Fung, who claims 2 for his own before Knight finally shuts him down altogether. Not a bad trade, but BLG only with 2 members left alive now. The rest of Trace happy to reroute their way through mid towards this A site. It's gonna have to be Knight who finds the pop-off in this moment, gets the first, almost the lineup for the second, but Kai finds that refrag. It's all gonna come down to the Astra right now. Neff in the 1v3 to try and do it.
Yeah, this is a bit shaky for Neff. I have absolute faith in Neff's abilities, but this might be a touch too far. And based on, yeah, I mean, the Sova utilities all there, you've got the recon dart still as well. It's just, yeah, too much to kind of deal with. So Neff happy to keep the guns just safe going into round number 16. Now, I mean, BLG, I think, are still very comfortable right here. Yes, okay, this has been the round that didn't quite go your way, but it wasn't anything that's kind of unexpected. It wasn't an upset. It wasn't a shock. This should be Trace's round to kind of convert, so I would be surprised if BLG are at all concerned. I'd be surprised if they are upset about these developments going into round number 16, especially if you've managed to keep a gun controlled, because Neff, despite going negative, those 8 assists cannot be overstated for the impact that they have had.
100%. I mean, even though it was a round that went to Trace at the end there, the fact that BLG were able to continuously keep up the fight and keep things going, now going to be having the operator available for YZ. I mean, Lauking and Kai, they've been the core that's been pushing through. Viva might not be up there in the kills, but that's more because Bro hasn't needed to step up with the multi-frags that the rest of his team has been getting. This time around, it's going to be the AWP finally in play. A little bit early of a peek there from Kai before that poison orb really blooms, and he pays for it with his life. We're talking about that first kill importance for BLG, and YZ, he's the one with the operator now. He's the one with the peaks to come through.
Yeah, for anyone, by the way, big shout out because we did see everyone come through. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. If you're new here or if you just have decided to pop by off of the raid, first of all, we appreciate you and love you. Second of all, so far you can see the kind of scoreline. Abyss did not go TRACE Esports' way, and of course this is now BLG's pick as we're going through and understanding a little bit more about how Breeze is functioning in this map pool and in this roster. And oh, speaking of functioning, it's down to Bud, who gets all three. Beautiful shooting, beautiful execution onto the TRACE Esports side. Fung has been popping off decently comfortably for this map, but gonna have to do a lot more. Yes, able to take down Neff, but not too much HP, all things considered, left to work with because those shields have regen. Okay, prove me wrong, Fung. I am absolutely living for this. You've got From the Shadows. You can pick up the spike with 20 seconds left. You could try and get that plant down if you so wish. Not even actually opting for the ultimate here. Just happy to walk through. Gets a little bit of info on the K-Knight. Gonna pick up, but Rushia on that mid lurk, kind of shutting down the hopes and dreams. TRACE Esports, honestly, off the back of that, I started to believe.
And I definitely think there was a chance, Fung. I think the idea was to get the spike, maybe TP to that opposite site instead of just using it all to get the spike, because he knew that the players were towards mid and A sides. It would have been the 1v2 that he would have to not be able to isolate on his terms, but all things considered, the 1v4 brings it down, or sorry, 1v5 brings it down unfathomably close there. It's the time that was his real enemy at the end. Almost able to get the clutch. That would have been insane, but it's going to be things being maintained close. 9 and 7 now. 2 rounds between BLG and TRACE, and TRACE starting to panic just a little bit. Called their first timeout of the day.
And what do
second timeout of the game.
What do you think TRACE are discussing? Because again, it's a very defender-sided map. It's down to these executes. It's down to how clean TRACE really want to make their executes. And we're seeing it come through in spades. We're seeing a lot of people really understand now that Breeze is down to holding the W key. We've seen it as well in Abyss to an extent. TRACE were so happy with the aggressive pushes, with just not respecting Billy. And again, respecting your opposition is probably the scariest thing you can do. And I hope that TRACE aren't doing that. We've seen them convert the round. They got the previous round, of course, down. Or well, the round before the previous one, sorry, 2 rounds ago. And I think absolutely they can do more of it. We've seen how the operator has been dealt with. It's not been dealt with at a utility standpoint. If anything, it's actually just been down to, I'm going to mechanically out-aim the operator, and it's working.
If it works, it's been working, and it is something that is definitely a huge blessing right now, especially with these flood executes, the operator not finding the value that you like, and oh my god, they'll be somehow getting the first kill, but now Neff gets sussed out. They know where he is. He has to hold against the world right now, and Kai almost a goal is down, but still the fight goes in favor of the TRACE squad, continuing to keep the numbers up right now. 4 versus 3. Kai, though, is incredibly low. Very nice mosh pit to clear him out of the corner. Enable BLG to maybe take a little bit of space back, but the problem is the spike has not gone down yet. They know that there's a couple of players on the sides, but the rest of BLG, they're making it very hard for the spike plan to come through. But now it does have this util available. Does spot out Lauking. Does Knight here. Knows that the rest of the players are probably on towards site or main, and Bud getting a lot of space for free. Oh no, the timing of the thrash not there, and Kai gets away starting with bloody murder. It's just Knight though now versus the world on the side. YZ, oh my god, that is just illegal from the Neon. The movement's absolutely impeccable. The finger guns come out. Fung running for dear life. There is no escape though, unless of course you face back and get the shot. YZ on the hunt, but he became the hunted instead towards the end of the round. And Trace, man, that was a round that looked very, very dicey from the beginning to the end, but man, they managed to push it through.
They did indeed, and that was not a cheap round for BLG at all. We've seen Thrash dedicated here. We've seen the overdrive come through. There are a lot of stuff there from BLG to really try and make that round work for them. And you can now see the economy struggling. They had to convert that round, and the fact that they didn't, I can imagine, means they are a little bit shaken after that. BLG have to understand that this is a struggle now, and Trace right back to the executes, back to not respecting their opposition, and they get onto the site essentially for free. The retake is going to come through from BLG. K-Knight and YZ are now trying to gain all the space and control that they can. They do have the lower buy. It's Leo King just trying to force this, make this happen. The triple swing is going to come through, and he does fall, but the spike managed to take down a decent number already.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that the bandits and the sheriffs doing the damage, all they need are these crucial headshots, and oh my god, Neff and Knight now running it down. BLG, they converge for the perfect retake there. It might have been a thrifty, but sure didn't feel like it the way those headshots were hitting, and all of a sudden the score is now 10-8. Again, narrowing this deficit very, very convincingly are BLG, and a very quick turnaround of momentum. Winning a thrifty like that, exactly the burst that you need. Talking about burst though, YZ, man, we've been talking about him all day today, and for good damn reason. Back on this Neon, just looking so comfortable right now. I mean, this guy was a Raze main for so long, but now expanding that agent pool to those multiple duelists, especially him with the Guardian, has been so much of a menace today. And now with the Outlaw, aware that these players are broke from TE, wanting to take advantage of that, he's going to be buying that Outlaw in this round.
I love the outlaw functioning as an operator, all intents and purposes. And what's better than the operator is the functional from Neff, but the second shot doesn't quite hit its mark. Fung has really been showing up on this map. Initially was struggling on Abyss. Bud as well, a name that was not showing up very frequently, is now doing his absolute work. A solid retake, a lower buy from Trace, so maybe to be expected, but still a very decisive one at that. Even with Neff's initial struggle, we get the first frag, yeah, the second spray, a little bit awkward, but Bud has been showing why this Gecko pick was the call, and I'm not saying I am fully convinced, but I'm certainly a lot more convinced than when than when we initially seen that agent lineup.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bud has been, it's a very individualistic kind of agent, and Bud has been doing a great job with it for sure. I mean, I'm not seeing enough of Wingman action for my taste. I love to see Wingman get a good diffuser too. But it was very instrumental in that attacking side, being able to get the spike down. Now, though, improved mid control coming in from BLG. Rushiati actually taking that solid space towards main, thanks to Neff being able to anchor down this A main with that Astra util. It's been so pivotal in these last rounds. Early solo ult's gonna be called here. Bit of a distraction. Catches Knight out of position, but still, Neff on site, looking to play Spoilsport. Lao King finally shuts him down. Knows that the backside player is open. Rushia looking to find the damage. Lao King now though, a sliver of HP and a dream. A 3v3 situation for the side of the squad. YZ those swings in their faces. It's just Lao King right now in this 1v2. No HP to work with. The stun perfect. The swing perfect. And YZ in his opponent's faces to equalize things here 10-10.
You get double digits. And we can do that too, is exactly how BLG are responding. And with that, we now get a bit of a concerning level for Trace Esports again. For anyone that missed it, Abyss went 13-10. And that was Trace's map pick. So the fact that BLG are now suddenly bringing this back, that is a disgusting 2-for-1 there from YZ. And you can even hear the crowd. You can hear their reactions as well. They're getting elated. They are very much following this to the brink, and to the brink is the best way to put this. We might not see Haven if BLG can keep this up. 3 rounds back to back, and the momentum is not at all waning.
It's a lot to ask for 100%. Right now, though, operator in the hands of YZ once again. Early dimensional drift, and YZ gonna have to be very careful about how he plays this. That Hunter's Fury, though, pivotal in slowing down this Trace squad. The problem is it's a lot of utility that has been burned through very, very early on for both the Gecko as well as the Neon. I think Bud might be looking to get this util back. The danger is that there's 4 players towards mid. They get themselves onto A side for free right now, especially with that Omen TP to clear out close range angles. So no guns to work with perhaps, but Lao King might be the important piece here. Caught out on the lurk early on, and YZ gonna be able to help with this reclear. Cosmic Divide invested. All they have to do is buy the time here. Do these attackers. The Cosmic Divide, though, gonna separate them very quickly on. It is just the operator to do the damage. They're in the smoke right now. Shorty in hand. Rushia rushing it down. Him and Knight, they take down every single piece of the puzzle. Kai in a 1v3, not gonna be able to do it, and BLG, they steal back the lead here. 11-10.
For anyone just joining us, this is the first time BLG have had the round advantage, and it's a scary time for Trace. It is a very concerning time for Trace. The utility is there. They're getting onto site absolutely fine, but these retakes from BLG are a different beast right now. Even with YZ missing that operator shot, which arguably should have hit, the rest of the team are there to back him up. The rest of the team are there to show support. And you can see the fact, 4 defuses back to back. 4 defuses. It means Trace Esports are getting onto the site absolutely fine. But BLG are letting that happen, and you can see with the retakes how confident they are in that circumstance.
Operator this time, a rare miss for YZ. Side taken over, but Wingman looking to maintain backside, and Knight ready for the peaks here. It's just BLG swinging every single angle. The punishment, though, for it, immediate Delby and Lao King. You cannot underestimate these guys. And now the lead, numerically back in the favor of T. They get that spike down. They also do have that Viper's Pit, but Lao King actually not going to be investing it. The flank from Rushia, that could be the difference maker, especially if they don't expect it right now. But Lao King, he's ready on the angle, ready on the peak. That takes that first contact. Delby immediately shuts him down, though, and now it's just gonna come up to the Viper. There's a diff, though. 5v3 off those first 2 kills, and still Trace, they recover to tie us up. They are not giving up anytime soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 round away, regardless of who the victor is, of a potential match point, of a potential overtime. And it's very much looking like it will be the case. We've still got a timeout here for BLG if they so wish. I'm surprised we didn't actually see that come through. They cannot afford to let this slip away from them. And I want to also point out, Trace just out-aimed them. The last round was purely just because Trace just won the fights on A main every single time. The Viper's Pit is committed. The Viper's Pit is covering a lot of this site. And especially if Kai, already taking a little bit of damage, does get tapped through there by K-Knight. And TE are going to have to respect this. They're going to have to understand how their positioning and how their attack is going to change. The Sova drone comes through, decent bit of utility, but Trace Esports have managed to dodge it for the most part. So BLG not as much information to work with as they'd maybe hope. However, who needs information when you've got all of the positioning?
Angle from YZ, this first fight is going to be so important. As the angle on the peak gets the shot onto Delby, perfect timing there. gonna be able to reposition towards main as they make their way through. A lot of smoke utility available though. It's just YZ on the side. He has to be able to hold down the fort, and my god, is he ready to go for it? The shot through the smoke denies the Viper's pit. It gets used as well. Crucial piece of utility there. But finally, Feng Feng puts a shot to his menace. 4v2, the damage has been done at this point, and look at the clock, there's just no time left. The flank comes in, and BLG, they converge to get themselves to map point, to series point here, and one round between them, and a 2-0.
Very, very decisive operations from the operator. Let's look at that again. YZ, all of the control, all of the space. That is disgusting. That is absolutely illegal, as you would say. And with one round, the difference maker between OT, between this going for BLG. It's everything to play for and everything for Trace Esports to lose, and with the Viper's pick committed, with the only ultimate really gonna be that Hunter's Fury, if Viva can get a frag, it does seem shaky, especially with the controller already gone. Astra trades for Omen, Feng Feng is down, and that could be the beginning of the end, ladies and gentlemen.
You know, it's all that stands between them and victory. The space has just been so pivotal. It's so impossible to take here for Trace. No map control, lucky timing on the swing. Don't take that contact, could have very well been a bad decision for Lao King. Trace, they can't afford to lose players for free. It has to be a bit of a slowdown, but the clock, it's in the favor of the defenders, and now this operator on this mid-main line. The problem is the wide angle. YZ still isolates the fight though, and Lao King goes down. No hope of a trade either. Little bit of a fallback from BLG, but that's the opening kill that they needed. Now Trace on the back foot, half the clock ticked through. They have to make a decision where they want to go. Viva with the ultimate might be able to find some value, but Kai is the one to find that crucial first kill. 30 seconds left on the clock. They have to make their way towards site. Still 2 players left here from this BLG squad, and on site Rusia, he looks to be the one to do the damage. Hunter's Fury from Viva leaves him alone, no friends, no family inside. He has to do this clutch by himself. At least does have control of the spike, but the problem is there's an operator and there's Rusia on site. He's not gonna let it happen. A triple for him and a 2-0 for BLG, who show us exactly why they still remain a menace to be feared.
All off the back of YZ's operation there. Very, very clean stuff. And you do have to wonder a bit, right? Because the operator, the minute the operator comes into a game, it changes everything, because suddenly your utility has to be a bit cleaner. Your flashes need to be more decisive. You need to arrest the positioning away from the operator, and YZ was never really in an uncomfortable position. Everything he was doing was on his terms, was on his timing, was on his spacing, and a very honorable bow from Trace Esports. A phenomenal showing, despite the fact it was 2-0. We went to both teams having double digits both maps. So to say that it was a wash, to say that Trace are looking uncomfortable, would be wrong, would be a completely incorrect summary. It just looks like Billy are still the confidence team that a lot of people know and a lot of people love.
They certainly looked like they were playing with all the confidence in the world on that particular map of Breeze, even if it didn't go their way in the beginning. Remember, this was a 1-6 start for BLG, but we talked about it. You know, we mentioned that this is a defender-sided map. All they're going to need is 3 or 4 rounds, and that ends up being all they need. It was an 8-4, and they managed to pull it through to 13 and 11, despite having that initial disadvantage. And of course, YZ, we cannot talk enough about this guy today, to be honest. He has just been absolutely incredible, but we have an interview coming up right now with one of the BLG players, so we're going to throw it over to our translator for the day.
Hello, 欢迎 Bud 第一次来到我们的赛后采访。今天真的在过程当中有非常多的关键枪，不过让我们从头说起吧。在优势地库这张图虽然有不错的开局，但是在攻守互换之后，看到你们面临着一些防守的天然劣势，加上对手又接连的追分。不过在关键的最后一分是你。
So they're talking about the key round on the bus that made them win it.
奠定了胜局。在完成的那一瞬间，想问一下你是什么？
How did you feel at when that moment happened?
特别爽，特别不可思议。
特别的。
He says that it felt really
没有想到
unbelievable.
会是这样的结果，但是当时你在过程当中展现出来的自信，确实让人印象非常非常深刻。那加入到 BLG 之后，其实时间还并不算长，你觉得这段时间教练包括队友，他们给了你什么样的？
How do you think your coaches and your teammates have helped you?
他们就说让我自信。
And they told you just be confident.
今天自己做到了多少分？
我今天做到了100分。
And he rates himself 100 points today.
大家再给爸的一点掌声。
100 100.
对，包括我们看到在外面双决斗比较横行的版本，那现在 BLG 在很多地图仍然坚持着偏传统的体系。今天大家非常非常期待的微风岛屿，看到你是拿出了盖克这个英雄，想知道这种有点逆版本的选择是谁的决定呢？
And what was the who was behind the choice and breeze with you playing
我只
Gecko?
能说相信 Margo。
He says to believe in Mogo.
那大家是不是也觉得现在来到了自己很舒服的一些位置去？
Was that like role comfortable
好的，
for
那
you?
也是上下同欲者胜嘛。今天的结果就是最好的证明。那最后来到广州，想问一下，你有没有尝到什么让你觉得夯爆了的美
And
食？
have you tried any Guangzhou food that was quite nice?
还是肠粉。
And he says
还是
try
那现在
a
马上
rice
也是
roll.
春节将至了，在年夜饭上，你觉得你最期待的一道美食，最期待的一道菜
And what
会
are
是
you looking forward to the most? The dish?
这倒没有。
没有吗？比如说年年有余之类的，你会爱吃吗？
会的。
He
会
says
的
he
会的，
he
可能还
probably
是
like a
暂时
fish
没有
dish.
想起来。不过感谢 Bud 的分享。那本次现场我
And
们也是
that's
有
it for
不
the
能
interview.
掉
It's
落的
time
抽
for the
奖
prize
活
draw
动。
for
每
the
天比赛我
audience.
们都会在现场随机抽选幸运的观众来获取游戏资产。现在也麻烦 Bud 的选手帮我们选出今天的幸运观众，你可以开始和结束来随时决定。
开始。
So while the audience enjoy the prize draw, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be able to say commiserations to Trace Esports and a very, very hard fought fight from Billy. We love to see the respect that Gecko gains. We love to see the initiators showing up whenever they did. And Zach, I think it's pretty safe to say the initiators did absolutely initiate.
I mean, they did a fantastic job. Two things were the highlight for me. Of course, the operator coming in from YZ. We've talked plenty about this guy throughout today. But I think the Gecko as well, very off-meta pick, but I think individually it was a great showing coming in from the player there. I think that being able to not just get that spike down on this attacking side, even if you lost a round, the retakes were great from Trace, but being able to get that little bit of extra money really helped. So Wingman was a major factor with that. In fact, there was an adaptation of a star or a molly to be thrown to deny that Wingman the plant, one less util that your opponents have for, you know, the mid-round or early round available. That said though, I mean, the Gecko and the Neon together were just so beautifully used in conjunction. You know, the Wingman and the flash combinations that you could see YZ willing to take that contact, take the fight off of consistently. Even if in that defensive half, you weren't able to see, sorry, in that attacking half, you weren't able to see too much of it on defense. It was definitely a menace.
It's something that you just have to respect. That's the thing. It's something you just have to like understand is going to change through. And I want to like, I really do need to highlight the mechanics here from Trace, where especially on the defense, this spray down from Bud was disgusting. This was very clean transfer, but Trace did seem like after the confidence, like after the initial kind of jitters and the nerves we've seen in Abyss, very mechanically sound team, very much were taking the fight to Billy and able to walk away the victors a decent number of times. They just couldn't keep it consistent enough that they could then capitalize off of it, especially with YZ. Again, you mentioned it. It's difficult to overstate how strong that operator was, and we should be hearing the team highlights and the comms as to how they made this work.
，TC 没用的，继续打 B 好吗？你们去中路找。那我觉得这个区可能解放 B 了啊，我们一起掰，要不把他弄死好吧？不，他应该是走长路，他还在这里架的，相信我，他应该在这里的。看我标点，他是架这一个象限的，对。哎，在中，他想。我们创这个 B 的中路好不好？我开飞机可以给你创，你们去创。OK， 你自己找机会。来，在哪里？别着急啊，他不会在前点应该。别着急了，别急别。换点后换一个，他大关了。等会有剑，等会。哎 ，B 外箱子红。
30秒。
哎呀，右边还有别的局啊，应该。死了，只有一个 B 外，死了。B 外的右边，好不好？死了。紧加欧门。
井家是吧？井家射得大，井家或者中远那边都带两个在一起的，差不多了。井家拉了，还没过，半墙，半墙和中路，一个矮墙。
踢爆点后，是不是踢了？
小人底线，底线一个。有滑闪，有滑闪
，3、2、1了。
来！
Oh, Mr. 4K indeed. That's the second time or third time that we're seeing YZ not get the ace, although this time around it was a 2v4 clutch that he pulled off. So second time MVP for the day on map number 2 as well. This time around, Forsaken Operator gonna be the weapon to get a little bit of a highlight here. But talking about highlight, this man was a walking highlight reel. And it says lethal zones on this map, and I can tell you every single spot seems like a lethal zone. Looking at the frag map, bro has been using that Neon to its fullest potential. Very quick rotates, consistent multi-frags, and whether you're on attack or on defense, just a force to be reckoned with here. YZ happy to be the beginning and the end. The Waylay and the Neon showcase coming in from this man on this map was just insane. It wasn't just like him using one weapon or the other. Like, yes, on Breeze in particular, his operator play was impeccable, but in general, just swinging corners with all the confidence in the world, dashing into side, using himself as that entry agent round after round on both of these maps. Beautifully played by YZ, and I think that, like you said, we cannot understate the impact that he's had for this team, not just this year, but you know, since BLG became a team and a meme around the world. When I say meme, I mean it in a good way. Their NRG memeing was still continues to be relevant. I don't know.
that is putting respect on the name, but in a very healthy manner. And we get to look at the stats now, the head-to-head, and I mean, Luo King was very much kind of fighting for himself, but the rest of the team were just a little bit struggling. Viva, 14 assists is a big deal. Don't get me wrong. Like 14 assists does mean that you're Sova darting, that you're recon darting, that the oil drone's getting like its value, but for those attack rounds especially, you really did have to unseat the king. You had to dethrone YZ, and it wasn't happening. It wasn't happening. Exactly right. It wasn't happening. YZ was just too composed, was under control, even with those random's a bit of an overkill, those random smoke shots that were still landing. That information works through, and as you can see, the first bloods very different from Abyss. If anyone remembers, it was 14 for Trace that they could not quite convert.
Yeah, I think that was a bit depressing. There were like a couple of really good rounds where even though Trace had that initial advantage, BLG were still able to retake. And yeah, I think once YZ got that operator, it was just the first kills metric is probably very skewed towards BLG because of that. I'm willing to bet that this guy had most of those first kills as well for his team. Lao King though, I mean, we talked about it, fighting the one-man war, won a couple of very crucial rounds, had multiple multi-kills, 6 out of the rounds that they played. Pretty impressive, especially when you consider he's on that Viper, but yeah, just needed a little bit more from the rest of his team. Too many times where he was in a very unfortunate position where he had to get those multi-frags or risk losing the round, and you can't do it 100% of the time, no matter how good you are. BLG happy to take this 2-0, deny that Haven map from coming through. And I mean, I feel like of all the days on VCTC, and this is one of the first days we're actually seeing the 2-0, because I think that for Trace, every single game that they've played so far has been a 1 and 2. So finally, they're going to be losing that particular thing. But like you said, this game, it was so neck and neck. Couple of rounds, had they gone the other way, then we could have very well been on a map 3 or even had a 2-0 coming in from the Trace side. But BLG, they looked calm. The comeback on map number 2 was insane. And yeah, shout out to YZ, man. Bro is not just a judge player anymore. He plays everything.
Oh, he does. He flexes. He flexes and he shows off. And we've seen both of that happen. As you pointed out, the Waylay performance as well on Abyss was nothing to shake your head at. Like, it was beautifully done as well. The Neon, whether or not other people can be as good with Neon, but you can see those swings coming through. You can see those kind of mechanics come through, and the difference between like Neon, like we've got the current trifecta of duelists as I refer to it. So we've got like the Yoru, it's basically a big triangle. You've got the Yoru, the Waylay, and the Neon, and then people are kind of changing that up. And Neon doesn't have as high skill ceiling, in my opinion, as Yoru does. But if you are missing your shots, or if your aim just isn't as clean, you are going to struggle. Neon is feast or famine. Like, She's not Reyna levels, because Reyna literally needs to get kills to use her abilities, but you can really tell if a Neon player is not performing to that standard that you need.
I think the fact that YZ was able to perform to that exacting standard was definitely a big factor there. I mean, he was using the capabilities of the Neon throughout. Like, if you look at that heat map, for example, he was all over the map consistently where you need him. If you look at the first bloods that he was having, he was topping the scoreboard. If you look at the kind of kills he was getting, bro was sliding into people's faces with whatever the weapon. It doesn't matter. Vandal, Sheriff, the Judge. I think we saw an Outlaw in a couple of rounds. He just had no chill. Either way, though, that is the end of our broadcast for today. We managed to get through 2 games, of course. First one, TYL versus TEC. TYL taking it after a very back and forth kind of series, but that second series, I mean, Trace, they did their best, man. The BLG were not giving them any kind of leeway. They were there, they were locked in, and YZ, I mean, I know I've blazed this guy a lot today, but I think he deserves it, you know?
I mean, there's a reason YZ was kind of put on that Neon, and we get the top 5 players. This is just of the day. I've been hearing some people thinking that it is like of VCT China in general, which would be insane because you sometimes see like 3 of the 5 players be from the same team. So it is just from the day, but Splash really does have to. I'm not going to make the joke. You all know what the joke is. He made
a splash.
There you go.
I'll make it for you. I got you, bro.
I'm ashamed that I didn't say it, but I'm so grateful that you did, because in case anyone wasn't getting that joke. But absolutely did. I mean, deservedly so as well. Headshot percentage at the 30%. The ADR, 168, doing phenomenal. And we now get to review how these brackets are looking, how the standings. For anyone that has not seen this before, yes, your eyes do not deceive you. It is heavy shield for the top bracket, regen shield for the middle bracket, and light shield for the lower bracket, which I think is an adorable way of showing it. I think everyone's glazed it, but it really is an adorable way of doing a bracket.
I would glaze it too. It looks really good. But yeah, we start seeing the teams, the progress towards Santiago solidify here. We did go through the middle bracket today, like you mentioned. So yeah, BLG and TYL getting themselves just a step closer. 2 wins away for either of these teams from Santiago right now. But they have to wait for that upper bracket to conclude right now because, looking at that top, it's going to be EDG versus XOG and AG versus DRG. I mean, I think looking over from last year, 3 of these teams, they did consistently make those internationals, but all gamers are definitely stepping up huge right now, and those are the games you're going to be looking at tomorrow. It's going to be the upper bracket face-offs to come through here to decide who will be making that grand final to face off for that first Santiago slot. Of course, first it's going to be All Gamers versus DRG. We talked about them before, and yeah, All Gamers definitely looking really, really good this year in terms of their gameplay, but Nova versus Wolves, I mean, it's on the opposite side of the bracket, a little bit more of a nuanced game, I would say, and for both of these teams, very, very important game because you just really don't want to let yourself go so early on into the tournament.
No, you gotta fight like hell for this, and Billy, I'm sure I'm interested to see, because Billy go against the loser of like the AG DRG game, and I'm curious to if we ever find out who they want to lose, because both of those teams are strong. Both of those teams are terrified. All Gamers specifically has been getting commanding a lot more respect, like recently in terms of their performance. They very much came in as the kind of underdogs of 2025, but they did make a statement, and a lot of people then kind of fell in love with them. For anyone as well that did see, tomorrow we of course are still bringing you the coverage for the games, but there is also the content creator show match as well. That happens 2 hours beforehand, so 3 o'clock for that squad. But other than that, ladies and gentlemen, it has been an eventful day, but we have to bring it to a close.
I mean, don't worry for people who want to watch more VCT. There's plenty more happening. I think today is one of those rare days where all 4 regions are playing. Shout out to Sliggy, by the way. Thank you for the raid. Bro needs a break before EMEA starts and America starts, so I completely understand. Let's let him get some rest. But yeah, full day of work for him, but it's towards the end, at least for us for now. There's also some more GC EMEA and of course VCT action happening later today, so I'm sure people are gonna stop by. But thank you for tuning in to Project Horizon. Really banger games today, and thank you to production for making it so easy. Since it's finally over, I can open my mouth and say we didn't get any tech pauses, which is an absolute miracle. But to be fair, I feel like China does handle it a little bit better. It's usually the you know, at least for me, it's my internet that starts giving out. But yeah, and thank you so much for being such good company, Madante Killer. It was a fun game to cast with you, and a very incredible performance coming out of both of these teams. In fact, all 4 of the teams that played today, like, cut a listen to Strays, but BLG definitely deserved that win. Any final thoughts that you want to say before we throw it off for the day?
Not really, to be honest, boss. You've covered everything that I would love to say. Again, big shout out to everyone. Big just shout out to Project Horizon for having us. You were lovely, lovely to share the desk with. Always a pleasure. And ladies and gentlemen, just tune back in tomorrow, because there's a lot of Valorant going on, and you're not going to want to miss any of it, because these storylines are really starting to shape up to be something beautiful. But until tomorrow, been an absolute pleasure. You look after yourself and stay safe. We'll see you soon.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby.